Chapter 30-31. His current strength had reached the middle hierarch realm and his control over the Skyfrost sword had reached an extremely high level. He was like a completely different person now. Although Ying Lu had taken over his body, he had also left behind a precious treasure for Xueliang. As long as Xueliang could suppress Ying Lu's soul forever, Xueliang would be able to benefit greatly from the Skyfrost sword. Your sword is not bad, but it's a pity that you're still not my match. Xuanhuan Kanglin went straight for the broken sword. But at that moment he was once again forced back by the 8 trigram sacrificial altar. That was an ocean-like force that bounced both of them back. Xueliang also quickly retreated as he did not expect to be hit by the 8 trigram sacrificial altar. He and Xuanhuan Kanglin retreated after one strike. Both of them were evenly matched, no one was able to gain the upper hand. This 8 trigram sacrificial altar itself is a forbidden formation. How can the sacrificial altar set up by the Northern Liang ancient emperor be taken lightly? Lan Luo sneered. It was ridiculous that both Xuanhuan Kanglin and Xueliang wanted to take the broken sword. There's something wrong with this sacrificial altar. Retreat. Jiang Qin shouted. Xueliang quickly retreated while Xuanhuan Kanglin did not rush forward recklessly. As expected, a terrifying sword rain fell from the sky. The blood-red sword light pierced through the heavens and earth. If the two of them did not dodge in time, they would have been killed by the sword rain even with their strength. Xueliang felt like he had just survived a disaster. That's Sword of Solitude? After the sword rain, Jiang Qin saw an ancient parchment scroll under the 9 regions ancient emperor. There were 4 ancient characters written on it that only existed in the 9 regions immortal world. He was shocked. It's really him. Jiang Qin was shocked. The Sword of Solitude was created by the 9 regions ancient emperor. Jiang Qin finally understood why his Sword of Solitude was so compatible with the Sword of Solitude. It was because their solitude came from the same place, the immortal world of the 9 prefectures. Jiang Qin's Sword of Solitude was able to command the heavenly guards of the Dragon Knights in the tomb of the martial monarchs. Just at this moment, the rain of swords came to an end. Rocks fell from the surrounding stone walls, and blood-colored inscriptions appeared, filled with endless sorrow. That's the great emperor's diary. Bing Yun looked at the words and exclaimed. Time flowed by, spanning from the past to the present. I became the emperor for countless years, defeating the Northern Liang imperial monarch, sweeping through the lands without a single opponent. I stopped the war in the central prefecture. The heavens moved, the earth mourned. Only then did I realize that I was a frog in a well, with no cultivation. Even if the light of the great Tao swallowed the universe, it could not allow the 9 fairies to kill all the emperors of the ages. Their might could not cover the Tao of the heavens. Fang Xingjian could understand the Tao, but it was an extraordinary Tao. My Tao is to take from those who have too much and make up for those who have not. Thus I walked in the sky, killing to prove my Tao. My sword was broken and my heart died. I killed all the ancients and was defeated by Zhou Shan. My sword was broken and my heart died. I killed all the ancients and was defeated by Zhou Shan. Jiang Qin murmured. It was so tragic, so powerful, but also so lonely. The life of this great emperor could be said to be extremely exciting. He fought with people, with the heavens, with the earth, and it was amazing. The immortal slaying sword was broken. How lamentable. Lan Luo said in a low voice, shaking his head and sighing. It's the immortal slaying great emperor. Jiang Qin's expression became extremely serious. The immortal slaying sword was the life-divine weapon of the immortal slaying great emperor. Was that sword really the immortal slaying sword? The sword was broken and his heart died. It must be the immortal slaying great emperor. You know of the immortal slaying great emperor? Lan Luo also did not expect Jiang Qin to know of the immortal slaying great emperor. The history of the immortal slaying great emperor's era was almost erased. No one knew of the existence of the immortal slaying great emperor. Even they only knew about it because their clans had existed for too long. They knew that the tomb of the great emperor was opened every billions of years, when his seal was at its weakest. However, Jiang Qin actually knew of this great emperor. How could Lan Luo not be shocked? Because he and I came from the same place. Jiang Qin could not help but sigh in his heart. Perhaps he had climbed up the social ladder, but the immortal slaying great emperor was indeed a great emperor that he deeply respected. There were countless legends about the immortal slaying great emperor in the 9 regions immortal world. Who would have thought that the immortal slaying great emperor who came from the 9 regions immortal world would be even more terrifying, becoming such a terrifying existence in the divine world? The might of the immortal slaying great emperor was world-shaking. Even though billions of years had passed, his aura still remained. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin in shock. What he said was really shocking. However, since he came from the same place, could it be that Jiang Qin and the immortal slaying great emperor were related? Not only Xuanhuan Kanglin and Lan Luo, even Shuiliang thought so. However, it was not the case. Jiang Qin and the immortal slaying great emperor both came from the 9 regions immortal world. However, the only thing that they had in common was the Sword of Solitude. This was also the reason why Jiang Qin had always been troubled. Only he could comprehend the Sword of Solitude. All along, Jiang Qin thought that the immortal slaying great emperor might be an expert from the 9 regions immortal world. However, he never thought that it was the immortal slaying great emperor. No wonder the immortal slaying sword could resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. Only a powerful divine weapon like the immortal slaying sword could resonate with the heavenly dragon sword. However, the immortal slaying sword was already broken at this moment. Then, do you know how to activate the 8 trigrams altar? Lan Luo looked at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin shook his head. He did not have any connection with the immortal slaying great emperor. This 8 trigrams altar was quite strange, even he did not know about it. In the middle of the 8 trigrams altar, the black altar would occasionally turn pitch black, and occasionally turn scarlet. The 8 trigrams altar, the immortal slaying great emperor wants to kill everyone. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. His expression changed. The 8 trigrams altar corresponded to the 5 elements of heaven and earth, while the universal 8 desolation formation corresponded to the heaven, earth, human, gods, ghosts and spirits. The universal 8 desolation formation was a gathering formation, while the 8 trigrams altar was a sealing formation. From the beginning to the end, the universal 8 desolation formation was not broken. At this moment, Jiang Qin finally felt the endless killing intent in the last layer of the tomb. What? How is this possible? Shuiliang's face was full of shock, and his body trembled. Everyone looked at the person who was holding the sword. At this moment, the immortal slaying sword was blooming with blood light. The finger of the person in the 8 trigram sacrificial altar actually moved slightly at this moment. However, no one noticed that the back of the person, who was as tall and majestic as a mountain, was holding the broken sword in his hand like an eternal lion. The blood light continued to rise like mist, but Jiang Qin's prediction came true. They felt that the surrounding space seemed to be shrinking rapidly, and the sense of danger was born. Jiang Qin also felt suffocated in the space of despair. This is not the tomb of the great emperor, this is obviously a peerless killing formation. Chapter 30-32. The universal 8 directions formation and the 8 trigrams altar formed a terrifying life and death formation. 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3 and 3 begets all things. The 8 trigrams altar was formless, while the 6 directions formation was tangible. The 8 trigrams altar was the core of the formation. This formation has formed its own space and has completely sealed us in the universal 8 directions formation. The immortal execution great emperor is really ruthless. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly, but the terrifying power was already closing in on them. The invisible pressure was terrifying. Even Jiang Qin, who was well versed in the formation Tao, could not continue. If the 8 trigrams altar was a formation, then it was a formation. If it was an altar, then it was an altar. It was not easy to break it. Moreover, the universal 8 directions formation was not something that he could break. Jiang Qin knew about the formation, but it was as easy as ascending to the heavens for him to break it. On the 8 trigrams altar, streams of blood flowed out from the altar and spread in all directions. The blood flow was extremely strange, flowing out from each of the 8 altars. It was like 8 soul-locking bloodlines causing one's breath to stop. Does the immortal execution great emperor want to trap and kill us all here? I thought that this would be a journey of fortune, but I didn't expect that I would be trapped in it. Fate really makes a fool out of us. Ah. Lan Luo smiled bitterly and shook her head. Facing this hopeless situation, her face was filled with despair, because their soul power seemed to have been sealed and suppressed. Moreover, the divine origin power in their bodies was disappearing bit by bit. The blood flowing out from the altars made them feel that death was approaching. My soul power seems to be restricted. Qianrenji's face became extremely ugly. Her soul was restricted, which meant that her throat was being strangled. Everyone looked at each other except for Jiang Qin. The soul of an emperor realm expert was not that easy to be restricted. Although this was a peerless killing formation left by the immortal execution great emperor, it was not without loopholes. At least, the soul of an emperor realm expert could not be restricted at all. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to escape this universal 8 desolation formation now, Shuiliang said. None of them dared to act rashly, but the blood flowing out of the altar had already gathered towards them. "Let me see if I can break the formation," Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. Right now, the only way was to break the universal 8 desolation array. However, breaking the array was not an easy task. The 8 trigrams altar was there, intertwined with the universal octaterra formation. It was very likely that it would activate the altar. Jiang Qin had an ominous premonition. If the universal octaterra formation was destroyed, or if the altar was activated, then the figure sitting on the stone platform, which was the immortal Slayer Emperor, would very likely stand up and start a massacre. Although that person had been dead for tens of thousands of years, the means of a great emperor couldn't be measured with common sense. At this moment, Xuanhuan Kanglin was the only one who remained silent and looked at Jiang Qin silently. He was like a cunning eagle that was vigilant against his surroundings at all times. Jiang Qin held a corner of the no-beginning formation and began to search for ways to break the universal 8 desolation formation. Although his spiritual energy wasn't weakened or restricted, the consumption of his spiritual energy was extremely exaggerated. His spiritual energy was devouring the universal 8 desolation formation continuously, but he still couldn't find anything. Although the universal 8 desolation formation wasn't the best formation, it wasn't far from it. Most importantly, the person who set up the formation would determine the strength of the formation. A heavenly god realm formation master might not be able to break through the formation that was set up by a great emperor. This was the reason why the formation was set up casually by a great emperor. Since we can't break the formation, let's end it here. At this moment, Xuanhuan Kanglin pointed his sword at Jiang Qin. No one would have thought that this fellow was not afraid of death. In his eyes, only a battle could satisfy him. He's a madman. Bing Yun and Shen Renji looked at Xuanhuan Kanglin in disbelief. Their lives were in danger now, but this fella's eyes were still filled with killing intent. Jiang Qin had already expected Xuanhuan Kanglin's battle intent. He was not surprised that Xuanhuan Kanglin wanted to fight him. After losing to him twice, Xuanhuan Kanglin's obsession was more important than anything else. Just like Shuai Liang, even though he was close to Jiang Qin, he still had the obsession to defeat Jiang Qin. An expert did not need a reason. Only by defeating the experts and the obsession in their heart could they reach the peak. The surrounding blood was getting thicker and thicker. That kind of silent fear was suffocating. Because no one knew what was going to happen in the next second. In the universal 8 desolation array they kept retreating, trying to escape, but it was futile. The universal 8 directions 8 desolation formation and the 8 trigrams altar could change at any time. Their soul strength was restricted, and their divine origin energy was constantly being compressed. The fear of losing their strength was truly despairing. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. I hope that you won't run away like a drowning dog. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You were just lucky earlier. Now you won't have that chance again. Xuanhuan Kanglin's eyes turned solemn. A terrifying aura was released from his body. His strength was not restricted at all. To think that you're not restricted at all. Jiang Qin looked at Xuanhuan Kanglin in surprise. Aren't you the same? You don't have much time left. Xuanhuan Kanglin roared like a mad beast. His roar was deafening. Jiang Qin dared not to be careless because his opponent was Xuanhuan Kanglin, the one who was defeated by him twice. Undeniably, Xuanhuan Kanglin's talent was on par with Jiang Qin. Xuanhuan Kanglin's strength and talent were all based on his own strength. To be able to be discovered by the Xuanhuan clan of the Central Region Divine Land in the Linhe boundaries border, it was already the best recognition for his strength and talent. Jiang Qin had to be on guard. Under the dragon transformation, Jiang Qin's strength was facing Xuanhuan Kanglin directly. His middle hierarch realm cultivation realm was not to be underestimated. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Each of their attacks was lethal. The thrill of flesh and blood colliding with each other made the spectators feel satisfied. Jiang Qin and Xuanhuan Kanglin fought barehanded. That kind of feeling of brushing past death made the spectators' blood boil. Xuanhuan Kanglin's attacks were extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin's dragon human body was much stronger than Xuanhuan Kanglin's. Xuanhuan Kanglin looked at Jiang Qin furiously. His grudge with Jiang Qin had reached a point where only one of them could survive. Hence he only had one goal: to kill Jiang Qin. Both of them were not afraid of death. They would fight till the end. Whoever took a step back would be crushed by the other. Jiang Qin was not afraid even if he was facing Xuanhuan Kanglin. However, Jiang Qin had to admit that Xuanhuan Kanglin was too strong. Although the difference in cultivation realm was not the deciding factor, it still gave Jiang Qin a headache. Xuanhuan Kanglin was also determined to fight to the death. Chapter 30-33. The two of them fought for a long time. Their punches and kicks could shatter the heavens and earth. "Let me help you," Shuiliang said in a deep voice. As soon as he took action, he was forced back by Xuanhuan Kanglin. Shuiliang's soul power and divine origin energy were suppressed. At this moment he was no longer a match for Xuanhuan Kanglin in terms of strength. Shuiliang felt a little depressed, but he could not change the fact. "Our strength is being suppressed. You don't have to blame yourself, Brother Bai." Bing Yun comforted Shuiliang. Shuiliang could only smile bitterly. He initially wanted to help Jiang Qin. Although his situation was not that bad, Xuanhuan Kanglin's attacks were too overbearing. Jiang Qin had fallen into a disadvantageous position to some extent. Since he did not have any effective counterattack, he could not change the fact that he was being suppressed even when he was charging towards Xuanhuan Kanglin. Two sick fellas. Lan Luo was shocked to see how Xuanhuan Kanglin and Jiang Qin were able to fight to their heart's content. With their strength, the result would not be good no matter which one of them he fought. Moreover, Jiang Qin and Xuanhuan Kanglin were still fine when the four of them had their soul and cultivation realms suppressed. This was the scariest part of it all. 3000 Flame Heavenly Seal. Jiang Qin merged the 5 elemental divine fire and the 3000 Flame Heavenly Seal. The terrifying flame engulfed Xuanhuan Kanglin, shattering mountain and splitting earth. Xuanhuan Kanglin was extremely ferocious. He threw a punch and intertwined with Jiang Qin's seal. Both of them could not gain the upper hand. 5 Elemental Divine Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin unleashed one move after another. His terrifying technique forced Xuanhuan Kanglin to retreat again. However, it was difficult for him to defeat Xuanhuan Kanglin. Fallen Petals Profusion, Sword/10 Directions. Xuanhuan Kanglin finally could not hold it anymore. He raised his sword and attacked Jiang Qin again. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword in hand, why would Jiang Qin be afraid of Xuanhuan Kanglin? Seeing the Heavenly Dragon Sword in Jiang Qin's hand, Xuanhuan Kanglin coveted it even more. Sooner or later he would take the Heavenly Dragon Sword from Jiang Qin. The Xuanhuan clan was also famous for their swordsmanship, and the Xuanhuan art was one of the strongest techniques in the world. Jiang Qin did not dare to underestimate him. He raised his sword and the Sword of Solitude slashed at the heavens again. Xuanhuan 9 slashes. Xuanhuan Songlong's attack was filled with killing intent as he slashed the heavens with his sword. Unfortunately, his sword was incomparable to Jiang Qin's Heavenly Dragon Sword. Jiang Qin's sword, coupled with the Sword of Solitude sword intent, was on par with Xuanhuan Kanglin. "There's more and more blood." Lan Luo knitted his eyebrows tightly, a hint of worry could be seen in his charming eyes. However, no one could change the current situation. The four of them had actually been suppressed to the Divine King realm. To them this was a fatal blow. "Looks like we can't break the immortal execution Great Emperor's peerless killing formation. Are we going to be killed here?" Shuiliang was extremely unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Jiang Qin could not do anything else. It was almost impossible for them to change the situation. "Even if I die, I want to die beside you." Bing Yun hugged Shuiliang tightly and looked at him tenderly. Qian Renji could not help but sigh. Where was the person that she once loved? "Ziqingtian, you bastard. Why don't you have the courage to stand together with me?" Xuanhuan Kanglin pressed forward. His Xuanhuan sword technique had reached perfection. His aura was much more terrifying than before. Even the dead Xuanhuan Qi could not be compared to him. Because Xuanhuan Kanglin was not just a human anymore. He had inherited the will of the Tao Tai. The heaven-devouring Tao Tai was one of the 9 sons of the dragon. It was a fearsome beast in the ancient times. The reason why Xuanhuan Kanglin could reach this stage was because he had merged with the Tao Tai. Moreover, Xuanhuan Kanglin's physique was not any weaker than Jiang Qin. "I'll let you have a taste of my heavy sword technique. Jiang Qin, you will die in my hands one day." Xuanhuan Kanglin held the long sword in his hand and shouted. His sword rose into the sky and his aura was extremely heavy. Every strike of his sword had the power to suppress the void. The heavy sword technique was based on the word, heavy. The invisible heavy sword carried a terrifying inertia. It was even stronger than Mount Tai. The heavy sword technique made Xuanhuan Kanglin invincible. Coupled with the Xuanhuan sword technique, Xuanhuan Kanglin was like a fish in water. Jiang Qin did not hesitate at all. He quickly retaliated with the limitless sword. It was not easy for the heavy sword technique to suppress Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin pulled out his sword one after another. 7 sword technique, 8 sword technique, 9 sword technique. However, they were all blocked by Xuanhuan Kanglin. Jiang Qin's heavy sword technique pressed towards Xuanhuan Kanglin again. Jiang Qin's eyes were filled with the unstoppable sword shadow. Jiang Chen was going to be defeated in the end. Puff! Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Chen was unable to avoid the attack. The heavy sword technique came crashing down on him. He had no strength to defend himself and could only receive the attack. However, Jiang Chen did not want to show any weakness. He would not let Xuanhuan Kanglin have a good time. Soul Separation Soul. Jiang Chen seized the chance to unleash the Soul Separation Soul. At this moment, Xuanhuan Kanglin was hit by the attack. However, he did not suffer any serious injuries or even death. He managed to react in the shortest time possible and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Xuanhuan Kanglin's expression changed drastically. He stared at Jiang Chen. He had underestimated Jiang Chen. Because Xuanhuan Kanglin possessed an Emperor Realm soul. How could a Divine King Realm expert do that? Jiang Chen was ready to unleash the second departed soul extermination. However, he held it back in the end. If he were to forcefully unleash it, Xuanhuan Kanglin would be on guard against it. He might suffer from the backlash of the Emperor Realm soul. Jiang Chen was also shocked. Xuanhuan Kanglin had also reached the Emperor Realm soul realm. This fella's dreadfulness was beyond his expectation. However, it made sense when he thought about it. Xuanhuan Kanglin was able to fuse with the Tao Tai and fuse their souls into one, reaching the Emperor Realm soul realm. However, even though Jiang Chen was shocked, Xuanhuan Kanglin was even more shocked. It was like a fairy tale. Both of their eyes were filled with fear. Instantly, none of them continued to fight. Right at this moment, 8 pitch-black devilish figures appeared on the 8 pitch-black sacrificial altars. Every single devilish figure held the death god's scythe, and they were ghastly, terrifying, and imposing like a tiger. These demon shadows have reached the peak hierarch realm. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Among those demon shadows, there were 2 green eyes staring at them. This 8 trigrams altar, is it finally going to unleash its power? Lan Luo said. The 8 trigrams altar corresponds to 8 people. It should be diluting the divine origin energy and soul of 8 people. These 8 demon shadows are actually the demon shadows in our hearts. However, there are only 6 of us. How can there be 8 demon shadows? Bingyun looked at the 8 altars in confusion. There should be the 3rd elder and the fire Qilin. However, Xuanhuan Kanglin still walked towards the sarcophagus. Ancient Sovereign's Aura. On the blood-colored stone coffin, there were 4 bold and powerful words. Each word carried an incomparably majestic aura, and each word seemed to prove the vicissitudes of thousands of years. Open. Xuanhuan Kanglin moved his palm and the sarcophagus flew away. Inside the sarcophagus, there was a person lying on the ground. On the person's body was a set of incomparably precious armor. Feather. Immortal Execution War Armor? Xuanhuan Kanglin was surprised. He had investigated the Immortal Execution Great Emperor before he came here. Although he could not find anything from the outside, it was still recorded in the ancient records of the Xuanhuan clan. Crimson Battle Armor, able to defend against thousands of soldiers and horses. Violet Cloud Feather, able to evade the peerless heavenly lightning. It's a treasure that even great sovereigns fear. Xuanhuan Kanglin held the Immortal Execution War Armor tightly in his hand. Xuanhuan Kanglin was extremely curious about the person lying in the sarcophagus. I would like to see the true face of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. Xuanhuan Kanglin reached out his hand, but he was forced back by a sharp light. It was a cold-faced man holding a 9-foot green cherry spear. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. His aura was even more terrifying than Xuanhuan Kanglin, especially those fearless eyes, giving off an unparalleled battle intent. He wore a spotless white robe. His face was cold and handsome, even more so than a woman. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his mouth was filled with arrogance and disdain. Put down the thing in your hand. The man holding the green cherry spear said faintly, as if the thing in Xuanhuan Kanglin's hand already belonged to him. Such arrogance. You want to reap the benefits of the third party? You're not qualified to make me, Xuanhuan Kanglin, surrender without a fight. You're too full of yourself. Xuanhuan Kanglin said coldly. He wanted to snatch the Immortal Execution War Armor effortlessly. But he did not expect this fella to know about the existence of the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. Then only death awaits you. The man holding the green cherry spear Lung said. The 9-foot spear radiance and the green cherry flashed. Xuanhuan Kanglin felt the pressure. This fella was not an ordinary person. Within the Universal 8 Directions formation, Jiang Chen and the others were forced into a desperate situation. The 4 of them were like arrows at the end of their flight. Jiang Chen was also being pressured by the demonic figures. The situation was extremely dangerous. Jiang Chen helplessly tried to bring them into the Zulong Tower. Unfortunately, the universal 8 directions formation was the same as the space within the general's execution stage. The universal 8 directions formation was a shrunken space. Jiang Chen's Zulong Tower was completely ineffective here. Even he could not enter the Zulong Tower. Soul-seizing divine art, soul extermination. Jiang Chen unleashed his final technique. The dreadfulness of a sovereign realm's soul was not to be underestimated. In an instant, the 7 devil shadows were all slashed by Jiang Chen and turned into nothingness. The 4 of them fell down on their butts, losing the dignity of an expert. What happened just now was a matter of life and death. It was a matter of life and death. Jiang Chen slashed the 7 demonic figures, but he could not slash his own. At this moment he was extremely weak, even weaker than Shuiliang and the others. At the last moment, Jiang Chen slashed the 7 demonic figures and consumed a lot of his soul energy. Facing the last demonic figure, Jiang Chen and the others could not withstand it. Moreover, Jiang Chen could feel that the last demonic figure was his own demonic figure. As the Tao rises 1 foot, the devil rises 10. Although Jiang Chen's Emperor Realm soul was diluted, the 8 trigram sacrificial altar had created his own inner demon. I, Jiang Chen, have been unstoppable all my life. I have risen to the sky and walked on the sky. I have no inner demon. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning like torches and he kept roaring in his heart. He stared at the terrifying demonic figure that was approaching him step by step. I walk on the sky and walk on my own path. Where is the inner demon? Jiang Chen closed his eyes. At the moment when the sickle of death in the hand of the inner demon figure slashed down, he turned into a blade of quicksand and dissipated in the void. Walking on the sky? Ah. What I am looking for is someone like you. I did not expect that you are also from the 9 states immortal world. It seems that my inheritance will not be extinguished just like this. Jiang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the back of the figure in the 8 trigram sacrificial altar. However, the voice came from all directions and finally echoed in Jiang Chen's mind. Chapter 30-35. You don't have to look for me. I've already been annihilated. The person talking to you is just a remnant of my will. You're the only one who can hear me. The source of the voice came from the back of that figure. You're the ancient emperor of the 9 provinces? The great emperor immortal slayer? Jiang Chen asked in shock. He did not expect the voice to belong to the great emperor immortal slayer. It was simple, leisurely, and had a hint of dominance and arrogance. That's right. My immortal slayer sword is broken, but my inheritance is still there. I didn't waste my efforts to find someone like you to inherit my legacy. The immortal slayer martial emperor said with a hint of relief. So, the 8 trigrams altar and the 6 directions 8 wastelands formation are not supreme killing formations, but tools for you to find your successor? Jiang Chen finally understood the reason behind it. In fact, the heart devil shadow was left behind by the immortal execution great sovereign in order to find his successor. It wasn't a true killing formation. Of course, it couldn't escape from the heart devil shadow. As such, to the immortal execution great sovereign who had killed countless people and cut down the heavens and earth, he deserved to die. That's right. If you can't get my inheritance, so what if you die? The great emperor immortal slayer's cold voice made Jiang Chen sigh. The great emperor immortal slayer was too cold. In his eyes, the weak had no right to speak except for life and death. Yu Zongheng had never met a match in his life, but he was not as good as the 9 heavens. I thought that an era had passed and my inheritance was no longer karmic, but in the end I managed to wait for it. Haha, I believe that when the broken sword is reforged and the night returns, the disciple of the immortal Slayer King will bring my glory back to the divine world. What a pity, what a pity. Your strength is still too weak. A little brat who hasn't even reached the immortal emperor realm. I wonder if you will be able to inherit my legacy. However, this might be the only choice I have. The great emperor immortal slayer's sigh echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, although he was very strong, he was just a drop in the ocean in the eyes of a real expert. It would be easy for them to kill him. He had a long way to go on the path of cultivation. A 9th grade emperor heavenly king can create a divine being with a thought. I don't know how long it will take to reach the emperor realm, but since you have an emperor realm soul, you should not disappoint me. Once again Jiang Chen heard these words. A 9th grade sovereign king conferred the title of heavenly king. A single thought can create a god. But he didn't know the meaning of this sentence. The first time he heard it was from Zhuang Zhouzi the Nanhua immortal. He only knew that this sentence was closely related to cultivation. Senior immortal slayer, What is the meaning of a ninth grade emperor heavenly king can create a divine being with a thought? Jianghu asked. Aha, it's normal that you don't know. Even I don't dare to say that I can understand the meaning of this sentence. It's just that this is a supreme realm that even Emperor Realm experts can't reach. In your opinion, Emperor Realm experts are the strongest in this world, above the divine world, right? Are there more powerful existences above the Emperor Realm? Jianghu asked. The Emperor Realm is just another step for a cultivator. It can be said that only after reaching the Emperor Realm can one be considered a true cultivator. Before the immortal Emperor Realm, one could only be considered as a cultivator. And to reach the immortal Emperor Realm, one had to be born with Tao accumulation. Cultivating the Tao, cultivating one's own Tao, a Tao that no one had ever walked before. This was the foundation of the immortal Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm is divided into 9 grades, each of which represents a heaven. After the 9th grade Emperor Realm is the Heavenly King Realm. That Heavenly King Realm is the true dominator of the world. There are stronger existences above the Heavenly King Realm, namely the Rebirth Realm and the Divine Spirit Realm. At least, in my era, the Heavenly King Realm experts no longer exist. Even I haven't seen the real Rebirth Realm and the Divine Spirit Realm. The great Emperor Immortal Slayer's words made Jianghu yearn for it, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. What a 9th grade Emperor Heavenly King, creating a divine being with a thought. It turned out that the Emperor Realm was just the beginning of a cultivator. The real peerless experts were born from Tao. Remember, without Tao you can't become an Emperor Realm expert. No matter how strong you are, if you can't condense your own Tao, then the Emperor Realm expert is just empty talk. Only by condensing your own Tao can you be called a first-grade Emperor Realm expert. Although it's a little early to tell you this now, you have to understand that even I haven't reached the Heavenly King Realm. As for the even more ancient existences, I don't know. This divine will was left behind by me 100 million years ago. Although I don't know about it, thousands of years ago during the primordial era, those heavenly kings, rebirth realm, and gods were the true rulers of this world. However, those experts are long gone. This is also the reason why I chased after the heavens. Although I lost, I believe that you will be able to inherit my mantle. The great Emperor Immortal Slayer's words revealed great depression and emotion. The great feat that he had not accomplished could only be continued by his successor, carrying on the past and opening up a new path. Without Tao you can't become an Emperor Realm expert. Without Tao you can't become an Emperor Realm expert, Jianghu murmured, repeating the words of the great Emperor Immortal Slayer, which shocked him greatly. To become an Emperor Realm expert, one had to create their own Tao to become a first-grade Emperor Realm expert. By the way, Senior Immortal Slayer, do you know what the Bronze Throne is? Jianghu suddenly remembered the Bronze Throne he had obtained before. So far he had 4 Bronze Thrones. The Bronze Throne? I only know that it doesn't belong to this world. Don't touch it. At least, before you become an Emperor Realm expert, those things are not something you can know about. Jianghu could hear a trace of fear in the great Emperor Immortal Slayer's words. Obviously, the Bronze Throne was not something he could control. Now, I don't have much time left. An era is exactly 100 million years. After this era, even my divine thought will disappear. However, at this last moment, I managed to wait for you. It's my good fortune, ha. If the heavens don't destroy me, then I, the Immortal Slayer, will take advantage of the heavens. Come and accept my inheritance. My Tao is the Tao of killing. Exterminating all of eternity, only I am supreme. An extremely strong and overbearing aura was instilled into Jianghu's head, but in the next second, the aura collapsed in Jianghu's body and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 30-36. The embryonic form of a Tao. Great Sovereign Immortal Execution hadn't thought that Jianghu's body had already formed the embryonic form of Tao. This also meant that Jianghu had already opened up his own Tao, but it wasn't complete. Or perhaps he didn't even know about it. Before reaching the martial emperor realm, the Immortal Execution Emperor had never heard of anyone who could condense a Tao. It was a mysterious thing, but it was also a real existence. Everything originated from Tao and was formed from Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. This was the beginning of Tao, and it was also the key to achieving Tao. The Tao in Jianghu's body was not complete yet. It was only in its embryonic form, but it already had the aura of Tao. No matter what, the Immortal Execution Emperor would not pass his inheritance to Jianghu. Tao could not coexist. As long as one defined a Tao that belonged to him, it would be his lifelong pursuit and cultivation. For the rest of his life he would only be cultivating this Tao. The Tao in Jianghu's body carried an indomitable and domineering aura. It soared into the sky, soared into the sky, and soared into the sky. The domineering aura of Tao shocked the immortal Execution Emperor. How terrifying would it be to condense the embryonic form of a Tao in the Divine King realm? The immortal Execution Emperor condensed his own immortal execution Tao after becoming an emperor, but Jiang Chen was able to silently condense the embryonic form of a Tao at this moment. How could they not be shocked? Most importantly, Jiang Chen's inheritance might be completely broken now that he had formed the embryonic form of his own Tao. Jiang Chen's original Tao could not be destroyed. If it was destroyed, it would be equivalent to destroying Jiang Chen. Although the immortal Execution Emperor was bloodthirsty, he could not help but admire Jiang Chen's amazing talent. Moreover, they were both from the 9 provinces immortal world, so the immortal Execution Emperor would not kill Jiang Chen. Aha, I didn't expect you to have your own Tao. Kid, one day you might even surpass me. Who knows? Who knows? You might surpass me one day. Remember, you must never tell anyone that you've already condensed your own Tao. Otherwise, it'll definitely bring death upon you. Even those supreme figures of the primordial era might not be able to condense their own way at God King. The younger generation will surpass us in time. The immortal slayer great emperor looked at Jiang Chen with satisfaction. Although he couldn't continue his legacy, the immortal slayer great emperor was still very excited to see Jiang Chen's Tao. Jiang Chen's heaven-dominating Tao was definitely not weaker than his own. The embryonic form of the Tao? Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Even he didn't know that he had condensed the embryonic form of the Tao. Jiang Chen was very puzzled that the immortal slayer great emperor could see through his Tao at a glance. Does the Tao really exist in my heart? Jiang Chen didn't know. However, he didn't know if it was a good or bad thing that he couldn't obtain the immortal slayer great emperor's legacy. At least he didn't feel that much pressure anymore. The immortal slayer great emperor didn't pass the legacy to him, which showed that he was an extremely responsible person. If he forcefully destroyed Jiang Chen's Tao and forced his Tao onto Jiang Chen's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's right. When you reach the hierarch realm, you should be able to feel the existence of the Tao. It's the ultimate Tao for us cultivators. Different paths lead to the same destination. The true Tao is the same but also completely different. Since you've already cultivated the embryonic form of the Tao, I can only lament my inadequacy. There was a trace of loneliness in the immortal slayer great emperor's voice. He thought that he had found an inheritor, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. He had waited for 990,000 years, but in the end, it was still to no avail. This kind of pain was not something that anyone could understand. Damn it. Xueliang held the Skyfrost sword in his hand and knelt on one knee. His face was extremely pale. At that moment, his soul was attacked again. Shadow Stream reappeared and wanted to seize control of Xueliang's body. Xueliang's strength and soul were both extremely weak, so Shadow Stream's choice to attack at this time couldn't be any safer. He seized this opportunity to launch a strong attack. His purpose was to prevent Xueliang from reincarnating, and he wanted to control Xueliang's body forever. Once the fusion was completed, Xueliang would have no chance. Brother Bai, what's wrong with you? Bingyun asked anxiously. She grabbed Xueliang's hand but Xueliang shook her off. His eyes were bloodshot and he struggled desperately. A terrifying aura pervaded the air, and Xueliang's momentum also changed greatly. Xueliang constantly competed with Shadow Stream for control of his soul. After Shadow Stream had recuperated, he was more confident than Xueliang now. It's impossible for you to defeat me, lowly guy. It's your good fortune to be controlled by me. I will make you famous in the divine realm. Ah. Shadow Stream's voice echoed in Xueliang's mind again and again, but Xueliang never gave up. The only thing left in his belief was the sword. He was born for the sword. He held the Skyfrost sword tightly in his hand, and a terrifying sword essence arose spontaneously. It was born from the heart sword, and that sword essence became the last trump card for Xueliang to fight against Shadow Stream. His incomparably persistent sword essence grew endlessly in his heart, and it was also this sword essence that prevented Shadow Stream from erasing Xueliang's soul. Persistent, born from the heart, unstoppable sword essence, immortal and indestructible. Because of this, Xueliang persisted in the sword essence of the Skyfrost sword, allowing him to fight against Shadow Stream as an equal. He struggled painfully and this was his last chance of survival. If he was defeated, Xueliang was very clear that he would no longer exist in this world, and Shadow Stream would definitely devour him completely. Previously he had Jiang Chen's help, but at this moment he had nothing but himself. Oh no, it's Shadow Stream again. Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head and looked at Xueliang, who was kneeling on one knee with a pained expression. Sigh, thousands of years have passed and he still doesn't repent. 108 Emperor Realm souls can't suppress him. What a vile creature. The sigh of great Emperor Immortal Execution echoed in Jiang Chen's ears, and it seemed that he was exasperated that Xueliang didn't live up to his expectations. Senior Immortal Execution, can you save my friend? Jiang Chen asked in a deep voice. Of course, he couldn't tell Great Emperor Immortal Execution that he had already absorbed the 108 Emperor Realm souls into the Great Yu soul forming light. Not bad, not bad. Great Emperor Immortal Execution did not reply to Jiang Chen, but looked at Xueliang, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he had seen a gem. Maybe this is God's will. I, the Immortal Slayer Emperor, dominated the ancient times and killed countless people. My sword was unstoppable and my heart was invincible. Therefore my sword heart was as stable as a mountain and no one could shake it. The true sword will is born from the heart. You already have the sword will and sword heart. This is the most precious thing. From now on, you are the inheritor of the Immortal Slayer Emperor. Don't let me down. I will impart all my inheritance to you. I hope that you can recreate my glory in the Nine Heavens divine realm. The Immortal Slayer Emperor said earnestly. At that moment the figure slowly turned around. A figure with sharp eyebrows and sharp eyes was sitting cross-legged, holding a dagger in his hand. The ancient and leisurely aura was suffocating. Chapter 30-38. Truly worthy of being an ancient great emperor. Jiang Chen praised sincerely. The immortal slaying sword is broken. My inheritance is in this half of the immortal slaying sword. I will guide you to the Tao of the great emperor. The half of the immortal slaying sword that was in the hands of the great emperor silently appeared in Xueliang's hand. The immortal slaying Tao is the Tao that you will cultivate in the future. However, the depth of the Tao is not something that you can comprehend now. When you break through to the emperor realm in the future, you will be able to comprehend the true power of the immortal slaying Tao. Slaying all the ancient times, I am the only immortal. This is the immortal slaying Tao. The immortal slaying great emperor's solemn voice made Xueliang even more solemn. The inheritance of the great emperor was something that not even Jiang Chen could obtain. Xueliang's heart was in turmoil. It seemed that the day when he surpassed Jiang Chen and fought with Jiang Chen was not far away. Xueliang was not happy or sad. Not everyone would be chosen to inherit the great emperor's inheritance. If he was not qualified enough, the immortal slaying great emperor would not pass it to him even if the inheritance was broken. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the immortal slaying great emperor. Xueliang thought silently. His sword intent would definitely reach a higher level after obtaining the inheritance of the immortal slaying great emperor. Kid, you have cultivated my sword of solitude. Since we are from the same world, I will also give you a good fortune. Your Tao is only in its embryonic form. I will give you a trace of Tao essence to help you break through to the hierarch realm. Whether you can comprehend the true origin of the Tao will depend on your luck. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with gratitude as he nodded silently. A ray of white light was emitted from the immortal slaying great emperor's head. It was misty and it floated directly towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. A wisp of Tao essence flowed into his mind. Jiang Chen held his breath and focused his mind. At this moment he entered the state of cultivation. Jiang Chen calmed his state of mind, and his entire body entered a state of selflessness. This tranquility and transcendence caused Jiang Chen's body and heart to completely condense within his dantian. His Tao was the Tao of ascending the heavens. He was above the heavens, above all living things. Only by ascending to the heavens could he achieve the Tao of ascending the heavens. Jiang Chen emptied his mind and soul. His soul entered the Tao. Waves of Taoist connotation rose into the sky and rushed to the 9 levels of heaven. This is... Lan Luo and the others looked at Jiang Chen silently because an incomparably powerful aura suddenly appeared from his body. His aura was like a heavenly dragon soaring up into the sky, as if thousands of dragons were roaring in the sky. Even the expressions of Xuanhuan Kanglin and the man with the green cherry blossom spear slightly changed. What a terrifying aura. The overbearing Tao of ascending the heavens. This aura is a little too strong. Xuanhuan Kanglin and the man with the green cherry blossom spear never thought that there would be such a terrifying aura within the 8 trigrams altar. It soared into the sky, causing everyone to tremble in fear. This was an unparalleled domineering aura. This fella's Tao is actually so terrifying? Even the immortal slayer great emperor murmured. At this moment Xueliang had also entered the inheritance of the great emperor. The immortal slayer great emperor was even more shocked by Jiang Chen's Tao. His Tao was just a guide for Jiang Chen. It wouldn't take long for him to break through the Tao. Moreover, this Tao was truly terrifying. The Tao of ascending the heavens, reversing the universe, this was a Tao that no one had ever cultivated before. Just think about it, one did not even put the heavens in his eyes, ascending the heavens, how terrifying it was. This kind of fearless, overbearing Tao was extremely rare since ancient times. If he really attained the Tao, then where was the end of this Tao? The immortal slayer great emperor couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Jiang Chen's Tao was too terrifying. Jiang Chen had entered a mysterious state. There was nothing around him, but he felt like he was standing on a boundless sea, holding the heavenly dragon sword. Thunderstorms and storms were gathering, and a five-colored golden dragon appeared in the sky. The dragon's eyes flickered as it stared at Jiang Chen, as if it wanted to kill him. Jiang Chen was fearless. He looked up and stared at the five-colored golden dragon. In the next moment, the five-colored golden dragon rushed towards Jiang Chen like a hot knife through butter. Jiang Chen's heart froze because this five-colored golden dragon was too powerful. Jiang Chen did not know how terrifying it was. Divine Emperor Realm Expert? Emperor Realm Expert? Or was it the Emperor Realm Expert that the immortal slayer great emperor mentioned? Jiang Chen did not know, but the pressure coming from all directions made Jiang Chen's aura shrink. Even if I know I can't beat it, so what? My Tao is ascending the heavens, defying the heavens. I am the master of the 3,000 great Tao. My Tao is unstoppable. The Tao of ascending the heavens, who else but me? Such a voice sounded in Jiang Chen's heart. His Tao was to break through the shackles of the heavens. So what if it was the heavens? So what if it was the earth? He didn't care about it either. Great Tao is simple, I want to ascend the heavens. Jiang Chen raised his sword. Even in the face of the invincible five-colored golden dragon, Jiang Chen did not retreat half a step. Instead, he fought fearlessly. Jiang Chen's sword Qi soared to the clouds, shattering the mountains and rivers, roaring all living things. The sea surged. Wherever his sword pointed, he would ascend the heavens, invincible. At that moment, the five-colored golden dragon was destroyed by Jiang Chen. At the same time, 8 dragon shadows appeared in the sea and pounced towards Jiang Chen. They wanted to end Jiang Chen's life. I want to ascend the heavens, who can stop me? Even the heavens are no exception. Jiang Chen swept out with his sword, and the 8 dragon shadows were once again destroyed by him. Jiang Chen soared into the air, his sword cleaving through the dome of heaven, parting the layers of clouds and mist as he stepped onto the peak of the 9 heavens. The 9 dragon silhouettes continued to circle around Jiang Chen, eyeing him covetously and breathing out terrifying dragon breaths. At this moment, the dragon silhouettes were intertwined, but they were still unable to block Jiang Chen's domineering aura. That kind of domineering aura was simply not something that anyone could resist. Especially the path that Jiang Chen cultivated, the path of conquering the heavens. How arrogant and domineering was that? How domineering and domineering was that? Jiang Chen stepped on the 9 dragon silhouettes. The dragon silhouettes struggled, ferocious and terrifying. The dragon breaths were like a rain of swords, closing in on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was awe-inspiring and fearless. He had always worshipped beyond the 9 heavens. At this moment he felt that his own Tao seemed to have condensed into a qi that looked down on the 9 heavens, ignoring all living things in the heavens, ignoring the ages and ignoring all the Taos in this world. In Jiang Chen's dantian, a dense qi appeared spontaneously, bringing with it endless domineering aura. It constantly transformed into signs of time, like flowing clouds, like green cotton, like the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, surpassing the Taiji universe. This was a supreme Tao, a ravine in the heart, a single qi that could shake the heavens and earth. This is my Tao, the path of conquering the heavens. Chapter 30-39. Jiang Chen finally had a hint of enlightenment. He had to admit that the Tao connotation of the immortal execution great emperor had indeed helped Jiang Chen a lot. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to fully master the heaven-ascending Tao and comprehend the Tao connotation. Even if he had reached the hierarch realm, he might not be able to comprehend it so quickly. However, the Tao connotation of the immortal execution great emperor had directly helped Jiang Chen to connect his inner enlightenment and the embryonic form of the great Tao. Without him, Jiang Chen could still build his Tao, but it might take a long time for Jiang Chen to take some detours on the foundation of building his Tao. Roar, roar. Terrifying dragon roars could be heard incessantly. Jiang Chen looked disdainfully at the 9 dragon shadows, accompanied by bolts of lightning. At that moment, 9 bolts of heavenly lightning appeared above the 9 dragon shadows, as if to destroy Jiang Chen's Dao. Even the immortal execution great emperor himself did not expect that Jiang Chen would build his Dao so quickly, because he only wanted to help Jiang Chen stimulate his understanding of the Dao as soon as possible. Although the embryonic form of the great Dao already existed, it was unknown how long it would take for him to build his Dao completely. Even so, Jiang Chen was the most terrifying person that the immortal execution great emperor had seen since ancient times. His talent was absolutely heaven-defying. The dragon shadows were mottled and colorful, and the lightning surged. Its aura was like a tiger that could devour thousands of miles. Between the clouds and mist, the 9 dragon shadows brought along 9 bolts of heavenly lightning, almost completely covering Jiang Chen's path in all directions. The thunder was deafening. The 9 dragons had been entangled for a long time, and between the flashes of lightning, it could fall at any time. The 9 bolts of heavenly lightning were extremely terrifying, and the aura of destruction permeated the air. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely solemn, but he knew that he had to merge the Dao at this moment. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain. No one could stop him. The embryonic form of the great Dao must be completed quickly, or it would become a real regret, and he would never be able to build his Dao successfully again. "It's their aura," Immortal Slayer Great Emperor murmured. But at this moment, Jiang Chen couldn't hear it. He was completely immersed in his own Dao and didn't notice the outside world. "How many years has it been?" "It's them again." The immortal execution great emperor seemed a little excited. No one knew who the person he was talking about was, but the familiar aura made him excited. However, he was silent at this moment. Although he didn't know how difficult it was for Jiang Chen to reach the Great Dao Foundation establishment realm, his heaven-conquering Dao had already made them wary. The heaven-conquering Dao was a heaven-defying path. After all, what Jiang Chen had experienced was not an easy path. Let bygones be bygones. The path of the Great Dao begins with a single step. Dao establishing in the God King realm was something that not even Great Emperor Immortal Slayer had ever heard of. Furthermore, they had appeared, and he couldn't be more familiar with their auras. Jiang Chen stepped on the 9 dragon shadows and the heavenly lightning flashed. However, he had no way to retreat. He could only move forward with an indomitable will. Only in this way could he complete his Dao and build his Dao. "No one can stop me from building my Dao." Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. The 9 dragon shadows were filled with anger, and thunder rumbled towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held his sword and fought with it. A terrifying sword intent appeared in his hand. Even Jiang Chen didn't expect that his limitless sword would make such a huge leap at this moment. Jiang Chen's sword was even trembling and buzzing. The excitement of the heavenly dragon sword was something that Jiang Chen had never felt before. The realm of the sword finger made him feel infinite changes. The limitless sword was formed by the sword Sangfang Bai used by Jiang Chen and returned to the Great Dao. Jiang Chen had finally found the direction of the Great Dao in the sword. The unparalleled sword intent was sublimated and transformed again and again. The 7th sword, the 8th sword, the 9th sword. The long-lost carefree and unparalleled sword intent rippled in Jiang Chen's heart. The intertwining of the Dao and the sword, the collision of the heart and intent, made Jiang Chen and the Great Dao smoother and smoother like a fish in water. 10th sword. 11th sword. 12th sword. 13th sword. One sword was better than the one before, and each sword was more terrifying than the one before. The Great Dao was simple, and Jiang Chen's limitless sword had a huge sublimation. The sword realm was almost unstoppable. The silent sword realm had also brought the heavenly dragon sword to an unbelievable realm. It merged with the limitless sword, and wherever it went, heaven and earth would mourn. When he released the 13th sword, the 9 dragon shadows were all destroyed, and the thunder above the void also turned into a little starlight. Jiang Chen walked with his sword, and the momentum of the sword realm was sublimated by the Dao. His great Dao became more and more solid at this moment. Jiang Chen raised his eyes and looked at the direction of the Dao that he was pursuing. He still couldn't see the end, but his Dao already had the embryonic form and it was not the embryo of the Dao. "No matter who it is, no one can stop me from soaring to 90,000 miles. My Dao, even if there are thousands of thorns, I will walk step by step. Where the Dao leads, I, Jiang Chen, must go to the heavens." Jiang Chen's domineering aura was overflowing, and his eyes were like torches. The 9 dragon shadows collapsed, and the sky also showed a clearer color. Above his head, a faint shadow appeared between his eyes. It seemed to be the appearance of his Dao, but it was unfathomable. Jiang Chen's aura also rose rapidly at this moment. The dragon marks in his body also skyrocketed in an instant and directly jumped to 5 million dragon marks. From the peak divine king realm, he directly broke through to the ultimate god realm. The great Tao was completed, and Jiang Chen's strength also had a qualitative change. As an ultimate god expert, Jiang Chen was now a real peerless ultimate god. There were 4 dragon balls on the Zulong Tower, including the one given to him by Bing Yun. Jiang Chen embedded the dragon ball on the Zulong Tower, and the dragon marks in his body changed again. However, it did not make Jiang Chen's physical strength much stronger. Jiang Chen did not kill her, but saved her life at the critical moment. Lan Luo was grateful. I hope so. However, it's a problem for us to get out of the universal 8-direction formation now. I hope they can leave here when they wake up, Lan Luo said in a low voice. Lan Luo said in a low voice. No matter what, she still felt extremely uncomfortable being trapped inside. That feeling of being restrained made her feel extremely stifled. On the contrary, Bing Yun looked at Shuai Liang with anticipation. Even she did not expect that the person she had chosen would be able to inherit the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor. This was too shocking. Bing Yun was brought up by the immortal execution great emperor. She listened to the Tao essence of the immortal execution great emperor and was able to cultivate successfully. No matter how cold and bloodthirsty the immortal execution great emperor was, to her, the immortal execution great emperor was the closest person to her. You've already obtained most of my inheritance. You'll have to slowly comprehend the rest. I've already planted the seed of great Tao in your dantian. One day when you reach the emperor realm, you'll be able to open up the immortal execution great Tao. I hope you won't let me down. One day you'll be able to bring the immortal execution great Tao to the northern cold divine region, the central region divine land, and even the entire divine world. The voice of the immortal execution great emperor sounded in Shuai Liang's ears. At this moment, Shuai Liang opened his eyes and looked at the back of the figure that had never turned around. The broken immortal execution sword in his hand made him ponder. I'll remember it. I won't let you down. Shuai Liang said in a deep voice. When the broken sword is reforged, the night will return. If one day you can reforge the immortal execution sword, perhaps you'll surpass me. Don't worry, Master. One day, I'll let the light of the immortal execution sword shine on every inch of the divine world. Shuai Liang's eyes were filled with confidence. Although he had not completely comprehended the Tao of the great emperor like Jiang Chen, his strength had a qualitative leap. Moreover, how could the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor be so simple? Even if Jiang Chen did not know, he knew that Shuai Liang must have carried all the hopes of the immortal execution great emperor. Alright, you've already understood my will. At the end of the great Tao, there's always the other shore. The immortal execution king is finally coming to an end. The bitter voice of the immortal execution great emperor made Shuai Liang sigh in his heart. However, the end of an expert was destined to be inevitable. Billions of years ago, in that turbulent era, the immortal execution great emperor was able to look down on the heroes and rule over the northern Liang. This was enough to show his strength. However, no matter how strong an expert was, there would be a day when the hero would be in his twilight years. There would always be someone stronger than him. The era of the immortal execution great emperor had passed, but he would never let him be buried in the long river of history. Shuai Liang will not let down the name of the great emperor. From now on, Shuai Liang's Taoist name is Immortal Execution, and I'll pass on the Tao to your master. Good. You're worth teaching. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Aha, my divine will can't hold on for much longer. I'll pass this to Jiang Chen. This is the Sword of Solitude. It's the biggest regret of my life and also the sword technique that I'm most proud of. Only Jiang Chen can read my sword essence. Take good care of that little girl. She's listened to my Tao for 10,000 years and will definitely be of help to you in the future. Alright. Chapter 30-41. Shuai Liang took the Sword of Solitude, and in the next second, the aura of the Immortal Slayer Emperor's spiritual sense disappeared in the void. Shuai Liang knew that the Immortal Slayer Emperor had left with the wind. The moment he lowered his head, the seated figure instantly turned into quicksand and disappeared into the 8 trigrams altar. The surrounding universal 8-directional desolation formation also slowly withdrew at this moment, returning to nothingness once again. He's gone. The immortal execution great emperor has left. Bing Yun murmured with a trace of tears at the corner of her eyes. The immortal execution great emperor was like her father and mother who gave her life. Although they had never talked before, in Bing Yun's heart, the immortal execution great emperor was a huge gift. Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. When Shui Liang and Jiang Chen looked at each other, their eyes were filled with unparalleled battle intent. However, they smiled at each other. Even if they wanted to fight, they would have to wait until they left this place. However, they could feel that each other's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. If it wasn't for the inheritance of the immortal execution great emperor, Shui Liang would never dare to challenge Jiang Chen again. You're awake, Jiang Chen? This is the sword of solitude that the immortal execution great emperor left for you. Shui Liang said. The immortal execution great emperor has left. Jiang Chen said and nodded silently. The great sovereign of a generation vanished into thin air, falling into the mortal world. That lonely but domineering figure had also turned into sand in the wind. Jiang Chen held the sword of solitude in his hand. Only he could understand the loneliness that the immortal execution great emperor once felt. The sword of solitude was not left for the enemy but for himself. The sword intent was inevitably lonely. At this moment, the 8 trigrams altar was broken and the universal 8 directions formation had disappeared. They finally regained their freedom. Go and find Xuanhuan Kanglin. Shui Liang's eyes turned cold as he said. Jiang Chen and the others quickly went deeper and saw Xuanhuan Kanglin's silhouette. A silhouette holding a green cherry spear also attracted their attention. You guys are still alive. You're really lucky. Xuanhuan Kanglin sneered as he forced the green cherry spear man back. The expression of the man holding the green cherry spear suddenly changed when he turned his head. It was the same for Jiang Chen. The moment their gazes met, it was as if they had traveled through the ages. However, it wasn't a rare feeling of friendship. Instead, it was an unending rage and killing intent. It's you? I didn't expect you to appear here. Lung Lung said as he stared straight at Jiang Chen. His gaze was locked onto Jiang Chen with killing intent. I didn't expect that to only be a clone of yours. Looks like you're very capable to be able to leave behind such a powerful technique in the immortal realm. Jiang Chen said faintly. He was shocked when he saw the green cherry spear man for the first time. He didn't expect to meet this guy in the divine world. It seemed like the enmity between them would be intertwined once again. This guy was Jun Tianqiu, who was killed by Jiang Chen in Saint Origin World. That was only a part of my body. However, you've destroyed a part of my body. Today I'll take it back with interest. If it wasn't for you, I would have stepped into the Emperor realm a long time ago. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Chen stared at each other. None of them had thought that there was enmity between them. However, Jun Tianqiu's strength was much stronger than Xuanhuan Kanglin. Xuanhuan Kanglin had suffered many setbacks in Jun Tianqiu's hands. Then you're really unlucky to meet me. Jiang Chen said. You're lucky too. The divine world is vast and boundless. Isn't it heaven's will for us to meet each other here? Ah. This means that the heaven wants me to kill you to vent my hatred. Jun Tianqiu's murderous intent had already spread out. He was even more furious than when he faced Xuanhuan Kanglin. That was his eternal shame. His 9 revolutions golden body had lost one of its reincarnations. That was why his strength had stopped at the peak hierarch realm. Otherwise, he would have broken through to the divine emperor realm or even higher. He would never forget this guy even if he died. That depends on whether you have the ability or not. I can kill you once. I think I can do it again. Jiang Chen said confidently. Ah, this is the biggest joke in the world. You think you can fight me with your strength? Pathetic and ridiculous. Today I'll send you to the Avicii hell. It's not your fault that you're ignorant. It's your stupidity to treat ignorance as confidence. Jun Tianqiu said coldly. Jiang Chen was only an early hierarch realm expert. Killing him was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Don't forget how you died in the past. Jiang Chen crossed his arms and said indifferently. Jun Tianqiu was so angry that his face turned pale. This guy was too arrogant. Your good days have come to an end. Jun Tianqiu took a step forward, causing the void to tremble. The terrifying aura he exuded was incomparable to spiritual master Qi Yin and Xuanhuan Qi. Although they were in the same realm, Jun Tianqiu's current strength was much stronger than the two of them. No wonder Xuanhuan Kanglin was defeated by him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Why don't we join hands? Xuanhuan Kanglin took the opportunity to look at Jun Tianqiu and said with a smile. All right. Although Jun Tianqiu was incomparably arrogant and disdained to team up with others, it would be a good thing if he could get a free helper. It wouldn't be too late to kill him after killing Jiang Chen. It seems like they're not convinced, Jiang Chen. Shui Liang looked at Jiang Chen and said. Then let's fight. Life and death are decided by a single thought. Only the living have the right to speak. Jiang Chen smiled and said. Your aura? You've broken through to the hierarch realm. No wonder you're so arrogant. You've broken through too? Xuanhuan Kanglin looked at Shuai Liang. His strength was stronger than him, reaching the late hierarch realm. This made Xuanhuan Kanglin extremely serious, especially when Shuai Liang could make such a huge leap in such a short period of time. Xuanhuan Kanglin had to be cautious. He had prepared a method to deal with Jiang Chen, but now it seemed like he could not hide it anymore. Leave Xuanhuan Kanglin to me. You take care of that guy, Shuai Liang said. He had wanted to fight Xuanhuan Kanglin for a long time. Now that his strength had made a qualitative leap and he had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor, his strength was even stronger than Xuanhuan Kanglin. If he still could not defeat this guy, he would be too ashamed to say that he was the successor of Immortal Execution Great Emperor. All right. Jiang Chen nodded and looked at Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen was confident that he could defeat his old friend a second time if he could defeat him once in a battle for revenge. Chapter 3042. Arrogant brat, a barbarian from the immortal world dares to fight against me, Jun Tianqiu? I was just a reincarnated body back then. Now I'm not someone you can resist. In this world, those who go against me will not have a good ending. Only by killing you can I get rid of my heart's devil and broaden my vision on the great Tao. Today I will get rid of my heart's devil. Jun Tianqiu looked at Jiang Chen silently, his eyes full of determination. In the past, due to all kinds of coincidences, he had fallen into Jiang Chen's deadly trap and died with regret. His reincarnation was almost invincible, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Back in the immortal world, Jun Tianqiu was indeed in the limelight, but the current divine world wasn't a place where he could dominate. Noisy guy, if I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Jiang Chen shouted and took the initiative to attack. His hierarch strength had boosted his confidence. Even when facing a peak late hierarch expert like Jun Tianqiu, Jiang Chen was not afraid. Terrifying attacks were launched one after another, many times stronger than before. Although there might not be a qualitative change, the Tao essence contained in the attacks made Jiang Chen deeply feel how terrifying it was. Good, today is the day you die. Jun Tianqiu was not shocked but happy. His face was ferocious, holding the green cherry spear in his hand. He did not expect to meet Jiang Chen in this trip to the tomb of the great sovereign. This was the reason why he could not break through to the divine emperor realm. There was a lingering devil in his heart and it was Jiang Chen. He had reincarnated 9 times, but only Jiang Chen killed one of his reincarnations. One could imagine the despair and anger he felt. But today Jun Tianqiu could take his revenge. Compared to him, Jun Tianqiu's strength was like heaven and earth. Jun Tianqiu's spear momentum was like a dragon, dancing in the air and shaking the universe. Jiang Chen didn't use any fancy moves. He punched out one punch after another, surging towards Jun Tianqiu with supreme divine might. The battle between the two was astonishing. Every time his explosive fists were thrown out, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth would be stirred up. Although Jiang Chen couldn't display his Tao at this moment, the great Tao of heaven and earth contained within his punches had steadily improved his strength. Experts at the same level as him were no match for him. Even a peak hierarch like Jun Tianqiu wouldn't be afraid of death as he continued to charge forward. Kid, I didn't expect your strength to be so terrifying. Jun Tianqiu did not care at first, but after fighting with Jiang Chen, he realized how terrifying Jiang Chen was. Jiang Chen fought the heavenly dome realm alone with his bare fists. Although Jun Tianqiu's strength was still far from a half-step divine emperor, almost no one below the peak ultimate god realm could match him. Only those who had fought with him knew that Jiang Chen's strength was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The difference in strength was not something ordinary people could compare with. Some people even said that his strength was infinitely close to a half-step divine emperor. However, only Jun Tianqiu himself knew that there was still a gap between his strength and a half-step divine emperor. Jiang Chen's strength is too terrifying. Lan Luo was slightly shocked. An early-stage ultimate god had such a supreme divine power. It was almost impossible to defeat him even if Lan Luo used all her skills. Even a peak ultimate god could not break through such peerless power. Lan Luo knew this guy. He was the 8th generation ultimate god of the Jun family. What surprised her even more was that this 8th generation ultimate god who had inherited the ancient will was supposed to be a divine emperor of 9 generations. However, he was killed by someone and it was Jiang Chen who killed him. This was too shocking. The Jun family of the Central Plains Divine Land had an 8th generation ultimate god. They originally wanted Jun Tianqiu to become a 9th generation ultimate god emperor, but they were still one step behind. Jun Tianqiu's body was cut off, which became one of the biggest regrets of the Jun family. However, in the Central Plains Divine Land, the Jun family's 8th generation ultimate god was quite powerful. Lan Luo had to admit that he was no match for him. On the other side, the battle between Xueliang and Xuanhuan Kanglan was also thrilling. Xueliang's strength had been further improved and he had also obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. He seemed to have the upper hand against Xuanhuan Kanglan and was no longer the Xueliang of the past. Xuanhuan Kanglan was getting more and more shocked as the battle went on. That guy's strength had completely crushed him. Moreover, why did he suddenly become so terrifying? Until now, he still did not know that Xueliang had inherited the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. Xuanhuan Kanglan kept retreating and was extremely passive. The current Xueliang had fully displayed the power of his Skyfrost sword. There was no longer any grudge between him and the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, and Xuanhuan Kanglan's strength had completely acknowledged Xueliang. Immortal execution sword rain. Xueliang slashed the sky with his sword, creating a huge wave that caused a terrifying sword rain. Under the immortal execution sword rain, even Jun Tianqiu could not help but look at Xueliang. The sword rain was too terrifying. Xuanhuan Kanglan could only avoid it and was being suppressed by Xueliang. Xuanhuan Kanglan had no choice but to use his ability to judge the price. You actually obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. Xueliang said in shock. It's too late to know now. Xueliang said with a smile. You forced me to do this. Roar, the light in Xuanhuan Kanglan's eyes became even brighter. Since this guy had obtained the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, then he must teach him a lesson. His Tao Tai physique was his greatest trump card. As long as he devoured Xueliang, he would be able to inherit the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance. Xueliang had made a gift for him. As long as he inherited the immortal execution Great Emperor's inheritance, who would be his match? Whether it was Jiang Qin or the man with the green cherry spear, who would dare to compete with him? Xuanhuan Kanglan finally revealed his terrifying fangs and clashed with Xueliang's immortal execution sword rain. True Dragon Seal. Jiang Qin struck out with the True Dragon Seal, causing the heavens and earth to change color. The True Dragon Seal was like a dragon that had transformed into a dragon. A terrifying dragon shadow soared into the sky. Divine Spear of Chaos. Jun Tianqiu bellowed. The shadow of his spear pierced through the dragon's shadow and soared into the sky. Jiang Qin's hand changed again. The 5-elemental divine dragon seal collided with the dragon's shadow. The shadow of the spear and the dragon's shadow intertwined, producing a series of terrifying explosions. Jun Tianqiu and Jiang Qin were evenly matched. Neither of them had the upper hand. Is that all you've got? Jun Tianqiu said indifferently. The show has just begun. Chapter 30-43. Jun Tianqiu did not expect Jiang Qin to be so difficult to deal with. His strength was 3 levels higher than Jiang Qin's, but it was still difficult for him to defeat Jiang Qin easily, which made Jun Tianqiu very depressed. 3000 Burning Sky Seal. The divine fire changed again as the 3000 Burning Sky Seal turned into 3000 dragon shadows that filled the sky and crushed down. Jun Tianqiu immediately raised his sword and pointed his divine spear at the void. The 3000 Burning Sky Seal forced Jun Tianqiu to retreat dozens of steps, but his spear shadows were also extremely terrifying. Jiang Qin held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and pursued Jun Tianqiu. Kid, you've made me very angry. I won't give you any more chances. Jun Tianqiu's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Being forced back dozens of steps by Jiang Qin was a great humiliation to a proud expert like him. He thought that he could easily kill Jiang Qin, but who would have thought that Jiang Qin could even force him back? Sky-dominating divine spear. Supreme divine light. The green cherry spear in Jun Tianqiu's hand changed again and again. The spear shadows shot out and pierced through the starry sky. Layers of spear shadows covered the sky and the earth. That kind of supreme divine power forced Jiang Qin to go all out. Limitless Sword, 10th Sword. Jiang Qin swept his sword and the impact of the 10th sword directly turned Jun Tianqiu's supreme divine light into nothingness. However, what followed was Jun Tianqiu's spear shadows. The terrifying Limitless Sword once again made Jun Tianqiu suffer, but his sky-dominating divine spear was not to be underestimated as it completely blocked the peerless divine power of the 10th sword. The sky full of phantoms shocked Lan Luo and the others. Jiang Qin's terror was once again revealed because he was facing a real peak ultimate god, the 8th generation ultimate god of the Jun family in Tianfang Divine Land. The 8th generation ultimate god was supposed to be a divine emperor of 9 generations, but unfortunately one of his generations was destroyed. The 8th generation ultimate god was an extremely powerful existence in the entire Jun family. Forlan Luo Jiangchen's ability to repel the 8th generation ultimate god Jun Tianqiu was enough for him to laugh proudly for the rest of his life. The battle between Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu could be said to be quite intense. Neither side gave way to the other. Terrifying waves of qi rose higher and higher, dazzling the onlookers. However, the battle between the two didn't show any signs of stopping. Jiang Chen switched from defense to offense and began a life-and-death battle with Jun Tianqiu. Jiang Chen had been suppressed by Jun Tianqiu previously, but now he displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique again. His aura was no different from Jun Tianqiu's, and his battle strength had reached the peak hierarch realm. Jun Tianqiu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. How could an early hierarch be on the same level as him? How could he have such terrifying aura and power? It was his aura. Jiang Chen's aura had completely crushed Jun Tianqiu's. The great emperor's Tao accumulation did not bring any substantial benefits to Jiang Chen, but his aura had already surpassed all living beings. No one could overwhelm him in terms of aura. Jiang Chen's charge had also caused Jun Tianqiu a lot of trouble. After displaying the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen seemed to have become a different person, suppressing Jun Tianqiu to the point where the latter could hardly breathe. The heavenly dragon sword soul also became extremely excited at this moment. Wherever the sword soul pointed, coupled with the terrifying limitless sword, Jun Tianqiu was almost unable to resist. Under Jiang Chen's fierce attacks, he seemed to be a little exhausted. It was unbelievable that Jiang Chen could suppress Jun Tianqiu despite the gap of 3 minor realms. Jun Tianqiu was incomparably depressed. He was stronger than Jiang Chen in the past, but he was still killed by Jiang Chen. But now Jiang Chen was no longer the same as before. Jiang Chen had almost surpassed the entire hierarch realm and was still able to suppress him. What did this bastard eat to grow up? Jun Tianqiu was furious. He knew that his chances were running out. If he was suppressed by Jiang Chen, it would become more and more difficult for him to stand out. He must find a chance to fight back. Jun Tianqiu swore that this was the most useless battle he had ever fought in his life. Jiang Chen's sword intent was like a lone goose flying in the sky. The domineering aura of his sword qi was displayed at this moment. The way of dominating the heavens and the sword intent made Jun Tianqiu feel the pressure of life and death. The limitless sword in Jiang Chen's hand became more and more skillful. Its powerful aura soared to the sky. There was not much time left for Jun Tianqiu. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's unparalleled aura, Jun Tianqiu finally roared and was about to explode. Jiang Chen, I'm going to tear you into pieces. 8 Supremes gather, heavens will reincarnation. The 9th transformation golden body can break anything. Jun Tianqiu's spear momentum changed. 8 afterimages converged into one. This was his most powerful technique, the 9th transformation golden body. Jun Tianqiu, who had inherited the will of the ancient times, thought that he could reach the power of a divine emperor expert by combining his 9 reincarnations into one. He never thought that Jiang Chen would kill one of them. Even so, his strength could not be underestimated. Although the 9th transformation golden body was lacking by 1, it still had the power to destroy heaven and earth. What a 9th transformation golden body! Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed and his face turned cold. This guy's strength had climbed to the extreme. Even Jiang Chen felt a great pressure. The 9th transformation golden body was so terrifying. His strength had reached an unprecedented level. The moment Jiang Chen and Jun Tianqiu exchanged blows, he was already on the passive side. With the power of 8 Supremes, Jiang Chen already felt a great pressure. The terror of the 9th transformation golden body had transformed his strength once again. This guy is really not easy to deal with. Jiang Chen frowned. He retreated in order to advance. With the Sword of Solitude, he could command the 7 Dragon Cavalry Heavenly Guards and the 12 Fire God Guards. As for the strength of the 9th transformation golden body, he would have to test it with his Ashura sword formation. Wanna run? You won't have the chance. Jun Tianqiu sneered. The Dragon Rider Heavenly Guards and Fire God Guards stood in front of Jun Tianqiu. The 12 Fire Gods were almost destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. At this moment, Jiang Chen's face turned extremely cold. However, he had to arrange the Ashura sword formation to deal a fatal blow to Jun Tianqiu. This was his most terrifying technique. However, it was not easy to arrange the Ashura sword formation. Moreover, every time he used the Ashura sword formation, it consumed a lot of energy for Jiang Chen. Now that he had just used the ancient soaring dragon technique, he had consumed nearly half of his divine origin energy. If he used the Ashura sword formation again, it would definitely increase the pressure on him. However, this was the only way to kill Jun Tianqiu. Let's see how long you can hide. Jun Tianqiu attacked one after another. Although the dragon cavalry heavenly guards were strong, they still couldn't withstand Jun Tianqiu's might. 4 of the 12 fire god guards were torn to pieces by Jun Tianqiu. The 9th transformation golden body. It seems that Jun Tianqiu is really angry. Rumor has it that the 9th transformation golden body allowed him to withstand a blow from a half-step divine emperor and come out unscathed. This shows how terrifying the 9th transformation golden body is. Lan Luo said in a deep voice. Jiang Qin fell into a passive position. Is this guy really so terrifying? Chapter 3044. Although the Jun family of the Central Region Divine Land is not the most powerful force in the Central Region Divine Land, it's not to be underestimated. They're considered a famous family in the northern part of the Central Region Divine Land, and they even have Emperor Realm experts. The most dreadful thing about the Jun family is that they can inherit the ancient will. Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body was cultivated by inheriting the ancient will. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be so terrifying. However, his 9 transformations golden body should not be complete. One of his reincarnations was destroyed by Jiang Qin, which caused great damage to him. Otherwise, Jun Tianqiu would have been able to kill everyone here. Lan Luo said solemnly. What about you? Who are you? Qian Renji looked at Lan Luo. This woman's identity was mysterious. Qian Renji couldn't help but think more about it. Furthermore, she knew the Jun family like the back of her hand. Xuanhuan Qi treated her with respect, and even the Scarlet Flame Sage was somewhat afraid of her. This was not something that an ordinary person could do. Me? A defeated general doesn't talk about bravery. Compared to Jiang Qin, I'm just a drop in the ocean. Lan Luo said with a wry smile. Qian Renji nodded silently and did not ask any more questions. However, this Lan Luo was too shrewd. She knew everything. She couldn't help but think more about it. At this moment, Jiang Qin was advancing step by step. Finally, the Ashura sword formation was completed after Jun Tianqiu had destroyed 9 of his fire god guards. Let's see how long you can hide, you coward. Ah! Jun Tianqiu roared madly. His roar was as loud as thunder as he continued to chase after Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin was setting up the formation at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Jun Tianqiu's counterattack was coming. Let's see if your 9 transformations golden body is more powerful or if my Ashura sword formation is better. Jiang Qin looked at Jun Tianqiu coldly. He was furious that 9 of his fire god guards were destroyed by Jun Tianqiu. It's time for you to die. Don't struggle anymore. The 9 transformations golden body is invincible. You want to use a formation to trap me? You must be dreaming. Jun Tianqiu harumphed coldly. However, the moment Jiang Qin activated the formation, the corners of Jun Tianqiu's mouth twitched. 108 Origin Divine Tools? What a big deal. These 108 Origin Divine Tools, I'm definitely going to get them. Jun Tianqiu didn't retreat. Instead, he rushed to the top of the formation. However, at this moment, Jiang Qin completely activated the Ashura sword formation. Terrifying sword rain filled the air, completely submerging Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body. However, the 9 transformations golden body actually resisted Jiang Qin's Ashura sword formation. Your sword formation is only SOSO. Jun Tianqiu sneered. However, in just 10 breaths of time, Jun Tianqiu's 9 transformations golden body began to crack. The smile on Jun Tianqiu's face also disappeared. The current Jiang Qin might be able to hold on for 60 breaths of time, but the Ashura sword formation consumed too much of his strength. If Jiang Qin wanted to perfectly control the Ashura sword formation, he would need to be at least a mid-hierarch realm expert to not be so cautious. Even so, 60 breaths of time was already terrifying enough. Even Jun Tianqiu, who had activated the 9 transformations golden body, couldn't hold on for more than 10 breaths of time before his 9 transformations golden body was broken. This showed how terrifying the sword rain of the Ashura sword formation was. Every breath was a choice between life and death for Jun Tianqiu. At the 30th breath, Jun Tianqiu finally couldn't hold on any longer. The 9 transformations golden body was completely broken and he also suffered a great injury. Jun Tianqiu fought with his life on the line. The 9 transformations golden body was destroyed under the attack of the Ashura sword formation. Jun Tianqiu was furious, but he also panicked. He wanted to fight back, but it was too late. The 9 transformations golden body was broken. Jun Tianqiu couldn't withstand the terrifying sword formation at all. He still had his spear, but his aura had dropped to a very low level. Get lost! Jun Tianqiu roared furiously. The sword rain pierced through his body. Jun Tianqiu swung his spear in all directions, but he still couldn't withstand the sword rain. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he knelt down on one knee and slowly fell to the ground. Jun Tianqiu actually lost, and in such a miserable way. Lan Luo couldn't believe it, but Jiang Chen was still standing proudly. At this moment, Jiang Chen's divine origin strength was almost depleted. It was impossible for him to continue the battle. Do you think it's that easy to kill me? Jiang Chen, there will come a day when I will make you pay with your blood. Jun Tianqiu's voice reverberated in Jiang Chen's ears all of a sudden. The fallen figure stood up abruptly, turned around and fled at a terrifying speed. Jiang Chen didn't expect that Jun Tianqiu could survive the Azura sword formation. Jun Tianqiu has the 9 transformations golden body. Although he only has 8 doppelgangers, it's comparable to 8 lives. It's understandable that you didn't crush his soul so he could be reborn in another body. It's a pity that he escaped. Lan Luo said faintly. Jiang Chen felt relieved. Jun Tianqiu wasn't easy to deal with. It was already not easy for him to kill one of his doppelgangers and severely injure him. After all, the gap between their strength was too big. Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to continue the battle. On the other hand, Xuanhuan Kanglin and Shueliang were evenly matched. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying. Shueliang had broken through to the late hierarch realm and inherited the immortal slayer great emperor's inheritance. He was no longer the same Shueliang of the past. Xuanhuan Kanglin roared furiously. His Tao Tai body swept across the sky, engulfing the earth. He was entangled with Shueliang for a long time, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Xuanhuan Kanglin's Tao Tai body was so terrifying. He was able to fight against Shueliang time and time again without being at a disadvantage. Xuanhuan Kanglin, who had the advantage of being a divine beast, was quite overbearing. Even Shueliang's Skyfrost sword could not do anything to him. This was also related to the fact that he had just received the inheritance. He had yet to fully comprehend and master the inheritance of the immortal slayer great emperor. Although Jiang Chen didn't have the strength to continue the battle, he could help Shueliang suppress Xuanhuan Kanglin and recover his strength during the battle. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Xuanhuan Kanglin. Xuanhuan Kanglin also felt a great sense of crisis when Jiang Chen joined the battle. At this moment he already had the intention to retreat. 2 against 1, what kind of hero are you? Xuanhuan Kanglin gritted his teeth and said. There's a saying in the ancient times. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, it's a good cat as long as it can catch a mouse. Ah. Chapter 3045. You're right. Do I need a reason to kill you? Shueliang harumphed. Both of them advanced and retreated at the same time. Xuanhuan Kanglin instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xuanhuan sword concealment. Activate. Xuanhuan Kanglin shouted and quickly retreated. This is the Xuanhuan clan's blood escape technique. It will greatly damage his vitality. Lan Luo said. At this moment, Xuanhuan Kanglin had already run for his life. If he continued to fight, he would definitely suffer a great loss. He might be trapped here forever by Jiang Chen. Hence, Xuanhuan Kanglin could only leave. Trying to leave? Not so easy. Leave the item behind. Jiang Chen's sword slashed through his immortal execution armor and purple cloud feather. Xuanhuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with hatred. However, he dared not stay any longer and left the blood shield. Shueliang wanted to give chase but was stopped by Jiang Chen. He shook his head and said, Don't chase a cornered enemy. You might not be able to catch up to him anyway. Now that you've obtained the inheritance of immortal execution great emperor, the rest is not important. Jiang Chen smiled. Although Shueliang had obtained the inheritance of immortal execution great emperor, he had also opened up his own Dao. The immortal execution Dao was different from his heaven domination Dao. Jiang Chen believed that one day the heaven domination Dao would become the ruler of the divine world. The immortal execution Dao was bloodthirsty. It was not suitable for him. It was not the Dao that he had been pursuing. Compared to Shueliang, Jiang Chen was the most suitable person. Holding the immortal execution armor and purple cloud feather, Jiang Chen passed them to Shueliang. He was not a greedy person. Since the immortal execution great emperor had given the inheritance to Shueliang, it should belong to him. What you've obtained is yours. The legacy of the immortal slayer grand emperor is more suitable for you. But you gave it to me. I can't think of anyone else who could be so indifferent in the face of such a terrifying legacy. Shuiliang smiled. Jiang Qin nodded and put away the immortal execution armor and the purple cloud plume feather. Jiang Qin already had a candidate in mind for the most suitable person for it. However, it wasn't that Jiang Qin didn't want the inheritance of the immortal Slayer Emperor. It was just that he wanted to walk a unique path that belonged to him. It wasn't something that the immortal Slayer Emperor could help him with. He had to rely on himself for everything. Jiang Qin's smile froze as he turned around. At this moment, Qian Rinji and Bing Yun were under Lan Luo's control. I didn't expect that a woman's heart is really unfathomable. Jiang Qin shook his head. Release Bing Yun. Shuiliang growled with a gloomy face. Lan Luo smiled faintly as her beautiful eyes flickered. Her flirtatious demeanor was captivating. My request is not high, I only want the Zhu Xian sword even if it is broken. Impossible. Shuiliang said in a deep voice. From the looks of it, you want the sword and not the person? Aha, do you see that, little girl? I don't care about you. Lan Luo said with a smile as she turned into the charming demonic fox again. Don't believe her, brother Bai. Don't worry about me. You can't give her the Zhu Xian sword. Bing Yun said while gritting her teeth. Shuiliang's aura became extremely gloomy at this moment. Jiang Qin patted Shuiliang's shoulder and gestured for him to calm down. This was what Lan Luo wanted to see the most. How about exchanging your Zhu Xian armor for her? Lan Luo and Jiang Qin looked at each other and smiled elegantly. You're thinking too much. Jiang Qin shook his head. Really? Then I'd like to see if these two women are more important than those two treasures. Ah. Lan Luo's eyes were instantly filled with cold killing intent. No. I'll give you the Zhu Xian sword. Shuiliang couldn't help but nod heavily in the end. That's right. Be obedient and I'll like it. Ah. Little brother, it's your turn. What do you think? I didn't want to kill you because you're not a threat to me. But you insist on seeking death. Alas. Jiang Qin let out a sigh. Lan Luo narrowed his eyes and sneered. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. What else can you do? Besides, they're both in my hands now. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Fine. Here's the Zhu Xian armor. Come and get it. Jiang Qin said. Want to blow me up? Throw it over. Okay. Get. Jiang Qin threw the armor to Lan Luo without hesitation. However, the moment Lan Luo tried to catch it, Jiang Qin directly launched the soul-stealing technique. Soul separation technique. In an instant, Lan Luo's soul seemed to have suffered a huge shock. His body swayed and he directly knelt on one knee, paralyzed. Seizing this opportunity, Qian Rinji and Bing Yun quickly escaped from Lan Luo's control. After a short moment, when Lan Luo slowly raised his head, his eyes were filled with regret. He was incomparably furious, but even more than that, he was filled with boundless fear. You have the soul of an Emperor Realm expert? Lan Luo knew that she had made a huge mistake. She hadn't expected that her soul would be severely injured by this guy. Her strength had also been greatly damaged. She had initially thought that she would be able to reap the benefits from the fight, but she hadn't expected that Jiang Qin would still have such a trick up his sleeve. This guy was too terrifying. Many things aren't as simple as you think. Jiang Qin said indifferently. Can you spare my life? Lan Luo said while gritting her teeth. She knew that she had taken a wrong step, but it would be extremely difficult to reverse the situation. Previously, Jiang Qin hadn't intended to kill her, but now it wasn't the case. There's nothing wrong with thinking twice before you act, but you insist on taking a path of no return. Jiang Qin had no intention of letting Lan Luo go. I'm begging you, please let me go. Lan Luo's gaze gradually became gentle as she looked at Jiang Qin with tears welling up in her eyes. The charm in her eyes seemed to have penetrated through Jiang Qin's past and present lives, entering his heart. At this moment, Lan Luo's appearance changed slightly. She actually looked like Yan Xinyu. At that moment, Jiang Qin was in a daze. He had actually fallen for this woman's charm technique. However, he recovered in an instant. After all, his soul strength was far beyond what Lan Luo could imagine. Xiao Yu's appearance lingered in Jiang Qin's mind. Especially when she had turned into Xiao Yu, it had almost entered his heart. However, his mind instantly became clear because the person in front of him wasn't Xiao Yu at all. Your charm technique is actually so powerful. I still couldn't escape from your palm, right? Xiao Yu, there's actually such a stunning woman in this world. Lan Luo murmured. Her smile was full of bitterness, because she knew that she couldn't escape from Jiang Qin's palm. Jiang Qin stared at Lan Luo, her eyes full of resentment and shame. Xiao Yu's appearance was still changing between her and Lan Luo. At this moment, Jiang Chen's sword was raised and slashed once again. Go. I don't want to see you again. Facing Lan Luo, who had turned into Xiao Yu, Jiang Chen ultimately didn't slash down with his sword. Men are indeed strange creatures. Since you don't want to kill me, this lady will go. Lan Luo laughed delicately, turned into a ray of light, and quickly disappeared in front of Jiang Chen. Little man, this lady will remember today's kindness. If I catch you one day, I won't kill you. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Her eyes were filled with endless sorrow and worry. Xiao Yu, where are you now? Chapter 3046. The trip to the tomb of the immortal execution emperor had been completed, but Jiang Chen was still worried about Long Shisan. At this moment, Long Shisan was still imprisoned in the Heaven Dragon prison. How could Jiang Chen feel good? Long Shisan was his dearest brother. This time, after returning to Tongshan Mansion, Jiang Chen must rescue Long Shisan from the Heaven Dragon prison. What's your next plan? Shuiliang looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Go back to Tongshan Mansion. My brother is imprisoned in the Heaven Dragon prison. This time, I'm afraid that I'll have a falling out with Tongshan Mansion. Jiang Chen said. Are you really ready? Chen Renji glanced at Jiang Chen and said. Based on his current strength, he must be quite powerful. However, she was worried about Tongshan Mansion. After all, Tongshan Mansion had existed for tens of millions of years, and its foundation was profound, which ordinary sects couldn't compare with. At this time, if Jiang Chen acted rashly, he would probably die. That was why Chen Renji asked Jiang Chen if he was ready, because this was a road of no return. Tongshan Mansion? I've heard about it. I've always heard that Tongshan Mansion is quite powerful. I also want to see how powerful it is. Shuiliang said with a smile. This time it's likely to be a life-and-death battle. I'm afraid it'll be more difficult than the tomb of the immortal execution emperor. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. You're treating me like an outsider. I've never admired anyone in my life, including you. But you're the only one who helped me regain my sense of self. My life is for the sword, and my sword is fighting for you. Fighting against you and everywhere. Shuiliang said seriously. All right. Jiang Chen didn't say much because Shuiliang had made it clear enough. If he continued to be polite to Shuiliang, he would really regard him as an outsider. With the help of Shuiliang, Jiang Chen was more confident when he returned to Tongshan Mansion this time. After all, Shuiliang had inherited the importation of Immortal Execution Emperor. There were less than 5 people in Tongshan Mansion who were stronger than him. Master Ji, you don't have to go back with me this time. Jiang Chen said. He didn't want to get Chen Renji into trouble. This time he would fight to the death with Tongshan Mansion, and Chen Renji would be stuck in the middle. I, Chen Renji, am not a coward. With your current strength, you don't need to call me Teacher Ji anymore. But I know how to repay kindness. This time, I will put an end to the relationship between me and Tongshan Mansion. If I can survive, I will go to Qilian Boundary. Chen Renji smiled faintly. Her calm and elegant look was very touching. Jiang Chen even doubted why Zi Qingtian would give up on Chen Renji and return to the Qilian Boundary alone. Alright, as long as Jiang Chen is here, Teacher Ji is here. Jiang Chen promised Chen Renji. He knew that she didn't need such a promise. She had died several times in the tomb of the great emperor, and all of them were saved by Jiang Chen. If Chen Renji still didn't understand, she didn't deserve to be a teacher in Tongshan Mansion for millions of years. I still need to refine a medicinal pill. This time, let's go to Blissful City first. I need to prepare some medicinal pills. Jiang Chen said. Alright, let's go to Blissful City first. Our whereabouts must not be exposed to Tongshan Mansion. Otherwise, Tongshan Mansion will be suspicious. If we don't return to Tongshan Mansion immediately after we finish the task, we will definitely be suspicious. Chen Renji said. I understand. Jiang Chen nodded. The 4 of them rested and prepared to leave Blissful City. They did not return to Tongshan Mansion. The clear lake was thousands of miles long, and the river flowed down from the sky. The bamboo forest was covered with grass and red lotuses. Birds were chirping. As soon as Yu Qinglong finished speaking, crystalline tears began to flow from Jiangzhu's eyes. Her body began to tremble violently. It was as if the world in her heart had completely collapsed at that moment. Chapter 3047. Sister Zhuyu, Yu Qinglong looked at Jiangzhu in disbelief. He had not expected that Jiangzhu would be crying like a child at this moment, with tears and snot flowing down her face. Jiangzhu did not respond and continued to cry. Yu Qinglong did not know what to do and did not know what was going on. Jianghu's heart was filled with shock, anger, joy, and excitement. When Yu Qinglong said Jiang Chen's name, she almost broke down because she had waited for too long. Finally, he appeared in her life. If he didn't appear, she might really disappear from this world. Jianghu's heart was filled with shock, anger, joy, and excitement. She did not dare to mention this name. She was afraid that she would not be able to control the sadness of missing him. She was afraid that she would not be able to stop herself from thinking about him. However, the divine world was vast. Where should she go? How could she find Jiang Chen? She did not know what to do. However, she knew that as long as their hearts were connected, he would appear in front of her one day. Time passed and 100 years had passed. Her soul was heavily injured and she was faced with the choice of death. She thought that she would never see Jiang Chen again. She thought that the world was going to abandon her. Her loneliness, helplessness, and longing. No one could share her worries and difficulties. From the moment Jiang Chen left the 9 regions immortal world, her heart and 9 shadows followed him. However, when she entered the divine world, she knew how terrible the pain and cruelty was. Along the way, she only had one belief in her heart. That was to find the little Qinzi that she had been longing for. And she was Wu Ningzhu. The infatuated Wu Ningzhu. The Jianghu who only had Jiang Chen in her heart. Suddenly Jianghu stopped crying. She was afraid. She did not even dare to ask Yu Qinglong again. What if that person was not Jiang Chen? What should she do? There were millions of people with the same name in the world. Although she had a hunch that that person was Jiang Chen, she was afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. He used a sword. The sword was like a dragon and its power was like the wind. Hence, the name Heavenly Dragon Sword. Wu Ningzhu whispered. He should be the person you've been looking for. Yu Qinglong took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression. Although it was too much of a coincidence, he had to believe it because he felt that only a peerless monstrous genius like Jiang Chen could be a match for Jianghu, a peerless lady who was aloof from the world. Yu Qinglong took a deep breath and said solemnly. A lifetime of elegance, a lifetime of songs, a lifetime of ambition, unparalleled in the world, a perfect match, ha ha ha. Yu Qinglong shook his head. He was unwilling, but he knew that he was not good enough for Jianghu. Thank you for telling me this, brother Yu. My real name is Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu said. Qinggu Qingshuang Lingzhu stands proudly. What a good name. There's no need to write it down. It's all fate. If I had told you his name earlier, you might have been able to reunite a long time ago. Unfortunately, I'm afraid it's not possible now. Yu Qinglong said. Wu Ningzhu's heart tightened. Her pretty face was filled with worry. She quickly asked, why not? Previously, Tongshan Mansion had a secret operation. No one knew about it. It was said to be an experiential learning. But I heard from Elder Dan that it was to explore the tomb of a great emperor. It has been more than 5 years but no one came back. So, it's very likely that there was a huge change in that experiential learning. As for the result, it's still hard to say. After all, 5 years is not long but it's not short either. Yu Qinglong said in a dignified manner. I believe that he will come back. Wu Ningzhu lightly bit her pearly white teeth and said. Her eyes were bright and kind, like a fairy from the heavens. Yu Qinglong knew that the fairy would leave one day, and he was just a passerby in her life. Jiang Chen, will you really come back? The blissful city was quite lively. As the hub connecting all the major forces around Tongshan Mansion, the prosperity of the blissful city was far beyond anyone's imagination. This time, when Jiang Chen returned to the blissful city, it was even more lively than before. Now that the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be refined, Jiang Chen could not afford any mistakes. If he succeeded, his strength would definitely have a qualitative leap. If he failed, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. After all, he only had one chance. Now that he had the great emperor's skeleton, the ethereal flower, and the purple fragrance devil taro, he only lacked a few supplementary herbs. Therefore, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. Once he gathered the herbs, he could wholeheartedly refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. In the Lihuan sect's blissful city's branch palace, a gloomy old man with an unconcealable gloominess in his eyes said to the 2 subordinates beside him in a deep voice. Quickly go and inform the patriarch. This time we must not let him escape. This guy is the one who killed the young patriarch. Yes, Lord. The 2 subordinates received the order and went straight to the Lihuan sect. Jiang Chen only stayed in the blissful city for a total of 3 days and gathered the herbs. However, he would definitely not refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill in the blissful city. If he did, it would probably attract experts from all directions to snatch it and watch. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was successfully refined, it would definitely cause a terrifying change in the heaven and earth. At that time, even Jiang Chen would not be able to conceal it. Therefore he had to find a remote mountain. Looks like the pill you're going to refine this time should be extraordinary, Shuiliang said. It definitely won't work in the blissful city. If it's discovered, it'll probably be very difficult to refine it, Jiang Chen said with a smile. The few of them found a relatively secluded mountain. The surroundings were filled with withered trees. Even birds and beasts rarely appeared. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there was not a single trace of human. Jiang Chen was finally satisfied and carved out a cave to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. Monkey, don't worry. I will definitely save you. I will kill the 2nd Mansion Master and the 3rd Mansion Master to relieve the hatred in your heart. In this world, no one can offend my brother, Jiang Chen. Tongshan Mansion, I will definitely annihilate you. Jiang Chen held the myriad chi cauldron in his hand tightly. The success or failure of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill depended on this. After refining the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, he had more confidence to rush to the Tongshan Mansion. Rescuing Long Shisan was urgent. However, Jiang Chen had to make sure that everything was in order. Otherwise, it would be a pointless sacrifice. If he fell, who would be able to save Long Shisan? Are you sure it's here? It's here. Sect Master, I've been watching for a long time. That guy must have gone in. It seems like he's going to break through. A tall and mighty man appeared on the peak of the mountain range. He silently stared at the towering mountain range. His eyes were filled with fury. His only son had been killed. No one could understand the pain of him sending off his son. He had been searching for traces of this person for over 100 years. However, there was not even the slightest news of him. At this moment he had finally found news of him. He must crush his bones and scatter his ashes. Chapter 3048. Although the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill had yet to reach the level of a divine grade pill, it was not far from it. It was extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to refine a peak immortal grade pill. Therefore, Jiang Chen was extremely cautious in order to refine the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He was afraid that if he did not do it well, it would greatly affect the process of refining the pill. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, one pill turned into 9. For a hierarch realm expert, it was like a cloning technique. Moreover, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was even scarier than a cloning technique. It was 9 identical copies of oneself with the same strength and techniques. That was the scariest part of it. Jiang Chen's expression was solemn and he did not dare to be careless. Although he had not refined a pill for a long time, he was not messed up at all. He methodically threw every medicinal ingredient into the myriad chi cauldron. Purple aromatic konjac, ethereal flower, Great Emperor's bone essence and several other precious medicinal ingredients were continuously condensed. Jiang Chen concentrated and gradually condensed all the medicinal ingredients. Finally, it was time to condense the pill. He did not dare to try before as he was worried that he would fail at the last step. After all, the medicinal ingredients were too difficult to gather. If he really failed this time, he did not know when he would be able to gather them again. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not dare to take any risks. He only dared to try now that his strength had reached the hierarch realm. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill is too difficult to refine. Although I have never refined a divine grade pill before, I guess a divine grade pill is just like that, Jiang Chen thought. The reason why the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill could have such a powerful effect was naturally related to the difficulty of refining it. However, Jiang Chen was now 70% confident. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to refine it at this time. Moreover, the situation was urgent, so Jiang Chen had to succeed. The essence of the 9 kinds of medicinal herbs in the myriad chi cauldron had been completely refined by Jiang Chen, and the elixir congealing began. Streams of terrifying essence surged and converged. A golden light shone from the myriad chi cauldron. The surroundings were also dazzled by this light. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread out. Even Shuiliang and the others were slightly shocked. I wonder what kind of pill Jiang Chen is concocting for it to be so terrifying, Bingyun said doubtfully. To be able to choose to go into seclusion at this time, the pill he concocted must be incomparably terrifying. Let's just wait patiently, Shuiliang said. Chen Renji was also shocked. Jiang Chen's mysteriousness made it hard for them to guess. Moreover, his strength was also shocking. How could an ordinary early hierarch realm expert have such a technique? He wanted to return to Tongshan Mansion. At that moment he was no longer the teenager he used to be. He wanted to become the enemy of Tongshan Mansion. Jiang Chen, Come out quickly and accept your death. A deep shout made Xueliang and the others feel a great sense of crisis. A powerful force came crushing down from the void. The surrounding heaven and earth became extremely gloomy and cold. Who dares to act rashly? Xueliang flew up to the sky and looked coldly at the man in the void. There were tens of thousands of people behind him. The skinny old man made Xueliang feel pressured. This guy is so powerful. Who are you? Xueliang asked coldly. It doesn't matter who I am. But you are not Jiangqin. Today I must kill Jiangqin. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The skinny old man said faintly. His cold aura permeated tens of thousands of miles. It's the Lihuan sect's people. Chapter 3049. Qianrenji did not expect Xuanhuan to be so firm. It seems like it's going to be difficult to make him retreat in the name of Tongshan Mansion. Jiang Qin is the #1 freshman, the most powerful genius in the Outer Mansion. Tongshan Mansion may not take action against you even if you kill me. However, if you kill Jiang Qin, Tongshan Mansion may not let it go so easily. Qianrenji said faintly. Haha, do you think that my son's death is in vain? If you're too naive. There's no one in this world who could command me, Xuanhuan. Even if the Palace Lord of Profound Connection Divine Palace is here, I will still kill Jiang Qin. Xuanhuan was thoroughly enraged. Qianrenji's threat did not work. Qianrenji did not expect Xuanhuan to be so determined. But thinking about it, it was reasonable for Xuanhuan to be so angry because his son had died. However, it would not be easy for him to kill Jiang Qin. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up. If that's the case, there's no need to talk anymore. If you want to touch Jiang Qin, you'll have to go through me first. Xueliang stepped forward and stared coldly at Xuanhuan. As their gazes met, a terrifying aura spread out. Xuanhuan squinted his eyes. Xueliang's strength was the strongest among them. Only by killing him would he be able to eliminate all future troubles. Just you alone? Late Hierarch Realm? You're not weak. However, you're not strong enough to fight against me. Xuanhuan sneered and said. How do you know if you don't try? Lihuan sect, I've heard of it. If I destroy your Lihuan sect today, will my name be known throughout the blissful city? Xueliang's expression changed. Xuanhuan's face became even colder. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. How shameless. It seems like if I don't teach him a lesson, he'll really think that our Lihuan sect can be bullied by others. Sect leader, we can just take care of such an arrogant person. Why do we need to trouble you? That's right. Do you really think my Lihuan sect is a pushover? A few fellows who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth dare to strut around in front of the sect master. They must be tired of living. Behind Xuanhuan, more than a dozen Hierarch Realm elders were eager to join the fight. They did not put Xueliang and the others in their eyes at all. So what if their mentor from Tongshan Mansion was here? Their young sect master was killed by the people from Tongshan Mansion. They had to settle the score with them. A group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals dares to speak of bravery? Xueliang sneered. Little brat, you are too arrogant. Sect leader, I must kill this bastard today to relieve the hatred in my sect's elders' hearts. An elder with a cold expression stepped forward and said. Xuanhuan shook his head and said, leave this guy to me. Elders, back me up. 300 elite disciples, follow me to battle. Xuanhuan did not let the elder attack Xueliang directly. Although Xueliang's strength might not be comparable to him, he should not be underestimated. None of the elders might be a match for him. To be safe, Xuanhuan must end the battle quickly and get rid of these guys. As for Jiang Qin, he was not afraid that Jiang Qin would not come out after killing all of them. Mighty, mighty, mighty. Deafening shouts could be heard. Tens of thousands of Lihuan sect's disciples came out to kill Jiang Qin and show off the Lihuan sect's might. Xueliang, be careful. The sect leader of Lihuan sect, Xuanhuan, is not a pushover. He has been around Blissful City for millions of years and no one has been able to shake him. This time Jiang Qin has killed his son. Looks like we won't be able to avoid this easily. Qianrenji said in a low voice. Since Jiang Qin is not here, I shall stop the Lihuan sect for him. Xueliang did not hesitate at all. He was not afraid of the Lihuan sect at all. He can only blame himself for not being strong enough to be killed. He killed the little one and the old one came out to take revenge. Today I shall not stop until one of us dies. Xueliang was in high spirits. With the strength of a late Hierarch Realm, he could disregard many people. Even the third elder was no match for him. So what if it was Xuanhuan? His strength was at most on par with Xueliang. If he could not stop Huanhuan, it would be too shameful for Jiangchen. Arrogant and conceited fellows, all of you will eventually pay the price. I shall kill you first and then kill Jiangchen. I, Huanhuan, shall start a massacre today. Huanhuan said in a deep voice. He pointed his blood-red long saber at Xueliang. Bloody light shot up to the sky and a violent dark aura surged. Good timing. Xueliang laughed coldly. His eyes were cold as he held the sky frost sword in his hand and pressed towards Huanhuan. The two of them were like two crazy rays of light, one black and the other red, which exploded with an unimaginable might. Brother Bai, be careful. Bingyun said worriedly. On the other side, 10 Hierarch realm experts and 300 elite disciples of the Lihuan sect rushed over, targeting Bingyun and Qianrenji. You two be careful. These people of the Lihuan sect are not simple. Qianrenji and Bingyun had also fallen into a passive situation at this moment. Although both of them were middle Hierarch realm experts, the people they were facing were not easy to deal with. The Lihuan sect had come out in full force. The 10 Hierarch realm experts were all top experts. In addition to those elite disciples, their situation was even more dangerous than Xueliang's. Xueliang fought Huanhuan alone. However, Huanhuan's strength was much stronger than Xueliang's. After all, Huanhuan was the leader of a sect. There was a reason why the Lihuan sect could survive for millions of years around the blissful city. Huanhuan's ruthlessness had been forgotten by many people after so many years. However, the true experts would never forget that Huanhuan had slaughtered millions of people in a city by himself. His ruthlessness made people's hair stand on end. But at the same time, his strength also made people flinch. Immortal fighting soul. Wherever Huanhuan's long saber pointed, the soul would move 3,000 miles. The deafening soul sound was getting closer to Xueliang. Every time the saber light slashed down, it was like an unparalleled killing weapon, forcing Xueliang to retreat. Immortal execution sword essence. Xueliang struck out a terrifying sword essence. How could the inheritance of a great emperor be ordinary? The immortal execution sword essence was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, colliding with Huanhuan. The ripples of yuan qi caused the surrounding people to be blown away. Not bad. Such a terrifying sword essence. However, you're still too weak compared to me. Fighting soul flame burn. Chapter 30-50. Huanhuan's long saber slashed toward Xueliang, shaking the heavens and earth. Even Xueliang could only avoid Huanhuan's indomitable killing intent. Although the inheritance of a great emperor was powerful, Xueliang had yet to fully comprehend the Tao of a great emperor. Moreover, he needed time to slowly comprehend the Tao of a great emperor. Currently, Xueliang had only obtained 10 to 20% of the inheritance of immortal execution great emperor. Even so, it was enough for him to be successful in every endeavor. However, his opponent was Huanhuan. Huanhuan was too cunning and terrifying. An ordinary half-step divine emperor might not even be able to kill him. Huanhuan's strength had once again shown Xueliang the true terror of Huanhuan. Immortal execution sword essence, domineering of the heavens and earth. Xueliang's eyes were like torches as his sword qi surged. The immortal execution Tao cultivated the domineering of the heavens and earth. It required one to press forward with unparalleled battle intent to display the domineering aura of killing the 9 heavens deities and Buddhas. Interesting, but it's a pity that your strength is far from enough. Huanhuan sneered as his burning fighting soul fused with his long saber. That unstoppable peerless sharpness forced Xueliang to retreat again and again, causing the latter to suffer a great impact. At this moment, Jiangchen's progress in alchemy finally had a qualitative change. His 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be successfully refined. Once the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was successfully refined, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative change. Such a domineering elixir essence. Jiangchen was shocked. At this moment, he was completely unaware of what was happening outside as he was wholeheartedly refining the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. The embryonic form of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill had been formed, but the domineering elixir essence within it was still extremely violent. Jiangchen had to constantly suppress it. Otherwise, the elixir essence would explode and the embryonic form of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill would cease to exist. Right now, the embryonic pill was like an unyielding dragon, seemingly wanting to break free from Jiangchen's embrace, but how could Jiangchen allow the pill to escape from his grasp? If not for his strength, it would have been extremely difficult for Jiangchen to suppress the terrifying power of the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. If he had hastily refined it when he was still a peak divine king, Jiang Chen would have definitely failed. But today was different from the past. At this moment, the 5 elements divine fire was constantly refining the embryonic pill, extracting the essence and removing the impurities. The embryonic pill was constantly changing and becoming more and more refined. Up in the sky, a series of terrifying lightning bolts began to gather at the top of the mountain. Xuanhuan's face was grim as he stared at the terrifying heavenly lightning in the sky. Even if it was him, it wouldn't be easy for him to block it. He must be refining some kind of pill or divine weapon. Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with excitement. If he could capture this fella, he might be able to reap some unexpected rewards. But it's a pity that his son wouldn't be able to see this anymore. Thinking of this, Xuanhuan's killing intent surged. He wanted to kill everyone here. Hold on, Jiang Chen will be able to refine it soon, Xianxia said while gritting her teeth. She and Bing Yun were in a worrisome situation. Their injuries were severe and they were already exhausted. Soon, when those fellas swarmed them, the two of them would suffer a fatal blow. But Xianxia believed that Jiang Chen would definitely be able to refine it. At this crucial moment, she couldn't let Jiang Chen's efforts go to waste. It's impossible for you to defeat me. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as pie. But what I'm more curious about is what Jiang Chen is doing right now. Why are you guys risking your lives to protect him? Xuanhuan sneered. By the time you find out, it'll be too late. Because at that time it'll be your death. Although Shuiliang was being suppressed by Xuanhuan, he didn't show any signs of defeat. In this life and death battle with Xuanhuan, Shuiliang used all his skills. The terror of the Skyfrost sword was completely out of Xuanhuan's expectation. It wasn't easy for Xuanhuan to suppress him at this moment. Let's see who will fall first. Reckless fella. Xuanhuan looked at the rolling sky lightning above his head and said coldly. His fighting soul rose again and a cold and eerie aura filled the sky. Shuiliang risked his life to fight for time for Jiang Chen. Although he wanted to defeat Xuanhuan, this fella was too weak. As the saying goes, the older the ginger, the spicier. This fella was not only experienced in battle but also had no flaws. He didn't give Shuiliang any chance at all. In the Zulong Tower, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was about to be formed. As long as Jiang Chen could withstand the terrifying sky lightning, he was confident that the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill would be successfully concocted. So what if the wind is coming from all directions? No matter how strong the sky lightning is, what can it do to me? Jiang Chen was fearless. However, this sky lightning came at the right time for Jiang Chen. It's just that the sky lightning was unusually ferocious. Jiang Chen didn't know how strong it was. Rumble, a sky lightning descended, shocking everyone. Countless lights and shadows filled the sky. Jiang Chen flew up and faced the sky lightning head-on. As the sky lightning passed through his body, Jiang Chen's body trembled and his expression turned solemn. The sky lightning was very terrifying. It seemed to be stronger than his Dawn Sky Golden Lightning and 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning. However, it wasn't important to him anymore. He had 2 sky lightning in his hands. How could he be defeated by it? Perish. Jiang Chen held the 2 sky lightning source in his hands and fought against the pill lightning. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly realized the terrifying battle around him. Bing Yun and Xianxia were in danger and Shuiliang was also greatly restricted. Who was it? Who would attack him while he was concocting the pill lightning? Jiang Chen frowned, but he didn't dare to be slow. He had to deal with the sky lightning first. I'll use the last of the sky lightning source as a sacrifice to you guys who don't want to live. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. The 2 sky lightning source intertwined with the pill lightning. Finally, the 3 sky lightning source converged together. Jiang Chen perfectly balanced them to the point where they could fuse at any time. The 3 sky lightning source balanced each other. In Jiang Chen's hands, the sky lightning was like a toy. He devoured all the sky lightning source. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill that was originally filled with violent energy was slowly forming. Golden light shone brightly, the pill fragrance lasted for 10 miles, refreshing the mind. The 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill was finally concocted by Jiang Chen. Chapter 3051. What a terrifying elixir. This fella is actually refining elixirs? It's really shocking to attract such terrifying elixir lightning. Xuanhuan said with a shocked face. His heart was in turmoil. This elixir lightning is really terrifying. How strong is this fella? To be able to refine such a terrifying heavenly lightning, it's really shocking. It was no wonder that his son would die in his hands. Xuanhuan's eyes were filled with greed. No one could stop his determination to take revenge for his son. Now he had to end the battle as soon as possible. He had no idea how strong Jianghu was. Although he was extremely confident in himself and the entire Lihuan sect had come out, he still believed in one thing. It's better to be safe than sorry. This was also the reason why he could stand tall in the death zone around the blissful city. That was to never underestimate any opponent. Only then could you be invincible. Lad, you don't have a chance anymore. I hope that when Jianghu wakes up he won't find you so weak. Ah. Xuanhuan said with a cold smile. At the same time he finally used his real peerless technique, the soul-stealing divine art that he was so proud of. Although he had yet to refine the third level, no one under the divine emperor realm could remain undefeated under his soul-stealing divine art. Then let's see how strong you are. It won't be long before Jianghu finishes refining the elixir and it'll be your death. Xueliang looked at Xuanhuan and said, Haha, how strong can the disciple of Qianrenji be? Not to mention her, she doesn't even put you and me in her eyes. How strong can that Jianghu be? Xuanhuan squinted his eyes and snorted coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying divine soul was released. Soul-stripping technique. Bing Yun and Qianrenji were both severely injured and were sent flying. Even Xueliang was greatly suppressed and spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it wasn't for the great Tao inheritance in his body, he might have been hit. Even so, Bing Yun and Qianrenji were severely injured. Xueliang was also suppressed by the soul separation technique. He was far behind Xuanhuan in terms of soul control. Moreover, Xuanhuan was suppressing him. However, Xueliang still managed to hold his ground. At least, he wasn't completely defeated by Xuanhuan. This showed his great confidence. After all, Xuanhuan's name was well known in half of Daming Prefecture. It wasn't an undeserved reputation. Soul extermination. Xueliang was forced back by Xuanhuan once again. This time his soul suffered great damage. But with the immortal execution sword intent, Xueliang managed to protect his soul. The inheritance of immortal execution great sovereign protected his soul. However, he had already lost all of his will to fight. I told you you can't defeat me. Who else can be my enemy after I kill you? Jianghu, this kid is still refining pills. He's just making a wedding dress for me. Ah. Xuanhuan had already expected this scene. He had the strength to defeat anyone below the divine emperor realm with the soul-stealing divine art. As long as the opponent's strength was not at the divine emperor realm or his soul realm was not much higher than his, then he would not be a match for the soul-stealing divine art. Am I really going to be killed by this fella? Xueliang murmured. However, he would not let Xuanhuan stop Jianghu from refining pills even if he had to risk his life. Jianghu, when will you be able to finish your cultivation? Qianrenji was incomparably distressed. They were now in a hopeless situation. Xuanhuan had defeated Xueliang, which meant that they couldn't hold on any longer. If Jianghu still didn't wake up, they would probably be killed by him. Accept your fate. Your lives will be ended by me, Xuanhuan. You should be happy about that. Xuanhuan sneered. As he raised his hand, his long saber had already slashed down with boundless radiance. You're not qualified to touch my friend Jianghu. Jianghu swept his sword. Sword chi spread across 800 zhang. The sword pierced through the void and the saber radiance and the sword shadow finally condensed and turned into nothingness. Jianghu, you're finally awake. Qianrenji said excitedly. Jianghu did not let them down at the critical moment. Sorry it's a little late. Jianghu said with a smile. I'm relieved that you're here. Xueliang let out a long sigh of relief. He was not a match for Xuanhuan, but with Jianghu around he was inexplicably sure that he would never be a match for Jianghu. Now, it seemed that if he wanted to surpass Jianghu, he would have to fully comprehend the inheritance of immortal execution great emperor to be on par with Jianghu. Xuanhuan's eyes were cold as he stared at Jianghu. He knew that the person in front of him was the murderer of his son. You're the murderer of my son. Xuanhuan's face was gloomy and his words were cold. He wanted to kill and rob, so he naturally had to be prepared to be killed. So what if he died because he was weaker? Jianghu said coldly. So what? Aha, I'll tell you what you should do. A life for a life. I'll use your blood to pay for the soul of my son Xiaoqin in heaven. Xuanhuan roared furiously. I'm afraid that you don't have the capability to do so. Since you've hurt my friend, you shall stay here today and accompany your son forever. Jianghu said. Overconfident fella, I'll give you a good lesson to let you know if you should pay for the sins you've committed with your blood. Xuanhuan did not expect Jiang Chen to only be an early hierarch realm. How dare he challenge me with such little capability? Xuanhuan's heart was beating fast. He knew that he could not underestimate this fella. Even the late hierarch Shuiliang seemed to have absolute trust in him. One should never judge a book by its cover. Xuanhuan must not let his guard down in this battle. As the saying goes, even a lion needs to go all out to catch a rabbit. An early hierarch realm cultivator was able to refine such a terrifying pill. It was enough to be taken seriously. Let's do it. I don't want to waste too much time on you, Jiang Chen said proudly. Brat, you're courting death. Xuanhuan did not hesitate at all. Since xuanhuan wanted to die, then he'll fulfill his wish to comfort his son's soul in heaven. Soulless extermination. Xuanhuan did not hold back at all and directly used his soulless extermination on Jiang Chen. Xuanhuan was not simple. Xuanhuan must not give him any chance. What he valued the most was the nameless pill refined by Jiang Chen. Although he did not know if it was a divine-grade pill, it was definitely not an ordinary pill. Your soulless extermination doesn't seem to be that great. Chapter 3052. At that instant, Xuanhuan's face changed drastically as he realized that his soul-stealing divine art was facing an unprecedented resistance. At the same time, his soul was also facing the crazy counterattack from Jiang Chen. You also know the soul-stealing divine art? Xuanhuan's face changed as he realized that Jiang Chen's soul-stealing divine art was stronger than his. Xuanhuan didn't expect this guy to gain the upper hand in the battle between two soul-stealing divine arts. Furthermore, the most despicable thing was that his soul-stealing divine art didn't suppress Jiang Chen at all. On the other hand, Jiang Chen's departed soul annihilation had left him in a terrible state. Even though he knew his opponent's technique, it was still hard for him to defend against the attack of the soul-stealing divine art. The overwhelming spiritual pressure from Jiang Chen had made him lose his ability to resist. You dare to learn my soul-stealing divine art? Jiang Chen, I'll definitely kill you. Xuanhuan was infuriated. It was too shameful for him to be heavily injured by his famous technique. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be able to execute his soul-stealing divine art to such perfection. It was even better than his own. The soul-stealing divine art is simply a waste in your hands. You can't unleash the true power of the soul-stealing divine art, Jiang Chen said coldly. Xuanhuan was infuriated. This was a blatant humiliation. His own method had become someone else's method to punish him. Who would be able to stand it? Xuanhuan retaliated at lightning speed. However, Jiang Chen wasn't someone easy to deal with. At this moment, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't give him a chance to turn the tables. Battle soul awakens, soul shakes the 9 heavens. Xuanhuan roared in rage as his aura once again rose to its peak. The other hierarch realm elders also took the opportunity to defend Xuanhuan. The 10 hierarch realm experts could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen only needed to raise his hand to send a late hierarch realm grand elder flying with a punch. Everyone was in disbelief. Not only that, 2 early hierarch realm elders' bodies were penetrated by Jiang Chen's punch and their souls were destroyed. Such power was like a peerless god of death. Even Xuanhuan could sense how terrifying Jiang Chen was at this moment. This fellow was the true Azura god of death. Xuanhuan's soul power continued to rise and he even reached the mid-divine emperor realm. He once again used the soul-stealing divine art to attack Jiang Chen. However, it was useless this time. The only difference was that he was more injured than before. The backlash from the soul-stealing divine art had almost destroyed his soul in an instant. Damn fella. His soul power is actually so powerful. Just how did he cultivate it? While Xuanhuan was hesitating, Jiang Chen had already arrived. His dreadful fist aura soared up to the sky and landed on the surrounding area. Xuanhuan took a few steps back, but Jiang Chen's mightiness only increased. Xuanhuan was instantly suppressed by Jiang Chen to the point where he could hardly breathe. This is the real Jiang Chen. Looks like it's impossible for me to surpass you within 100 years. Shuiliang murmured. But he didn't give up. With the inheritance of a great sovereign in his hand, all he needed was time. Once he was given enough time to grow, he would surely surpass Jiang Chen. Once his path to becoming a great sovereign was fully developed, no one in the northern cold divine region or even the central region divine land could suppress him anymore. Therefore, Shuiliang wasn't in a hurry. One day he would be able to see the light of the moon. At that moment he would become a peerless sovereign. Jiang Chen was the only target he wanted to surpass. However, Jiang Chen's talent was too strong and his speed was too fast. Shuiliang was still not a match for Jiang Qin even though he had been cultivating so hard. Chen Renji was very confident in Jiang Qin. If Han Wanshan couldn't handle Jiang Qin, then Jiang Qin would be courting death by entering Tongxian Mansion. Since Jiang Qin had such a thought, he must be confident. At least he wouldn't act recklessly. You forced me to do this. I would like to see how strong your soul energy is. Han Wanshan grunted with a gloomy look and murmured incantations. All disciples, listen to my command. Leave your soul and return to the universe. Only I can use it. 10,000 souls returned to one, soul shaking the heavens. As soon as Han Wanshan finished his incantation, tens of thousands of disciples of the Lihuan sect looked stupefied. Their souls were all devoured by Han Wanshan at this moment. Their soul energy was filled with endless anger, fear, panic and despair. Under the devouring of Han Wanshan's soul energy was strengthened and instantly skyrocketed. This was out of Jiang Chen's expectation. Han Wanshan was willing to use the entire sect's strength to stabilize his soul energy, allowing his strength to skyrocket. Sect leader, you can't. Sect leader. Sigh, the Lihuan sect is going to perish. This is simply digging his own grave. You don't understand at all. If it wasn't for the fact that the sovereign was at the end of his life, he would never do such a thing. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as the sovereign is still alive, the Lihuan sect will have the possibility to rise again. But if the sovereign falls, the Lihuan sect will be in real danger. On the entire mountain range, only the 10 great elders were left. All the disciples of the Lihuan sect had their souls devoured by Han Wanshan. Even Shuiliang, Chen Renji and the others couldn't help but gasp. This Han Wanshan was way too cruel. To think that he would treat his own people so cruelly. This was basically equivalent to the destruction of the sect. The strength of the sect was completely devoured. Who could have imagined that in an instant, thousands of people would be annihilated under the control of Han Wanshan? This was simply killing people. Jiang Qin frowned. This fellow was even scarier than the devils from hell. To devour his own people just to increase his own strength. What was the difference between him and a devil? Cruel and heartless. The Lihuan sect was destined to be annihilated. Those pitiful innocent souls didn't even have the chance to seek justice. They thought that they could rely on a powerful backer, who knew that their lives would be ended by the sect leader himself. The resentment of the soul continued to gather. Tens of thousands of souls were gathered. Han Wanshan's eyes were filled with bloodlust. Compared to before, he was even more violent, bloodthirsty and insane. It seemed like he wanted to devour Jiang Qin as well. Those who are unjust are doomed to destruction. You're digging your own grave. Jiang Qin bellowed. As long as I can kill you and take revenge for my son Xiaoqin, so what if I have to kill the entire world? Die, kid. Chapter 3053. Tens of thousands of souls were flying around in the sky, forming a formation with resentment. With the control of Han Wanshan, Shuiliang's expression changed drastically. The 10,000 soul resentment formation made them feel like they were being oppressed by tens of thousands of souls. The power of resentment was fully unleashed. Even a half-step divine emperor expert would have to avoid it. Han Wanshan had been looking forward to this scene for a long time. This was the first time he used it. With such terrifying power, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Jiang Qin. Most importantly, his soul energy had also reached the late divine emperor realm. He had been cultivating his soul energy for so many years. His soul energy had already reached the early divine emperor realm. Now, with the help of the boundless energy of vengeful spirits, his soul energy had undergone a qualitative change. In this way, it was absolutely safe for him to deal with Jiang Qin. You want to suppress me with just the power of 10,000 souls? Aren't you being too delusional? Jiang Qin said coldly. He waved his hand and the great Yu soul-forming light was instantly thrown into the void by Jiang Qin. Tens of thousands of souls were devoured by the great Yu soul-forming light and the soul power was purified by the great Yu soul-forming light. The great Yu soul-forming light was no longer the same as before. It was just a piece of cake for Jiang Qin to subdue the souls. The scene shocked everyone once again. The elders of the Lihuan sect were dumbfounded. Tens of thousands of resentment spirits were wiped out by Jiang Qin in an instant? Most importantly, tens of thousands of people had died because of this, and it was as if it had not even caused the slightest ripple. Wasn't this too not worth it? The one with the worst expression was Han Wanshan. The 10,000 soul resentment formation that he had spent so much effort to set up was destroyed by Jiang Qin in an instant. It was too shocking. I'll fight you to the death today. Third style of the soul-stealing divine art, soul-stealing technique. Xuanhuan was truly furious. Even he himself had not fully comprehended the third style of the soul-seizing spirit. Even if he cast it with his late divine emperor soul strength, it was still a drop in the bucket. Because the third style could only be cast with the soul strength of an emperor realm expert. Xuanhuan had lost his chance to cast the third style of the soul-seizing spirit. He knew that if he did not try his best he would die a horrible death. Jianghu was too terrifying. Not only did he completely suppress him, he did not even give him a chance to breathe. Even the myriad soul grievance formation could not do anything to him. The third style of the soul-seizing spirit would be his final masterpiece. Digging your own grave. You asked for it. Jianghu said Lung Lung. At the same time, Jianghu didn't use the soul-stealing divine art but used absolute soul power to resist Xuanhuan. The Emperor Realm soul was released at this moment. The terrifying soul power covered Xuanhuan. At that moment Xuanhuan was in complete despair. He had never thought that Jianghu's soul power would be this terrifying. How could an early hierarch kid have such a powerful soul power? What? The Emperor Realm soul was a goal that he could never reach in his life. He had forcefully used the soul-stealing divine art. It meant that he had to risk his life to fight for it. However, he failed to predict the end. He was completely devoured by Jianghu's Emperor Realm soul. He would never forget that despair. Emperor Realm soul, this is impossible. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Xuanhuan's heartbreaking roar was deafening. However, he had completely fallen into the soul's devouring. He hadn't reached the realm to use the third style. Forcefully using it was equivalent to digging his own grave. At this moment he had lost the ability to fight against Jianghu. The Emperor Realm's soul had completely sealed him. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only accept the judgment of death. Xuanhuan's soul was already full of holes. He didn't even manage to injure himself. At this moment Xuanhuan was defeated by himself. He succeeded because of the soul-stealing divine art, but he failed because of the soul-stealing divine art. You only have yourself to blame for all of this. Jianghu said in a deep voice. Xuanhuan was like a mad bull. He had lost his initial peerless demeanor. At this moment, death was the only way for him to escape. Jianghu didn't give Xuanhuan any chance. With a sweep of his sword, the treacherous hero fell. One had to admit that Xuanhuan was strong. He could be considered as a treacherous hero of his generation. However, it was a pity that he had no chance to fight back against Jianghu. At this moment, the elders of the Lihuan sect exchanged glances. All of them wanted to escape. However, they didn't have the slightest chance to do so. The terrifying Emperor Realm soul of Jianghu had completely sealed them within. Help me do one thing. Once it's done, your life and death will be determined by fate. If you're still alive, you'll be free. If you're dead, it'll be the will of the heavens. Jianghu looked at the remaining 8 elders of the Lihuan sect coldly and said faintly. Everyone had the desire to live. Plus, they weren't loyal to the Lihuan sect. What Xuanhuan had done previously had already made them disheartened. At this moment they had to compromise in order to survive. Otherwise, Jianghu would kill them without hesitation. Jianghu looked at the 8 elders of the Lihuan sect coldly. This is an intestine-piercing bone-rotting pill. As long as you do this for me, the grudge between us will be settled. You can choose to leave, I will not stop you. With a flick of Jianghu's finger, everyone received a red elixir. After hesitating for a moment, they directly swallowed it. This was because they had no other choice but to obey Jianghu's orders. Live or die. No matter how dangerous it was, at least for them, there was still hope of survival. What do we need to do, or rather, where should we go? The great elder of the Lihuan sect asked in a low voice. Jianghu looked to the east and said indifferently, What you need to do is to follow me to Tongshan Mansion. Why are we going to Tongshan Mansion? We don't belong to Tongshan Mansion. I'm afraid they won't accept us. Everyone was puzzled. We're going to Tongshan Mansion not to stay there, but to flatten Tongshan Mansion. Jianghu's words made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces turned as red as a pig's liver. Needless to say, how powerful was Tongshan Mansion? It was the most terrifying existence in Fengyun County. Tongshan Mansion had stood for thousands of years and was unreachable. Today he actually threatened to destroy Tongshan Mansion. He was simply digging his own grave. Everyone looked at him in disbelief. However, since they had already taken Jianghu's poison, they had no other choice. Jianghu and the others rested for a while and finally prepared to go to Tongshan Mansion to rescue Longsher-san. As for that fellow in the thundercloud space, it won't be easy to deal with him. We have already made those students cultivate the heavenly lightning essence for a few million years, and we finally have some progress. When we completely refine the heavenly lightning essence, there will definitely be a life and death battle between me and the heavenly lightning essence. Even so, the heavenly lightning essence has been completely weakened after losing the majority of the heavenly lightning essence. It won't be a match for me. The second mansion master said proudly. Everything was ready now. Now he would be able to refine the lightning origin in no time. By then, the heavenly lightning on the lightning gathering peak would be completely under his control, completely devouring the lightning origin that had been fighting against him for millions of years. By then he would be able to break through to the divine emperor realm. Second mansion master, outside the heaven dragon prison, there's a woman Wu Ningzhu asking to see you. A low voice reverberated in the heaven dragon prison. The second mansion master frowned. Who is this person? He doesn't know her, but is he someone that anyone can see? I won't see her. The second mansion master said coldly. She wants to ask about the second mansion master about Jiang Chen and the others leaving the heaven dragon prison. The old man's words were passed to the second mansion master again. Wait, you said she wants to ask about Jiang Chen? Alright, let her wait for me outside the heaven dragon tower. The second mansion master squinted his eyes and said, Third brother, go and cultivate first. That damned monkey is already at the end of his rope, you don't need to guard him day and night. I understand your intention. 3 days later, protect me. I'm going to fight against the lightning origin. Whether I can break through to the divine emperor realm or not depends on this. Alright, I'll listen to you, second brother. After saying that, the two quickly disappeared from the heaven dragon prison. Little Chinzi, I didn't expect that we would be separated forever. Ah, what a pity. I can't even find my father. I can't accept this. On the 17th floor of the heaven dragon prison, the person tied to the stone frame was Long Shirsan. At the moment, Long Shirsan was in a mess. He was covered in blood and his eyes were blurred. Apart from persevering as usual, his entire body was badly injured by the second mansion master. What had supported him for more than 100 years until now was only an obsession. He wanted to live and fight alongside his brothers. He wanted to live and find the truth about his father. However, from this moment onwards, Long Shirsan finally couldn't hold on any longer. This guy kept devouring his soul power and compressing his body, weakening his soul in the end. It wouldn't take long before his soul power was completely exhausted. His soul would perish and he would probably become the second mansion master's puppet at that moment. Chapter 3055. Little Chinzi, you must avenge me. You must. Shirsan let out a heart-wrenching roar. The pain of despair was constantly being released in his heart, filling him with despair. Lingji, I, Long Shirsan, am sorry for what I did to you. Shirsan murmured. His soul fire was constantly being weakened and was on the brink of death, as though it could vanish at any moment. In the Zulong Tower, Jiang Chen said to the third elder in a deep voice, How can I pass through the barrier of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon Prison? As a high-ranking elder of the Tongshan Mansion, you should know how to pass through the barrier of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon Prison, right? The third elder took a glance at Jiang Chen and asked in astonishment. What do you want to do? Save my brother. Jiang Chen said. You want to break into the Tongshan Mansion by force? Are you crazy? Even if I'm no match for you, do you think you can do whatever you want? You have no idea how powerful the Tongshan Mansion is. You're courting death. The third elder sneered. I don't need you to tell me whether I'm courting death or not. You just need to tell me what I should do to pass through the barrier of the 17th floor. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands. Jiang Chen's calm voice made the third elder panic. After all, his life was in Jiang Chen's hands now. It would not be easy for him to escape. He had no choice but to obey Jiang Chen. Will you let me go if I tell you? The third elder said anxiously. He was really afraid that this guy was a madman who killed people without batting an eyelid. If that was the case, he might be killed mercilessly. He might be used now, but he would be abandoned mercilessly when he lost his value. I, Jiang Chen, am a man of my words, but I don't like it when people lie to me. Otherwise, I don't need to explain the consequences. Even before I die, I can easily crush you to death. In this Zulong Tower, I am the only true god. Under Jiang Chen's pressure, the third elder could only grit his teeth and give in. He couldn't be blamed for not being able to do anything. He could only choose to take a step back and hope that Jiang Chen wouldn't go back on his word. The barrier on the 17th floor of Tongshan Mansion is at its weakest every time the guards change shifts. It won't cause too much of a ripple if you take action at that time. It shouldn't be difficult for you to kill the Hierarch Realm guards and save them. After this is done, I hope you can do as you say. The third elder said solemnly. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Moreover, I don't have any deep grudges against you. You'll have to help me stall the second mansion master. Otherwise, there's no need for you to exist. This is a bone-perforating pill. Don't think about how to get out of my control. It's impossible for you to cure this bone-perforating pill. After this is done, I'll give you the antidote. Even if you find the best alchemist, he won't be able to cure the poison in your body. Every alchemist has absolute confidence in this. Jiang Qin flicked his finger. The third elder's hands trembled slightly, but he still received the bone-piercing pill. If he didn't eat it, his life would be taken away. The reason why Jiang Qin restricted him like this was because he was afraid that the third elder might have the intention to rebel. The third elder also understood the methods of these alchemists. Unless it was a pill that could defy the heavens and change one's fate, the pills refined by different alchemists could only be solved by themselves. This was also the reason why many people were unwilling to offend or even be controlled by alchemists, because their ability to restrict others was too strong. Jiang Qin left the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Shuiliang, Qian Renji, Bing Yun and the 8 Hierarch Realm experts were ready to set off at any time. They were only waiting for Jiang Qin's order. You should enter my Zulong Tower first. I'll sneak in first. If the situation changes, I'll be able to react accordingly. Jiang Qin said. But don't I need to go back to Tongshan Mansion first? I can help you stall the second mansion master first. It'll be easier for you to save the others. Qian Renji said worriedly. No need. I have someone else in mind. Jiang Qin said. Qian Renji nodded. She knew that it must be the third elder, but the main reason was that Jiang Qin didn't want Qian Renji to be involved in this matter, because the situation was too dangerous. Jiang Qin wouldn't let any of them lose their lives because of this. He must save Long Shirshan first. Only then could he start a war with Tongshan Mansion. Jiang Qin would never let Long Shirshan suffer such humiliation for nothing. No matter who it was, Jiang Qin would make them pay with blood. Jiang Qin took everyone into the Zulong Tower. However, at this moment he followed the third elder back to Tongshan Mansion. Everyone knew the third elder. Although Jiang Qin had won the first place in the freshman competition, not everyone knew him. I can't hold on for too long. Once the second mansion master asks about it, I'm afraid I'll be exposed. You must finish it as soon as possible. The third elder said in a deep voice. I understand. Just do what you should do. I hope you can keep your promise, said the third elder. He didn't want to die. The desire to win was very strong, especially for someone like him who had lived for millions of years. He didn't want to die in the long river of history. His fame, his strength, his desire, none of them could make him disregard life and death. Jiang Qin disguised himself and directly entered the Heaven Dragon prison. The Heaven Dragon prison was still the same as before. Some people were quietly condensing heaven fire crystals, while others were painstakingly cultivating. After entering the 10th floor, there was almost no one else. In the 15th floor of the Heaven Fire Purgatory, Jiang Qin once again met the little girl called Bai Yun. Isn't this He too? I haven't seen you for a long time. I really missed you. The little girl instantly opened her eyes from her meditative state and looked at Jiang Qin, who had already put on a disguise. She was still able to see through his disguise at first glance. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly in his heart. Why did he have to meet this little girl at this time? Moreover, she actually recognized him at a glance. Although his disguise was very hard to discover, Jiang Qin had forgotten that there were not many people who could enter the 15th floor of Heaven Fire Crystals. I have something to do today. I don't have time to play with you. Jiang Qin turned around and directly entered the 16th floor of the Heaven Fire Purgatory. No, you have to play with me. Humph, if you leave just like that, won't I lose face? Chapter 3056. There were 2 Hierarch Realm experts guarding the entrance of the 17th floor of the Heaven Dragon prison. Without any hesitation, Jiang Qin used the soul-snatching divine technique to instantly kill the 2 of them. The 2 guards fell to the ground silently. Hey 2, what are you doing? Bai Yun's delicate face slightly changed, but there was a hint of slyness in her eyes. Bai Yun, what I'm doing now has nothing to do with you. You'd better not get involved. Otherwise, it'll be too late to regret it when you realize it. Jiang Qin shook his head and said, The more you don't want me to know, the more I want to know. Hee hee. Bai Yun showed a proud expression and thought, let's see what you can do to me. Do whatever you want. Just don't get in my way. Jiang Qin frowned. This girl was a little difficult to deal with. Moreover, her strength was strange. Jiang Qin did not want to be entangled with her too much. Okay. I'll definitely not disturb you. I'll just watch and not say a word. Bai Yun smiled and walked behind Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin quickly entered the 17th floor of Heaven Fire Purgatory. At that moment his eyes were wet. He never thought that the dispirited, disheveled and bloody man on the stone shelf in front of him was Long San, the arrogant and peerless demon monkey. Jiang Qin's heart slightly trembled. It was so painful that he found it hard to breathe. He took a deep breath and his face became extremely cold. Even Bai Yun behind him could feel the majestic murderous intent from Jiang Qin. He hated himself for not being able to come earlier. He hated himself for not being able to save San. That was why San had to suffer so much. He hated himself for being incompetent. The visible scars on Long San's body were so deep that his bones could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. Jiang Qin could not even bear to look at it because he was his dearest brother. No one knew what he was feeling at that moment. He could not wait to cut the second mansion master and everyone in Tongshan Mansion into 1,000 pieces. He wanted to avenge Long San. Although he might not have the chance to fight against Tongshan Mansion, he wanted to avenge Long San even if he knew he would die. Damn monkey. Little Qinzi. The moment Jiang Qin called out to Long San raised his head almost at the same time. He could feel his brother appearing in front of him when he was at his weakest and most painful moment. The excitement he felt was indescribable. His friendship was as strong as gold. Long San's blood-red eyes were slightly moist at that moment. He could not believe what he was seeing. He had endured too much pain and suffering for more than 100 years. He was on the verge of breaking down. No one knew what he had gone through in the past 100 years. However, from his scarred face, Jiang Qin could feel Long San's undying will and unswerving faith. Otherwise, he might have collapsed and would not be standing in front of him alive. A man does not easily shed tears unless he is deeply hurt. A cold glint flashed in Long San's eyes. He knew that he would have a chance to see the light of day again if little Qinzi was here. He would never let Tongshan Mansion have an easy time. He would carve out the second mansion master's flesh bit by bit to pay for the 100 years of torture he had endured. In this world, the only person that Long San could hope for was Jiang Qin. When he was on the verge of despair and death was approaching, he only had one thought in his mind. As long as little Qinzi was here, he would be satisfied. He would not regret it even if he had to die 9 times because little Qinzi would definitely avenge him. Long San had thought that he was on the verge of death. However, he did not expect that little Qinzi would reignite his vitality when he was on the verge of despair. No one could understand how it felt. Long San had been shouting non-stop. Because of this, Jiang Qin had sensed the desperate vitality. He had been struggling on the verge of death. That was why he had felt an extremely strong call in the Heaven Dragon prison. That call was telepathic. Otherwise, Jiang Qin would not have had the opportunity to pursue his curiosity and see Long San's desperate face. The injuries he had suffered were unimaginable and unimaginable. I'm here. No one can bully you anymore. Jiang Qin's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Lung said. When he had said those words, he had blamed himself and felt so much pain. Long San had also held back his tears. However, he was sobbing in his heart. The brotherly friendship and deep affection was the greatest wealth of his life. Jiang Qin was his only family. Little Qinzi, we can fight side by side again. Ah! Long San roared and held back his tears. His heroic fighting spirit were once again ignited by Jiang Qin. His blazing anger was also ignited. The second palace master used his soul to seal your strength? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows and his expression became extremely ugly. Long San was heavily injured and on the verge of death. His soul was also suppressed to the limit by the second palace master. If Jiang Qin did not show up in time, he might not be able to hold on for much longer. Yeah. I was heavily injured by the lightning tribulation when I was breaking through to the late Divine King realm. Coincidentally, that bastard appeared and suppressed me. From now on, I will never be able to make a comeback. He wants me to submit to him and become his demonic beast. What a joke. Long San will never submit to anyone even if I have to die. Long San said while gritting his teeth. His anger made Jiang Qin feel the anger and despair he had felt in the past. My recovery ability is very strong. Don't worry. As long as I can escape from that bastard's control, I will definitely recover quickly. Soul suppression. Your strength is injured and your soul realm is not as good as the second palace master. You can only be suppressed. Jiang Qin slightly frowned his brows. A terrifying soul energy was released and instantly broke through the soul shackles left by the second palace master. In an instant, Long Shirshan was freed. What a terrifying soul energy. Little Qinzi, your strength? Long Shirshan looked at Jiang Qin in shock. Just an early hierarch realm. Compared to you, there's still a gap. Jiang Qin said with a smile. You bastard. Long Shirshan smiled bitterly. However, his eyes were filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Long Shirshan's body was on the verge of collapsing. He knelt down on one knee with a ferocious expression. He slowly raised his head and his blood-red eyes flickered. His gaze was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky, piercing through the 9 heavens, rising up to the sky and looking down upon the world. I, Long Shirshan, am back. Chapter 3057. I, Long Shirshan, am back again. Long Shirshan Lung Lung said. He stretched out his hand and grasped the unparalleled divine staff. A monstrous demonic flame shot out from his eyes. That kind of arrogance and haughtiness that disregarded everything was insufferably arrogant. So cool. Bai Yun exclaimed. Her small face was full of shock. She covered her small mouth and her eyes were full of little stars of worship. You are injured too badly. I will protect you and restore your strength as soon as possible. Today we will turn the Tongxian mansion upside down. Jiang Qin Lung Lung said. Great, great. Bai Yun cheered for Jiang Qin and shouted happily. Who is she? Long Shirshan glanced at Bai Yun and asked. My name is Bai Yun. Are you Long Shirshan? Can I call you Brother Shirshan? Bai Yun squinted her eyes and chuckled. Her pretty face was full of excitement. I don't know her at all. Black lines appeared on Shirshan's forehead. Isn't this girl being too friendly? You don't know me and I don't know you, but you are very cool. That's how we know each other. Bai Yun said in a serious tone. What logic is this? Long Shirshan said coldly. Brother Shirshan, are you going to turn the Tongxian mansion upside down with hate too? Count me in, count me in. It sounds like fun. Bai Yun said eagerly. If you like it, let's play together. But if you fail, you may face a choice of life and death. Jiang Qin smiled slightly. This little girl was quite interesting. However, Jiang Qin had to guard against her because he had not figured out her background yet. I will pass the myriad qi to you first to help you recover. Jiang Qin said. Long Shirshan nodded silently. Brother Shirshan, let me give you a hand too. Bai Yun said happily. You? Long Shirshan said faintly. Bai Yun's strength was about the same as Jiang Qin's, an early hierarch realm. However, he knew Jiang Qin's strength was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Don't look down on me. Bai Yun pouted. If you have the heart, help him recover his strength with me. Jiang Qin said. Good, good, good. You know me well. White Cloud revealed a pair of beautiful canine teeth and was in high spirits. Long Shirshan's body was simply too weak. The damage done to it by the second master was simply too horrible to look at. Jiang Qin could only heal his divine origin energy as quickly as possible, but the injuries to his body wouldn't heal so quickly. Passing the myriad qi to Long Shirshan could only achieve this result. Not long after, Long Shirshan recovered his strength. At this moment, his body was also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even Jiang Qin was completely shocked. Since when did this guy have such a terrifying recovery ability? Isn't this comparable to my myriad qi body? At this moment, Jiang Qin turned his head and saw Bai Yun's red face was filled with seriousness. Bai Yun was constantly transferring his myriad qi into Long Shirshan's body. She's not human. Jiang Qin's pupils shrunk. If it was a human's myriad qi, Long Shirshan might not be able to withstand it. However, Bai Yun's myriad qi allowed Long Shirshan's body to recover at such a terrifying speed. Even Jiang Qin was a little shocked. Of course, he wasn't completely sure because Shirshan's recovery ability was also very strong. Perhaps it was his own recovery ability, but he wasn't sure. Not long after, Long Shirshan's body had completely recovered. Moreover, the domineering aura that soared to the sky had once again appeared on his body. His eyes were cold and bloodthirsty, his domineering aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. With the peerless divine staff in his hand, that kind of aura that could reach the sky was really unstoppable. Shirshan's fearless and awe-inspiring aura was especially so. His heroic spirit was like a raging bull. Suddenly, Long Shirshan opened his eyes. His aura made Jiang Chen excited. With the strength of a late hierarch realm, no one below the half-step divine emperor would be a match for him. He might even be able to put up a fight against the half-step divine emperor. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Bai Yun said in a daze. The rosy color on her face had been replaced by paleness. Long Shisan looked at Bai Yun in surprise. Bai Yun was the main reason why he could recover so quickly. Because her origin chi had such a terrifying recovery ability. Even Long Shisan could not catch up to her. Thank you. Long Shisan said in a low voice. He was not good with words, but the word, thank you, came from the bottom of his heart. As long as Brother Shisan can recover. Hee. Bai Yun chuckled. Her cheeky face was once again filled with mischief. Even Jiang Chen sighed. The mischievous Bai Yun had become an obedient girl. Everything has its vanquisher. She seemed to be very close to Long Shisan. Bastard, I will take back the mark you left on me bit by bit. I will crush your bones and scatter your soul, never to be reincarnated. Long Shisan was enraged. He wanted to turn Tongxian Mansion upside down. He wanted the so-called second mansion master to be punished for his sins. Us brothers can finally work together again. So what if he's a half-step divine emperor? I will fight with my sword. Who dares to stand in my way? Jiang Chen roared. At this moment, his aura became extremely terrifying. His eyes met with Long Shisan's. At that moment, there was only endless battle intent in both brothers' eyes. This is the Immortal Execution Battle Armor. The purple cloud feather belongs to the Immortal Execution Great Emperor. It has the effect of protecting one's life. Ah. Jiang Chen threw the Immortal Execution Battle Armor to Long Shisan. Long Shisan did not stand on ceremony. He naturally knew how terrifying the Immortal Execution Great Emperor was. His things were naturally treasures. There was no need for him to stand on ceremony with Jiang Chen. All right. Long Shisan wore the Immortal Execution Battle Armor and the purple cloud feather on his head. His aura was even stronger, like a peerless god of war. At this moment, Long Shisan's sharpness had reached a peak. He really had the ambition to compete with the heavens. So cool, so cool. Bai Yun said with an infatuated look. Jiang Chen was somewhat speechless. This little girl was definitely Dragon Shisan's worshipper. Even Jiang Chen's brilliance was overshadowed by Dragon Shisan. However, Jiang Chen was not sad but happy. His brother's strength was also his strength. If anyone dared to touch him, Dragon Shisan would certainly repay them 10-fold or 100-fold. Really overestimating yourself. Aha, I didn't expect you to really come back. Jiang Chen, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 3058. You came just in time. Even if you didn't appear, I would have gone to look for you. Long Shisan squinted his eyes and stared at the second mansion lord at the entrance of the 17th floor of purgatory. That kind of enmity was irreconcilable. Loser, I'm about to succeed. Unfortunately, it's all because of that bastard Jiang Chen. Otherwise you would have become my pet. Sigh. The second mansion lord looked at Long Shisan and sighed. Dream on, bastard. Today I, Long Shisan, will kill you to avenge my blood feud. Long Shisan said in a deep voice. The moment he saw the second mansion lord again, the anger in his eyes had reached the highest heavens. You're overestimating yourself. The profound connection Divine Palace gave you such a good opportunity, but you didn't even let go of the third elder. If it wasn't for the fact that I've set up an inescapable net, I'm afraid you would have escaped. The second mansion lord harumphed. You killed the third elder? How did you know about this? Jiang Chen frowned. Because I'm still alive. Xuanhuan Yinyun's figure stepped out from behind the second mansion lord. Jiang Chen's eyes slightly narrowed. So it's this fella. You didn't expect it, right? I didn't die in the great emperor's tomb but was sucked into an absolute space. Xuanhuan Yinyun said proudly. What about Xuanhuan? Jiang Chen said. Such a useless person is under your control just like the third elder. What's the point of keeping him alive? The second mansion lord said faintly. His eyes were filled with disdain and coldness. Jiang Chen was like a turtle in a jar. He set up a formation to seal Jiang Chen and wait for him to walk into the trap. It seemed like he had made the right bet. What a good plan. But do you think you can make us submit just like that? You're too naive, second mansion lord. Jiang Chen said coldly. A mere hierarch dares to go against me? Looks like you're really bold. I can crush you like ants if I want to. The second mansion master glanced at White Cloud and continued. Xiao Baiyun, could it be that you also want to be my enemy? Big brother didn't bring you back to betray Tongshan Mansion. I don't care. I'll be wherever brother Xuanhuan is. Bai Yun snorted coldly, his face full of indignation. Good. Since that's the case, I'll send you all to hell together. The second palace master bellowed furiously, his face completely darkening. In order to kill Jiang Qin, this unknown outer palace disciple, he, as the palace master, had schemed for a long time. Boundless primordial chaos array. Activate. The second mansion master said coldly. The entire Heaven Dragon prison, the 17th floor, was completely sealed at that moment. Along with the endless flames of the inferno hell, the boundless primordial chaos array was instantly activated, trapping Jiang Qin, Long Xuanhuan, and the others within it. After 49 days, the people in the boundless primordial chaos array will be completely refined by the flames of the inferno hell. The chaotic heaven fire is born from the boundless primordial chaos. You'll die miserably and miserably. Ah. The second mansion master saw Long Xuanhuan and Jiang Qin's angry eyes, but the smile at the corner of his mouth became more and more excited. Jiang Qin, this arrogant outer palace disciple, dared to challenge his dignity. The second mansion master had always abhorred evil. Naturally, he would not let go of someone who dared to challenge him. Moreover, these two fellas turned out to be sworn brothers, which really surprised him. However, if he wanted to kill them, he would kill them together. In his opinion, it was not a pity. However, it was extremely difficult to kill this spiritual stone monkey. After 49 days, he could at most refine that human, but spiritual stone monkey might not be able to completely refine him. By that time, even if he was still alive, he would be an arrow at the end of its flight. It was just the right time for him to subdue him. At that moment, his strength would increase once again. As one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, spiritual stone monkey was even stronger than the ancient divine beasts, the dragon phoenix and the black tortoise. Jumping out of the 3 realms and not within the 5 elements, there were only 1 or 2 spiritual beasts that surpassed the divine beasts. Now that he had gotten his hands on it, it would not be difficult for him to surpass his big brother in the future. What a terrifying formation. Long Xuanhuan squinted his eyes. He knew nothing about formations. Whether or not he could break the formation depended on Jiang Qin. Aren't you too arrogant and confident? Do you think a mere fire formation can trap us? Jiang Qin was disdainful. Although this chaos element everlasting formation looked extremely terrifying, requiring at least a half-step divine emperor to have any hope of breaking the formation, it was a piece of cake for him. Jiang Qin's eyes moved. A corner of the no-beginning formation in his mind started to deduce the chaos element everlasting formation. The formless flame in the chaos element everlasting formation gushed out. This was formed by the flames of the 17th level of Hell of Earth fire. It was rather terrifying. That depends on whether you have the capability to do so. How arrogant. The second prefecture master did not believe that Jiang Qin could really break the formation. He said that this formation was worthless. Could it be that he was mocking me? Death was at hand and he did not know it. This was the saddest thing. How long do you need? Long Xuanhuan looked at Jiang Qin and asked. He believed that little Qinzi could definitely break the formation. About the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Jiang Qin said. Conservatively, breaking the chaos element everlasting formation in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn would not be a problem. As expected, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the chaos element everlasting formation began to show signs of disorder. However, at this moment, the second prefecture master's face finally became solemn. This chaos element everlasting formation was left behind by his elder brother. It was extremely powerful. Even if he wanted to break the formation, he would need at least 100 years to do so. Moreover, he might not be able to escape unscathed. However, this fella actually used the time it took for an incense stick to burn to make a hole appear in the chaos element everlasting formation. It was even on the verge of collapse. Damn it. He really broke the formation. This fella is really strange. The second prefecture master knew that his chaos element everlasting formation could no longer cause any damage to Jiang Qin and Long Xuanhuan. It seemed like he had to take action himself. Break for me. Jiang Qin's fingertip lightly tapped, and the chaos element everlasting formation that was originally shrouding them dissipated like water ripples, turning into nothingness. The chaos element everlasting formation was easily broken by Jiang Qin. The second prefecture master's face did not look too ugly. Jiang Qin, Long Xuanhuan, and White Cloud turned into 3 streaks of light and rapidly charged out of the Heaven Dragon prison. Looks like I won't be able to suppress you guys if I don't personally take action. Many people who were cultivating in the Heaven Dragon prison and Heaven Dragon pagoda were shocked. At this moment they were all watching this scene. Jiang Chen's return had greatly shocked them. Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen. He's finally back. Chapter 3059. It's been 100 years. Jiang Chen is finally back. I wonder what kind of surprise he will bring us after he enters the inner mansion. Haha, this fella's strength is unparalleled in the outer mansion. He could already kill Hierarch realm experts when he was still a divine king. Now that his strength has broken through to the Hierarch realm, I wonder who else in the inner mansion can beat him. Haha. More and more people looked at Jiang Chen, the most terrifying genius in Tongshan Mansion in the past 10,000 years. Who's that? His strength has reached the late Hierarch realm? He seems to be even stronger than Master Lin. Yeah, he's wearing golden armor and has feathers on his head. He's really domineering. And that little girl, she's also a Hierarch realm expert. The appearance of Jiang Chen and the others made everyone solemn as they watched the scene in silence. Jiang Chen, the Manor Lord will make an example out of you today. You must die. The second mansion master shouted with a thunderous voice that shook the entire Tongshan mansion. His voice was like a great bell that could be heard for thousands of miles. How is this possible? The second mansion master wants to kill Jiang Chen? Gu Malu looked at Jiang Chen in shock. His strength had reached the Hierarch realm, but the second mansion master regarded him as a thorn in his side. Who could stop the second mansion master from killing? It's really him. Is he really going to go against Tongshan Mansion? Going against the second mansion master is no different from digging his own grave. Bai Ying frowned. At this moment they also did not want to see the scene happen. However, the second palace lord's aura was soaring and his sword was pointing at Jiang Chen. This scene made everyone's heart sink. How did the #1 genius of the outer prefecture offend the second palace lord? The second mansion master was going to exterminate a student? Bai Ying and Gu Malu exchanged glances. Neither of them had expected that the situation would develop to such an extent. Jiang Chen was practically doomed to die. If the second palace master wanted to kill him, who could disobey him? Where did Jiang Chen go when he disappeared? This was the issue that concerned them the most. After all, Jiang Chen could be considered a good friend of theirs. If he was killed by the second palace master just like that, it would be somewhat regrettable. Brother Jiang, could it be that you found out about the second manor lord's secret? That's why the second manor master wants to silence them. Gu Malu said with an ugly expression. Not necessarily. During the outer palace battle royale, Jiang Chen had somewhat offended the second mansion master. Killing Qinlong in front of everyone was equivalent to giving the second mansion master a vicious slap. From the looks of it now, the second mansion master should be harboring a grudge in his heart. The enmity between the two of them is definitely not that simple. If it wasn't for the deep enmity between them, why would the second mansion master use his status to attack a genius disciple of the outer palace? Bai Ying shook his head and said. At this moment, the people in the outer palace of Tongshan Mansion, those who came from the same place as Jiang Chen, silently watched the scene. They felt sorrow and despair for Jiang Chen. Dong Huangtai, Mo Qihan, Lu Dong and Zishi were all present. Jiang Chen felt pity for Jiang Chen. He clenched his fists and felt sorry for Jiang Chen. However, they could not do anything. Jiang Chen's early Hierarch realm was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the second mansion master. They were not even at the Hierarch realm, they could not even be considered as cannon fodder. Little Qinzi. Yan Qingqing silently watched the scene. Her heart was tightly squeezed together. She could only pray silently. She saw Shursan. Shursan's strength had already reached the late Hierarch realm. However, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the second mansion master's strength. Shursan's strength had already reached the late Hierarch realm. Yan Qingqing had also broken through to the Hierarch realm. As long as Jiang Chen took action, she would not hesitate to rush forward. Regardless of life or death, success or failure, she would stay with him. She would not separate from him even if she died. You want to go against me with your strength? Ridiculous. Tongshan Mansion has stood strong for millions of years. Do you really think a few thieves can go against it? The second mansion master sneered disdainfully. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Shuiliang, Chen Rinji, Bing Yun, and the 8 Hierarch realm experts appeared behind him. Master Ji? Even you want to betray Tongshan Mansion? Second mansion master Lung Lung stared at Chen Rinji and said, I only know that Tongshan Mansion did not care about me when I was facing death. The third elder did not care about me. It was my student Jiang Chen who saved me. Xianxia shook her head and sighed. Many people's hearts turned cold. Countless disciples of the profound connection divine palace looked at her silently. Even Teacher Ji had changed sides? Did Jiang Chen really want to go against the second mansion master and become the enemy of Tongshan Mansion? Fine. Today I will let you know the consequences of betraying me. All of you must die. Second mansion master said coldly. It's still uncertain who will die. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Today I will let you know that you will regret offending me, Long Shisan. Long Shisan said while gritting his teeth. The peerless divine staff in his hand was ready to strike. Behind the second mansion master, several figures appeared. The third mansion master, Lin Yukong, and more than 10 elders were all above the middle hierarch realm. Among them, Lin Yukong, the great elder, and the second elder had reached the peak of the late hierarch realm. Needless to say, the third mansion master was also a half-step divine emperor and was not much weaker than the second mansion master. Second brother, this guy really dares to go against Tongshan Mansion. Looks like we have underestimated him. The third mansion master sneered. They're just clowns. Don't make a fuss. Do they think they can fight against me with just a few useless soldiers? What a joke. Second mansion master shook his head. Second brother, looks like we have to clean up the house. Of course we have to kill the traitors. Otherwise, others will think that Tongshan Mansion has fallen. All of them must die. The third mansion master said coldly. I could have left, but you almost tortured my brother to death. I Jiang Chen can't take this lying down. Today I will make you pay even if I have to risk my life. No one can touch my brother Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. He turned into a terrifying sword rain and soared into the sky with unparalleled battle intent. They must fight to the death in today's battle. Moreover, the people behind him were not easy to deal with. This time he must deal a heavy blow to Tongshan Mansion. You've made a big mistake by not leaving. Otherwise you might still have a chance to live. But now, even a fly will not fly out of my Tongshan Mansion. Accept your death. You have no other choice. Monkey, we must take revenge. Chapter 3060. With a brother like this, what more could I ask for? Long Shisan looked at Jiang Chen with a determined look. The two of them would rush up to the 9 heavens and destroy the Tongshan Mansion. To vent their hatred. Ah, what a joke. You're just a grain of rice and you dare to compete with the moon. You're overestimating yourself. The second mansion master sneered. His eyes were cold and murderous like 1,000-year ice. Bastard, give me your life. Long Shisan stepped on the clouds and soared up to the sky. He held the peerless divine staff in his hand. Everyone was shocked by his unparalleled might. Even Shuai Liang was shocked. He admitted that he was no match for Long Shisan. Jiang Chen's brother was really terrifying. His strength was unparalleled and unparalleled. With the peerless divine staff in his hand, the world was his. In an instant, the shadows of the staff danced in the sky. The battle sync technique was earth-shattering. The experts from all directions were shocked. The second mansion master did not hold back. The might of a half-step divine emperor was not something an ordinary person could achieve. An emperor realm expert was a supreme expert even in the central region divine land. In a blink of an eye, the two of them were fighting. Waves of terrifying wind swept across the sky. The entire Tongshan Mansion seemed to be shaking. Long Shisan was fighting against a half-step divine emperor as a late hierarch. Many people were stunned. Even the experts from Tongshan Mansion could not believe it. They were also late hierarch realm experts, but their chances of winning against Long Shisan was almost zero. Lin Yukong's face was solemn. However, he did not dare to be careless this time. As a member of Tongshan Mansion, he had to take care of the Tongshan Mansion. If someone wanted to mess up the Tongshan Mansion, he would not stand by and do nothing. Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He did not show any weakness and rushed up to the 9 heavens. At this moment, his sword was filled with killing intent. I'll fight you. The third prefecture master sneered. Jiang Chen wanted to help Long Shisan, but the third prefecture master, who was far away in the void, did not give Jiang Chen the chance to do so. The third mansion master could tell that Jiang Chen was the core of the group. Although his strength was only at the early stage hierarch realm, he was able to make a late stage hierarch realm surrender to him. He was definitely not someone easy to deal with. Even Xianxia had joined his side, which was a great humiliation for Tongshan Mansion. Another half-step deity emperor. The third mansion master might not be as strong as the second mansion master, but he was still a half-step divine emperor expert. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. No ordinary hierarch expert could bully him no matter how weak he was. Moreover, he was one of the mansion masters of Tongshan Mansion. How could the third mansion master be a nobody? All right. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth became colder. At this moment, the third mansion master's attack was coming towards him. The silver serpent halberd pierced through the void with a soaring battle intent. The third mansion master's aura pierced through the 9 heavens, aiming at Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon sword intent buzzed, the heaven-splitting sword swept across. The sword soul also let out a series of explosive sounds at this moment. The sword soul returned, Jiang Chen's sword aura became even more ferocious. However, he did not dare to be careless at this moment. He used all his skills, the limitless sword broke through the void, using defense as offense. Jiang Chen's sword and the third mansion master's silver serpent halberd clashed against the 9 heavens. The sound of metal clashing was accompanied by the power of thunder. Jiang Chen was eventually suppressed by the third mansion master. The silver serpent halberd danced wildly in the sky. Its aura was strong and terrifying. After all, the third mansion master was a half-step divine emperor expert. Even though Jiang Chen used all his skills, he still could not gain the upper hand against the third mansion master. Moreover, his dragon transformation body was also suppressed. After all, the gap between the two of them was too huge. Jiang Chen had just broken through to the early hierarch realm. He might not be afraid of fighting against a peak late hierarch realm expert, but to be able to remain undefeated in the face of a half-step divine emperor expert was really shocking. The third mansion master's attack was swift and fierce, his aura was peerless, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Jiang Chen seemed to be in a mess, but he was actually orderly. Although the third mansion master's attack was extremely terrifying, Jiang Chen was still able to stabilize his body. At least he was undefeated. However, once he was suppressed, he would be in a miserable state. Not bad to be able to withstand my attack. Kid, you surprised me. The third mansion master sneered and said. His attack did not slow down at all, instead it was even stronger. Under the strong attack, Jiang Chen was already a little tired from dealing with the attacks. However, it was impossible for him to defeat Jiang Chen. The limitless sword was displayed a few times, forcing the third mansion master to defend against it. Jiang Chen's recovery ability was extremely heaven-defying. In addition to his defense, the third mansion master was extremely furious at that moment. In Jiang Chen's eyes, his attack seemed to be lacking momentum. The third mansion master had given Jiang Chen a lot of pressure. However, Jiang Chen's ability to withstand the pressure was too strong. The battle between Long San and the second mansion master was extremely fierce. It was not easy for Long San to withstand the second mansion master's pressure with his late hierarch realm technique. The peerless divine staff kept striking the void while the second mansion master looked calm. He was extremely calm when fighting against Long San. However, Long San's peerless divine staff shocked the world again and again. No one dared to imagine that this was an attack from a late hierarch realm expert. The battle saint technique was unparalleled in the world. His battle-intent soared to the heavens and broke through 10,000 caddies. Long San's eyes were filled with endless anger. He had been tortured by the second mansion master for 100 years. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, he might have fallen into the cycle of reincarnation and disappeared from this world. After regaining his freedom, the rage and battle intent of Long San skyrocketed, causing the second mansion master to feel pressured. An ordinary late hierarch realm expert could be easily killed by him. Old fart, take this. Long San's battle intent soared to the heavens. Chapter 3061. Very well, I'll kill you first. Shuiliang was not in a hurry as he started to fight with Lin Yukong. The battle between the two late hierarch experts was extremely exciting. Everyone in the Tongshan mansion was paying attention to the terrifying battle. All of them were hierarch experts, the divine king experts could not help at all. The great elder of the Tongshan mansion looked solemn as he looked at Chen Renji and the others with cold eyes. He was ready to fight at any time. Chen Renji, you traitor. The Tongshan mansion has never mistreated you. How dare you go against the Tongshan mansion? You deserve death. Chen Renji sneered and said with a gloomy face. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. The third elder has abandoned me. Is this how the Tongshan mansion treats a teacher who has served them for millions of years? I have already died once, I am not afraid of death. However, the one who pushed me into the abyss was the third elder of the Tongshan mansion, and the one who saved me was Jiang Chen. You are a stubborn and wicked person. You have betrayed the Tongshan mansion. Kill her without mercy. The great elder shouted angrily. The 10 great elders behind him also rushed towards the void, trying to kill Chen Rinji. At this moment, the 8 great elders of the Lihuan sect did not hold back and were ready to fight to the death with the Tongshan mansion. They were restricted by Jiang Chen. If they did not fight to the death, they would never be able to reincarnate. They would rather die than suffer such pain. Xianxia, it's you? You are all from the Lihuan sect. Could it be that Jiang Chen is colluding with the Lihuan sect? Is Xuanhuan here too? The great elder was shocked when he saw the elder of the Lihuan sect, Xianxia, who had fought with him a few million years ago. Time waits for no one. The Lihuan sect no longer exists. The sect lord of the Lihuan sect has returned to the earth. Now we will only follow Jiang Chen. Xianxia said in a deep voice. Fine. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish. He's just a hierarch brat. I don't know why you chose to follow a trash like him. It's ridiculous, shameful and pathetic. Ah! The great elder roared. His heart was burning with anger. He never thought that this little bastard would actually summon so many experts to attack the Tongshan mansion. It seemed that he was well prepared. The great elder led everyone to attack Xianxia and the others. Chen Rinji was not willing to be outdone. She was prepared to fight to the death with her former colleagues. However, there were more hierarch experts in the Tongshan mansion. In the blink of an eye, the inner disciples of the Tongshan mansion, teachers and the deacons of the Tongshan mansion swarmed towards the Tongshan mansion. The scale of victory seemed to have tilted towards the Tongshan mansion's side. Countless disciples were extremely shocked. Thousands of divine king realm disciples of the Tongshan mansion were silently watching the scene. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen, who was on the same level as them 100 years ago, would stand on the opposite side of the Tongshan mansion after 100 years? Moreover, he was so terrifying. There were a few late hierarch experts around him in such a powerful formation. It was truly unbelievable. This Jiang Chen is really terrifying. He can actually mobilize so many experts to fight for him. He's really not simple. That's right. It's hard for us to catch up to him. During the Battle of Outer Prefecture, he was the only one who stood out and took the lead. Even Qianlong was killed by him. It seems like we have underestimated Jiang Chen's strength. You can't judge a book by its cover. He's a real expert, but I think he's a little too arrogant. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Tongshan mansion. The Tongshan Club has been standing in the Fengyin County for so many years. It's not something that an early hierarch kid can shake. That's true. Jiang Chen is quite talented. Unfortunately, he's too arrogant. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Tongshan mansion. Let's just wait and see how he'll be suppressed by the second and third prefecture lords. He's destined to fall in the Tongshan mansion. Many of the outer disciples of the Tongshan mansion snorted. None of them were optimistic about Jiang Chen's decision, because Jiang Chen was going to face the entire Tongshan mansion. How strong was he? Could he really change his fate? Anyway, they didn't believe it. Although he was talented, it was impossible for him to go against the Tongshan mansion. How could a puny early hierarch like him shake the foundation of the Tongshan mansion? Although Jiang Chen had found a lot of helpers, how many of them could really fight? It was almost impossible for him to win against the second and third prefecture lords who were both half-step divine emperors. This was no different from courting death. Jiang Chen really didn't know what this guy was thinking. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be such a brainless guy despite his great talent. There are so many hierarch experts here. Jiang Chen is going to lose. By Ying's side. He and Gu Maolu didn't want to see such a scene. However, Jiang Chen's strength was insignificant at this moment. Wasn't he courting death if he compared himself to the Tongshan mansion? Who in the entire Xingyin County would dare to go against the Tongshan mansion? Jiang Chen had to pay the price for his arrogance. Hundreds of hierarch experts joined hands once again. Jiang Chen would be in a difficult situation again until he was completely crushed by the second prefecture lord. Jiang Chen, oh Jiang Chen, why are you so stubborn? Why do you have to go against the second prefecture lord? Gu Maolu couldn't do anything about it. With their current strength, they couldn't change the outcome of the battle. All he could do was sigh for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's talent was enough to make him a true elite in the inner palace. However, he chose a path of no return. It's such a pity. Jiang Chen is a genius, why does he have to seek his own death? Zixi face was filled with helplessness and bitterness. It could be said that all of them who came from Lone Dragon County were indebted to Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's strong suppression, they might not even have the chance to cultivate. Jiang Chen had done too much for them. Is Jiang Chen really going against the Tongshan Mansion? How could he be a match for the Tongshan Mansion? Chapter 3062. This might be Jiang Chen. His brother, Long Shisan, must have a deep grudge against the second mansion master. This might be the reason why there's such a terrifying battle. Xuanhuan said in a low voice. His heart was filled with guilt. If his strength had reached the hierarch realm, he would have taken action without hesitation. However, he was useless now. Even if he joined the battle, he would only be a cannon fodder. He was not afraid of death, but it would be stupid if he died for nothing. Lu Dong also looked at Xuanhuan. Both of them knew Jiang Chen the best. If it was not for Jiang Chen, they would not even have the chance to enter the divine world. It was fate. However, in the end, Jiang Chen did something that made them sigh. Would Tongshan Mansion lose? Could Jiang Chen rise and defeat the second mansion master, third mansion master, and the hundreds of hierarch realm experts? There was no need for them to explain the answer. It was already known to everyone. Tongshan Mansion had many opponents, but none of them dared to fight against Tongshan Mansion. However, Jiang Chen dared to fight against the heavens. His majestic aura was something that they could never achieve in their lives. However, in the eyes of many, Jiang Chen was just trying to hit a rock with an egg. His death might be more thought-provoking. Yan Qingqing's eyes were filled with anxiety. With hundreds of hierarch realm experts joining the battle, Jiang Chen's situation would become even more dangerous. However, Jiang Chen was not panicking. He looked at the hundreds of hierarch realm experts and the corner of his mouth became colder. Those who block me die. Jiang Chen's sword of solitude was unleashed. 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards descended from the sky. All of them were late hierarch realm experts. Their momentum was incomparably great. Even the hundreds of hierarch realm experts were shocked when they saw the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Jiang Chen's sword of solitude commanded the dragon cavalry heavenly guards to rush out and attack the hundreds of hierarch realm experts. In an instant, the hundreds of hierarch realm experts were scattered by the 7 dragon cavalry heavenly guards. Jiang Chen's peerless appearance once again shocked everyone. What a terrifying dragon knight. He's even more ferocious than our mentors. That's right. These dragon knights are all puppets. This is simply unbelievable. This Jiang Chen, no wonder he's so confident. He's prepared for this. These 7 dragon knights are probably capable of defeating hundreds of hierarch realm experts. The dragon cavalry heavenly guards' dragon prestige was unparalleled. It was not a problem for them to fend off hundreds of early and middle hierarch realm experts. They even formed a crushing momentum, causing the entire Tongshan Mansion to be in an uproar. Limitless sword, 10th sword. Jiang Chen's sword skill was like a hook, invincible. The shadow of the sword filled the air. The third palace lord swept across the void with his silver serpent halberd, not giving Jiang Chen any chance. Ancient soaring dragon technique. Jiang Chen once again displayed the ancient soaring dragon technique. It could be said that he had used all his skills. At this moment, he was gradually gaining a firm foothold in the battle against the third mansion master. The third mansion master's attacks were getting more and more difficult to take down Jiang Chen. Sky-splitting sky snake. Sky-white snake shadows filled the void. Jiang Chen was pushed back by the sky-white sky snake shadows. The 10th sword's attacks were not enough to push the third mansion master back. Moreover, the third mansion master's aura was getting stronger. 11th sword. Jiang Chen's attacks were fierce and his sword momentum was extraordinary. If it was an ordinary peak hierarch realm expert, he would have been defeated by him. However, the third mansion master was an expert who had surpassed the emperor realm. Even if he was far from the divine emperor realm, the emperor realm was still not to be underestimated. The 11th sword was like thousands of swords returning to their origin, intertwining with the silver-white snake shadows. Jiang Chen retreated as he fought. He had already started to set up a formation. To defeat the third mansion master, he must display the Ashura sword formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat him. With his current strength, he could only display the 11th sword. If he displayed the 13th sword, he might have a chance. However, although he had comprehended the 13th sword, he could not display it. That was because Jiang Chen was in the void at that time. Therefore, his sword momentum could be displayed. It was a state of nothingness that surpassed the great path and was different from reality. Therefore Jiang Qin could only display the 11th sword. However, the 11th sword was still inadequate to fight against the third mansion master. Jiang Qin retreated as he fought. With his supreme sword essence, he forced the third mansion master to retreat. However, the third mansion master was not easy to deal with. Jiang Qin could only settle for the next best thing. As long as he could not be defeated, it would be fine. I'm counting on you, Fire Qilin. Block him for me. I only need half an hour. Jiang Qin gritted his teeth and said. He once again forced the third mansion master to retreat. However, he was in a dangerous situation. All right. The Fire Qilin did not say anything as he knew his duty. If Jiang Qin died, he would not be able to live either. He and Jiang Qin shared the same fate. The Fire Qilin's strength had reached the peak middle hierarch realm. Ordinary late hierarch realm experts would not be a problem for him. He might even be able to fight against a peak hierarch realm expert. However, it was unknown how long he could last. Jiang Qin knew that it was hard for the Fire Qilin to face the third mansion master's attacks. However, he needed time to set up a formation. Half an hour would be enough. It all depended on whether the Fire Qilin could complete his task. It's a Fire Qilin? Aha, second brother has the spiritual stone monkey to tame. Then I'll tame this Fire Qilin for fun. The third mansion master laughed out loud. A divine beast like the Fire Qilin was quite rare. Even a divine dragon might not be rare. At this moment, the third mansion master did not expect Jiang Qin to have such a trick up his sleeves. The Fire Qilin's strength was not bad. It had already reached the peak middle hierarch realm. As long as the third mansion master took care of it, it would definitely be a great help to him. It would not be a problem for it to become his mount. However, Jiang Qin did not deserve to have a Fire Qilin. He was also very surprised. He did not expect that Jiang Qin could make the Fire Qilin, who was stronger than him, submit to him. He had to admit that Jiang Qin was quite capable. However, in the eyes of the third mansion master, the Fire Qilin was already his exclusive property. Jiang Qin's eyes turned cold. 108 primordial divine tools were displayed at this moment. The Ashura sword formation was quickly formed in his hands. However, to the Fire Qilin, the time it took for half an incense stick to burn was too long. The might of a half-step divine emperor was not something that the Fire Qilin could withstand. The Fire Qilin's attacks were all hit by the third mansion master's attacks. He was completely in a passive position. Resisting with all his might would only make things more difficult for him. His chances of survival were extremely slim. Fortunately, the third mansion master did not intend to kill the Fire Qilin. Otherwise the Fire Qilin would have been dead by now. Motherfucker, hold on. Fire Qilin, looks like I'll have to use the thing I prepared for the second mansion master on you. Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. 3 types of red, yellow, and blue lightning appeared in his hands. The heavenly thunder rumbled and shook the surroundings. At this moment, Jiang Qin was finally going to fuse the lightning and get ready to fight the third mansion master. Although the Ashura sword formation was not completed yet, Jiang Qin was not afraid at all. This time he would make the third mansion master pay. Chapter 3063. The tricolored heavenly lightning continued to converge together. The lightning energy in Jiang Qin's palm was getting more and more terrifying. When the 3 types of heavenly lightning were about to fuse together, that kind of dreadfulness was unimaginable to ordinary people. What is he doing? Is that the sky lightning? Is he able to control the sky lightning? No wonder he wasn't affected by the sky lightning at the lightning gathering peak. No. Is he trying to fuse the 3 sky lightning together? Gosh, this Jiang Qin is a lunatic. He is playing with fire. Once the heavenly lightnings fuse, the energy that will erupt is simply not something that an ordinary person can withstand. Furthermore, I have never heard of heavenly lightnings being able to fuse together. This guy is truly tired of living. Is he trying to perish together with the third mansion master? The students of Tongxian Mansion were in an uproar. Even the second mansion master squinted his eyes at Jiang Qin. Did this guy really dare to fuse the 3 sky lightning together? This was unbelievable. The sky lightning was the most terrifying lightning punishment between the heavens and earth. It was born out of the will of the heavens and earth. It was extremely fierce, violent, and ruthless. It was almost impossible to fuse the sky lightning together. No one had ever attempted it before because those who had tried had all died and vanished from the world. Damn it, what is this guy doing? Can the sky lightning be fused too? The third mansion master stared at Jiang Qin. However, in an instant, the 3 different sky lightning, which were incomparably violent, were actually fused together. The terrifying destructive energy had completely fused into one. A five-colored lightning halo rotated continuously in Jiang Chen's hand, like a lightning ball that could explode at any time. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light as he stared at the third mansion master. "Accept the judgment of death." Jiang Chen sneered. The terrifying lightning ball gradually formed in his hand and was thrown towards the third mansion master at a strange speed. The injured fire Qilin was sucked into the Zulong Tower by Jiang Chen. The third prefecture master's pupils shrunk as he squinted his eyes. Of course, he knew how terrifying the lightning ball was. However, he was a half-step divine emperor after all. Facing such a terrifying fusion of heavenly lightning, the third prefecture master still managed to remain calm. Heavenly Snake's Wrath. The third mansion master held his silver serpent halberd and slashed towards the incoming lightning ball. However, he had underestimated the terrifying lightning ball. In an instant, the third mansion master's silver serpent halberd was turned into dust by the lightning explosion. His figure was also pushed back by the terrifying lightning. The five-colored lightning ball was like a death lotus that bloomed. Everyone around was affected and kept retreating. The third mansion master, who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, was heavily injured by the death lotus. Even though he had used all his skills and managed to escape from the desperate situation, it was undeniable that the third mansion master was severely injured by Jiang Chen. The terrifying sky lightning fusion had everyone trembling in fear and shocked them to the extreme. Jiang Chen was only an early-stage hierarch, yet he was able to fight against a half-step divine emperor and even severely injure him. Who could believe that? The terrifying five-colored lightning blossomed in the sky like a beautiful lotus of death. Who could believe that even the third palace master would be so afraid of it as if it was a tiger? Anyone below the half-step divine emperor realm would definitely die from the blooming death lotus. Even the late hierarch realm elders like Lin Yukong and the others were speechless. They thought that the talented young man was only not bad. However, even the third mansion master was severely injured by him. What kind of experience was that? It felt like a lifetime ago. If they were to face Jiang Chen, they would have been killed by him. We can't let this young man live. Lin Yukong squinted his eyes and was shocked. This young man was too terrifying. He did not put anyone in his eyes. However, he did have the ability to look down on everyone. Those Divine King Realm experts who thought that Jiang Chen was digging his own grave were completely dumbfounded. They stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Without reaching Jiang Chen's realm, they would not know how strong Jiang Chen was. The fusion of lightning had taught everyone a lesson. They felt the fear that Jiang Chen brought to them. Those who looked down on Jiang Chen kept their mouths shut. Because Jiang Chen, who had severely injured the third mansion master, had given everyone a slap in the face. The third mansion master's clothes were torn, his hair was messy, and his face was extremely gloomy. He had underestimated Jiang Chen's death lightning lotus and Jiang Chen's means. He thought that an early-stage hierarch would not be able to defeat him. However, he was wrong. Very wrong. He was ridiculously wrong. Jiang Chen's power had reached a level where he could balance him. This was the reason why he was so proud. The third mansion master's strength had been greatly suppressed. After being severely injured, he could not recover in a short period of time. Not everyone had Jiang Chen's myriad qi body. Jiang Chen had consumed nearly 60% of his strength after fusing with the three heavenly lightnings. In addition to the Ashura sword formation, he had also consumed a lot of his strength. From the third mansion master's point of view, Jiang Chen was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Jiang Chen's fatal blow did not kill him, so it was time for him to fight back. You should be proud of yourself for injuring me. However, boy, you can't kill me. Now your time is up. Let me end you. The third mansion master sneered. Although the silver serpent halberd in his hand had turned into dust, his strength was still there. He threw a punch that shook the mountains and rivers. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen was on the verge of death. Although his previous scene had shocked everyone, he still could not escape from the third mansion master's attack. Such a fate might be the best ending for Jiang Chen. However, just as the third prefecture lord was about to rush towards Jiang Chen, something strange happened. Jiang Chen moved his palm and the sword rose up into the sky. 108 origin divine tools flew up into the sky and trapped the third prefecture lord within it. That kind of mightiness shocked the world. The entire Tongxian mansion was in an uproar. 108 primordial divine tools. It was unknown whether all the experts in Tongxian mansion had that many primordial divine tools. However, Jiang Chen, an early hierarch boy, had so many primordial divine tools and could even gather them into a formation. The terrifying formation instantly trapped the third mansion master. The third mansion master's facial expression changed drastically. The formation was formed by the gathering of 108 primordial divine tools. The terrifying pressure of the divine tools made him feel like he was going to die if he was still in his peak condition. However, he was only left with 40 to 50% of his strength. He immediately faced the terrifying sword formation with a serious expression. How many more tricks does this guy have? Yeah, it's unbelievable. How did he get so many primordial divine tools? There's only one explanation. He's a master of craftsmanship. Otherwise, not even the treasury of Tongshan Mansion could have so many primordial divine tools. Jiang Chen's sword formation once again shocked everyone. No one could believe that Jiang Chen had so many primordial divine tools. Those Divine King Realm students instantly felt inferior when compared to Jiang Chen. 100 years ago they were still at the same level. However, Jiang Chen had now become a peerless expert who could compete with Tongshan Mansion. Such a difference made them feel extremely unbalanced. Ashura sword formation, kill without mercy. Bastard, I'll sacrifice you to my sword today. Then I'll kill the second mansion master. Chapter 3064. Damn it, this bastard is actually able to arrange such a terrifying formation. Third brother, be careful. This sword formation is not simple. The second palace master's expression changed. He was somewhat worried for the third palace master. After all, this guy's formation was truly terrifying. Even he could not take out 108 origin divine weapons. Moreover, this guy's terrifying sword intent made even him feel threatened. However, the second palace master also understood that Jiang Chen would not be able to withstand this terrifying sword formation for too long. Even so, once the formation was formed, the attack would gradually take shape. Usually, it would only take an instant to complete the killing. The sword formation was like rain, and thunder rumbled in all directions. The third palace master's expression changed drastically in the sword formation as he constantly resisted the endless sword rain. Your opponent is me. Long Shursan bellowed angrily. Layers of rod shadows smashed the void as he chased after the second palace master. However, Long Shursan's strength was still a notch lower. The second palace master had already injured him 3 times in a row. However, Long Shursan's attack did not weaken at all. This guy was like an unkillable puppet. Even the second palace master had a headache dealing with him. However, he could no longer hold back at this moment. He had to defeat Long Shursan before he could kill Jiang Chen. Otherwise, the third palace master would not be able to hold on for too long. Get lost. The second palace master moved his hand and forced Long Shursan to retreat. The world energy that erupted almost instantly made Long Shursan lose his ability to fight. He was severely injured. However, Bai Yun, who had been watching the battle from afar, finally made her move. Brother Shursan, let me help you. Bai Yunfei called out. An extremely powerful energy erupted from her petite body, forcing the second master back. She reached out with a single hand, and a terrifying strand of origin energy fused with Long Shursan's body. Long Shursan's complexion immediately recovered quite a bit. Even he had no idea how Bai Yunfei could recover so quickly. Her origin energy was just too monstrous. He could feel his wounds healing at an extremely terrifying rate. Bai Yun, even you want to go against me? The second mansion master snorted coldly. His face was terrifyingly gloomy as he stared at White Cloud. I won't allow you to touch Brother Shursan, Bai Yun said solemnly. What? Do you know him? The second mansion master bellowed. Because he's handsome, White Cloud said lightly. You, the second mansion master almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Isn't this reason a little too far-fetched? Big Brother didn't leave you in Tongshan Mansion to make you a traitor. Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you? The second mansion master said in a deep voice. So what if I do? I'm on Brother Shursan's side anyway. Do whatever you want. Don't use that guy to pressure me. If it wasn't for him, would I have ended up in this state? Bai Yunfei curled her lips and said. If it wasn't for Big Brother, you would have died long ago and disappeared in the long river of history. Not only do you not know how to repay kindness, but you're also trying to make a false accusation. Now that Tongshan Mansion is at its most critical moment, you're still trying to help an outsider. You've really disappointed me. Even if Big Brother was here, he wouldn't blame me. Little girl, you asked for it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. As soon as the second mansion master's voice fell, he charged forward. He must force Jiang Chen to retreat before he could defeat the third mansion master. Otherwise, his third brother would be in big trouble. He always felt that Jiang Chen was not someone easy to deal with. It was impossible for an early hierarch to defeat a half-step divine emperor, but he did it. How could the second mansion master not be shocked? However, his third brother did not defeat Jiang Chen immediately, which made him hesitate. Originally, he was waiting for an opportunity to kill Jiang Chen and the others in one fell swoop. But in the end, he didn't manage to wait for that moment. Jiang Chen had already found the opportunity to kill Lao San, causing the second master to be extremely furious. On the contrary, Shui Liang had the upper hand between him and Lin Yukong. However, that was all. Except for him, everyone else was in a passive state. The 7 Dragon Riders' heavenly guards were not real people after all. Gradually, they were besieged by hundreds of Hierarch realm experts and lost their initiative. The Great Elder and the others were also suppressing Hun Qianxia and the others. Chen Renji was injured several times and was being targeted by the people of Tongshan Mansion. In the whole battle, Shui Liang was the only one who had the upper hand. It was not easy for Dragon Shirsan to stall the Deputy Mansion Master with his fearless spirit and the help of the Battle Saint method. On the other side, Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation had completely sealed off the 3rd Prefecture Lord's escape route. The terrifying sword rain was like the summoning of the Grim Reaper. The 3rd Prefecture Lord's strength was heavily injured. He could not withstand Jiang Chen's terrifying sword rain at all. The Ashura sword formation, 108 origin divine tools were fully unleashed. Each of the sword chi was enough to kill a late hierarch expert. It was not easy for the 3rd Mansion Master to hold on for 30 breaths. However, this time, Jiang Chen did not give up. 4 stars Do formation technique. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He must kill the 3rd Mansion Master first. Otherwise, he would be in a more dangerous situation. The 2nd Mansion Master was fighting against Long Shirsan. It was impossible for the Stinky Monkey to defeat the 2nd Mansion Master. Jiang Chen was extremely surprised that the Long Shirsan's strength had improved so fast that even Jiang Chen could not catch up to him. However, it was extremely difficult for him to kill the 2nd Mansion Master. It was already a blessing that he was not killed by the former. Jiang Chen used the Do formation technique on the basis of the Ashura sword formation. The Heartless Sword Rain was even more terrifying. The Do formation technique and the Ashura sword formation consumed Jiang Chen's divine origin energy in just 10 breaths. However, it was too terrifying. The 3rd Mansion Master did not even have the chance to fight back. The Do formation technique was so powerful and terrifying that it shocked Jiang Chen. However, it also consumed a lot of his divine origin energy. 10 breaths of light shone brightly in the void. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for the 3rd Mansion Master. Because the formless killing intent had made them feel despair. No one could understand how Jiang Chen was able to set up the formation of 108 primordial divine tools. Because they did not need to experience how terrifying the formation was. They knew that it was a peerless killing formation. Even a half-step divine king would not dare to approach it. Jiang Chen was arrogant. He did have the right to be arrogant. At this moment, they still could not believe that Jiang Chen could force a half-step divine emperor to such a state. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had never seen such a formation before. Including the Great Elder Lin Yukong and the others, they looked at the formation in despair, looking at the only person in the formation. It's too terrifying. This Jiang Chen is really going against the heavens. A half-step divine emperor. I don't believe that he can kill the 3rd Mansion Master. Even if you don't believe it, the 3rd Mansion Master is already an arrow at the end of its flight. There's no way for him to resist. Everyone was looking forward to the battle to the death between the 3rd Manor Lord and Jiang Chen. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The 2nd Mansion Master wanted to take action, but he could not even take care of himself. Moreover, Jiang Chen's killing formation changed too quickly. In just a moment, when the 4 stars Do formation technique was activated, the Ghost Prison Ashura sword formation could no longer turn back. Chapter 3065. The 3rd Mansion Master's eyes were filled with despair. He had given his all. Even though he had lived for thousands of years, he had never encountered such a crisis. At this moment he finally felt the attack of death. The peerless sword rain was pressing down on him. Compared to the first moment, it was more than a few times stronger. Jiang Chen's face was getting uglier and uglier. He had reached the limit of the terrifying energy used to support the 4 stars Do formation technique and the Ashura sword formation. No! The 2nd Mansion Master shouted hysterically. His expression changed drastically. However, Jiang Chen had already made up his mind to kill the 3rd Mansion Master. The support of the Do formation technique was completed within 10 breaths. However, the third mansion master's life force disappeared instantly. Jianghu held the great soul forming light and sucked the third mansion master's soul into it. After all, the third mansion master was a half-step divine emperor expert. It was not easy to kill him as his soul was extraordinarily strong. The third mansion master was struggling in the great soul forming light. However, he did not have any chance to get out. His body floated down and his aura died instantly. His eyes were dull and lifeless. The third mansion master died on the spot. Jianghu, go to hell. The second mansion lord roared, the clouds rumbled and the sky changed color. The third mansion lord was the closest person to him. No matter how ruthless a person was, he had a soft side to him. They grew up together step by step until today. The third mansion lord was like a younger brother to him. The three of them had dominated the northern domain and founded the profound connection divine palace, shocking the world. They had promised to explore the world together, but he was killed by Jianghu. The sky darkened and the Tongxian mansion became quiet. Countless genius students were afraid of Jianghu, because this guy was too abnormal. He was the model of arrogance and conceit. However, he was also the symbol of great wisdom. Killing a half-step divine emperor. Who would believe such a feat? Who could do it? However, Jianghu had done it. The insufferably arrogant third prefecture lord had been reduced to ash by his sword formation. Blood sprayed everywhere and his flesh and blood were mangled and mangled. His life force had been severed, and he was nowhere to be seen. Jianghu's strength had reached the point where they could only look up to him. This was war, this was passion, this was the terror and despair that Jianghu brought to them. Was the Tongxian mansion going to be overturned by Jianghu? Jianghu stood proudly. Although his aura had weakened to the extreme, his silhouette was like a mountain that pressed down on the peak of the void, pressing down on everyone's hearts. Jianghu was like an insurmountable mountain. Some were happy, some were sad, some were excited, and some were happy for Jianghu. However, the battle was far from over. Baiyun, even if Big Brother is back, he won't be able to save you. Today, I will make everyone die together with my third brother. The second prefecture lord's cold face became like the god of hell in everyone's eyes. The second prefecture lord's momentum swept across the sky, and directly sent Baiyun and Long Shan flying. The momentum of a half-step divine emperor was completely unsealed. His terrifying momentum did not stop there. It was close to the emperor realm. In addition to the death of his brother, the second prefecture lord was completely enraged. The second prefecture lord approached Jianghu with a terrifying technique. He struck out a palm strike and the sound of an explosion in the air was ear-splitting. Eastern Emperor Limitless Art, Divine Golden Bell, God-Sealing Prohibition. Jianghu displayed the Divine Golden Bell, the absolute defense of the Eastern Emperor Bell, and withstood the second prefecture lord's attack. However, his figure was also sent flying in an instant. The Divine Golden Bell blocked the second prefecture lord's first wave of attack, but it could not block the aftershock. Jianghu's strength was too weak, so weak that he did not know how to defend himself, and was directly injured by the second prefecture lord. Jianghu gritted his teeth and his face was cold. However, at this moment Long Shan and Baiyun appeared again, and blocked in front of Jianghu. The three of them were severely injured, but the second prefecture lord's momentum was getting stronger. You dare to kill my third brother, Jianghu? If you force me, I will grind your bones into ashes. The second prefecture lord's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his face were popping out. This was the first time in a million years that he was so angry. His own brother was killed and he could not stay calm anymore. However, at this moment he had to stay calm. Although the third prefecture lord's body was destroyed, Jianghu knew that his third brother's soul was trapped in the great soul forming light by Jianghu. This meant that his third brother's soul was still alive, but it was severely injured. If he and his elder brother could break through to the Emperor realm in the future, it would not be impossible for them to revive his third brother. However, if Jianghu destroyed his third brother's soul, everything would turn to dust. Even if I don't do this, will you let me go? Even if you don't let me go, do you think that I will let you go? Jianghu said faintly. Lung Lung looked at the second prefecture lord and their eyes met. Give me my third brother's soul. Second prefecture lord Lung Lung said. You're dreaming. Jianghu said. That's what you said. If I let you meet someone, perhaps you won't think so, right? The second prefecture lord's lips curled into a smile, and the coldness in his eyes became even more terrifying. What do you mean? Jianghu frowned and his expression was cold. He seemed to have a bad premonition, and that feeling shrouded his heart, making Jiang Chen feel extremely depressed. "Come out, your old lover. Do you still know her?" The second prefecture lord said faintly. In an instant, two hierarch realm elders appeared in the void with a green-clothed lady with messy long hair. Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly shrunk, and his expression became cold at this moment. His heart was trembling. When his eyes met the lady's, his heart was filled with endless anger and longing. Little Qinzi. The green-clothed lady was Jianghu, the one Jiang Chen had been searching for, Ningzhu, the sister Ning that he missed so much. At that moment, Jiang Chen could not believe his eyes, but she was really standing in front of him. Their eyes met. Ningzhu's tears gushed out like a fountain. She was already satisfied to see her beloved husband before she died. "Sister Ning," Jiang Chen murmured. However, he knew that this was not the time for them to reminisce, because Ningzhu was caught by the second prefecture lord. "Now, can we have a good talk?" The second prefecture lord smiled mockingly, and looked at Jiang Chen with contempt. Jiang Chen's body trembled at this moment. His eyes were filled with the flames of anger. His heart became cold. The divine origin energy in his body was recovering rapidly. Jiang Chen stared at the second prefecture lord and said word by word, "You're a heavenly monarch, you're a heavenly monarch." Chapter 3066. Sister Ning, Yin Qingqing murmured silently. When she looked at Jiang Chen's eyes, she knew that Jiang Chen was thoroughly enraged. She had never seen him this angry before. It was like a raging fire that couldn't be extinguished. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with an incomparably cold light. It was like a monstrous flame that soared to the 9 heavens. That terrifying aura continued to spread. Jiang Chen's anger was completely unleashed. He could tolerate being bullied, he could tolerate being weak, but the only thing he couldn't tolerate was anyone touching his woman, especially his most beloved sister Ning. This was his taboo, the only thing that he couldn't touch. Once someone touched it, Jiang Chen would definitely erupt. The second palace master didn't know, nor did he understand how important Ningzhu was to Jiang Chen. In his opinion, she was just a woman. At most, Jiang Chen could be considered as someone who valued friendship. Using her to exchange for his brother's soul was too worthwhile. He didn't even think that Jiang Chen would care about Ningzhu so much. How could a true expert be shackled by love? When one's strength had reached a truly unparalleled realm, wouldn't he be able to choose any woman under the heavens? On the path of cultivation, the second palace master had never seen someone who placed women first. Jiang Chen's ice-cold murderous intent made the second palace master frown. This fellow was really different from others. He actually valued Ningzhu so much. Wasn't she just a woman? If it wasn't for the fact that she could be used to exchange for his brother's soul, he would have killed Ningzhu long ago. Although he couldn't use Ningzhu to threaten Jiang Chen, this fella had become one of his most important weaknesses. Don't believe him. I don't have long to live. Little Qinzi, you mustn't be led by the nose by him. Ningzhu said while gritting her teeth. Her blood-red eyes were filled with tears. She was already satisfied to be able to see her beloved before she died. She originally thought that she would be separated from Jiang Chen forever after she came to the divine world. However, God had opened his eyes and allowed her to reunite with Jiang Chen here. She wouldn't expect anything else because this was her destiny. Moreover, if she became Jiang Chen's shackles, she would regret it for the rest of her life. She could die, but Jiang Chen couldn't be defeated. She couldn't allow her man to be restrained by him. In Ningzhu's heart, she had imagined countless times the moment the two of them would meet again. She would hug and cry, throw herself into his arms and act like a spoiled child. She would blame him for not looking for her after so many years, and for not treating her well enough. However, the moment she saw Jiang Chen, everything turned into tears. There was only one thought left in her heart: as long as he was here, everything would be enough. Jiang Chen suppressed the rage in his heart. No matter what, he wouldn't let Ningzhu come to any harm. If the second palace master dared to touch a single hair on her, Jiang Chen would make sure that he would never be able to reincarnate. He would suffer in the cycle of reincarnation forever. But I can't live without you. Although Jiang Chen couldn't suppress the rage in his body anymore, he still managed to remain clear-headed. Even if you die and disappear to the ends of the earth or the underworld, I will still find you. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Ningzhu cried like a tearful person. She didn't want to die. She wanted to be with the person she loved. She wanted to give birth to their child for Jiang Chen. She wanted to be with him for the rest of her life. However, fate was so unfair. It caused her to be trapped in a prison, and she wouldn't be able to live for long. You only have this one choice. The second palace master frowned and said coldly, "Fine. I promise you." Jiang Chen took a deep breath. As long as Sister Ning was safe, Jiang Chen wouldn't hesitate to make his move. He would definitely kill the second palace master. He would definitely turn his bones into ashes and kill him as soon as possible. "Great. Release my third brother," the second palace master said. "Don't you think that your sincerity isn't enough? You were the one who proposed the conditions. You should be the one to release him first, right?" Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. "Since we don't trust each other, let's release him together. I'll count to 3. I don't want to break my promise, but I don't want others to deceive me either." The second palace master squinted his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded silently. 1, 2, 3. The moment the second palace master counted to 3, both of them released Wu Ningzhu at the same time. Jiang Chen immediately used the Zulong Tower to keep Wu Ningzhu. The second palace master was even faster. When he obtained the third palace master's soul and wanted to capture Wu Ningzhu again, she was already rescued by Jiang Chen. The second palace master's pupils contracted. He stared at Jiang Chen and said in a deep voice, "You will pay for my third brother's death. You dared to use my woman to threaten me. From that moment on, you were destined to die," Jiang Chen said faintly. However, the bloody light in his eyes became even more sinister. Jiang Chen hugged Wu Ningzhu with one hand. It was a familiar feeling, a familiar aura, and a familiar gaze. Jiang Chen had been waiting for this moment for far too long. However, he never expected that it would be at this moment. They were facing a life-and-death situation. What he could give her was simply too little. What he owed her was still far in the future. "Little Chenzi, I missed you." Wu Ningzhu's words made Jiang Chen speechless. This sentence had already filled his heart with satisfaction, but it was also filled with guilt. "From today onwards, no one will be able to hurt you, not even by a hair," Jiang Chen said firmly. Wu Ningzhu smiled and nodded silently. "Sister Ning, it's great to see you again." Yan Qingqing also appeared beside Jiang Chen. Wu Ningzhu was also very surprised. She held Yan Qingqing's hand, the joy in her heart was overflowing. "Gentle as water. It's really enviable. It's a pity that an indecisive man will never be able to enter the Hall of Elegance," the second palace master said with a cold smile. His gaze was directed at Jiang Chen. "Take good care of Sister Ning." Jiang Chen looked at the two girls and said softly, "Jiang Chen, be careful." Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing said at the same time. They both hoped that Jiang Chen could return safely. However, the second palace master was really too strong. If Jiang Chen went, it would be a battle of life and death. It was a battle of life and death. At this moment, when Jiang Chen turned around again, his aura had reached its peak. His anger had been completely unleashed. There was only one thought in Jiang Chen's mind, and that was to kill the second palace master. Tongshan Mansion must be destroyed. Chapter 3067. Sister Ning, don't worry. Our man is the strongest, Yan Qingqing said in a low voice. She was also comforting herself with this sentence. "If he's in trouble, how can I live alone?" Wu Ningzhu smiled faintly. No matter what he does, no matter what the outcome is, she will always be the woman who will stand behind him and support him silently. Yeah, he's our one and only. We have reason to believe in him. In this world, he's the only man that we can trust unconditionally. Yan Qingqing nodded. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the second mansion master were staring at each other. Their aura was rising constantly, especially Jiang Chen. The divine origin energy that he had consumed previously was recovering at a terrifying speed. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become the strongest person in Tongshan Mansion. He wanted to use the second mansion master's blood to comfort Sister Ning's wounded heart. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon would result in death. To Jiang Chen, the one he loved was his reverse scale. When a person was in despair, he would be able to unleash his incredible potential. At this moment, the anger in Jiang Chen's body was completely ignited. Compared to despair, he was even more furious. He would not let his beloved woman get hurt. So what if the second mansion master was a half-step divine emperor? Didn't the third mansion master still get killed by him? You should be proud that I can kill you with my own hands. It's a pity that my third brother's life was ended by you. One day, I will let him see the light of day again. As for you, you must be buried with him. If I can't defeat you, how can I be a hero? Tongshan Mansion deserves to die. And you shouldn't have used Sister Ning to threaten me. Jiang Chen shook his head. The surging blood and qi in his body had already turned into rays of blood light, soaring into the sky and pointing at the second mansion master. Brother Shursan, is he confident? The second mansion master is a half-step divine emperor. He's much stronger than the third mansion master. Bai Yun looked at Long Shursan and asked softly. Long Shursan was stunned. He then shook his head and said, I'm not sure how many tricks little Qinzi has up his sleeves. But since he could kill the third mansion master, it means that his strength has grown to an unimaginable level. He has always liked to fight against those who are stronger than him. Even if he can't defeat the second mansion master, he shouldn't be too far away. Dragon Shursan was still full of confidence in Jiang Chen. He was paying close attention to Jiang Chen at all times, because he didn't know when the second master would kill Jiang Chen. He couldn't let the second master get what he wanted. Once Jiang Chen was in danger, he would be the first to rush to Jiang Chen's aid. If it wasn't for him, Jiang Chen wouldn't have ended up like this. However, Dragon Shursan wouldn't say this because they were brothers. Let's see what you're capable of. The second mansion master waved his hand and a silver feather fan appeared in his hand. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Even if this silver feather fan wasn't a primal origin treasure, it had already reached the level of a peak essence divine weapon. This fella seems to have a lot of treasures. I'll kill the danger before it's in the cradle. So you won't have a chance. The second master knew that Jiang Chen was able to counterattack and kill his third brother. There was no doubt about Jiang Chen's strength. If he showed the slightest bit of negligence, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to kill Jiang Chen quickly. Therefore, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. He immediately took out his divine weapon, the Mo feather fan. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen as fast as possible. You're thinking too much. What can a half-step divine emperor do to me? Jiang Chen sneered. He held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and slashed through the thorns. The shadow of the sword cut through the void and Jiang Chen slashed down without hesitation. The 11th sword was swift and fierce, and the sword of solitude was fully displayed at this moment. Jiang Chen could even kill a peak hierarch realm expert without mercy. However, it was nothing in front of the second mansion master because his strength was not an ordinary half-step divine emperor. He had comprehended the opportunity of the divine emperor realm. As long as he was given enough time, it was possible for him to break through to the divine emperor realm and reach his eldest brother's realm. However, it wouldn't take long for the second mansion master to achieve this. Trash, your attack is just a joke to me. The second mansion master looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. He swung the Mou fan fiercely. A terrifying aura shook the void. Jiang Chen couldn't even walk in the void. The Mou fan disturbed the turbulence of the void and even produced countless wind blades. Jiang Chen frowned at the terrifying Mou fan. However, his sword qi intertwined with the terrifying wind blades and eventually turned into nothingness. Jiang Chen's other hand held the upturned drum tightly and punched out. Thunderous roars shook the sky. Experts from all directions covered their ears as a powerful sound wave attack spread out. The upturned drum was comparable to the second mansion master's Mou fan. Jiang Chen used the power of the upturned drum to counter the Mou fan. However, the countless wind blades and sonic booms kept advancing. Jiang Chen's sonic booms seemed insignificant because the wind blades of the second mansion master's Mou fan were too terrifying. The surrounding void was torn apart. That was the difference in strength. If Jiang Chen was a half-step divine emperor, he would not be any weaker than the second mansion master when he used the upturned drum. However, his strength was greatly restricted. However, at this moment, Jiang Chen's upturned drum could not suppress the second mansion master at all. I've said it before. You're not my opponent. The second mansion master was still indifferent towards Jiang Chen. It was too easy for him to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen focused his gaze and held the Cold River Stone in his hand. Currently he could use the Cold River Stone. As soon as the primordial origin treasure weapon appeared, everyone was shocked. Countless people fixed their eyes on Jiang Chen's hand. Even the second mansion master was no exception. Because Jiang Chen's Cold River Stone was too terrifying. That kind of terrifying cold chi made everyone shudder. The meaning that came from the depths of their hearts was the scariest. This is a primordial origin treasure? This Jiang Chen is too scary. This primal origin treasure is so scary. That's right. The cold chi is overwhelming. This is definitely a peerless emperor weapon. Otherwise, how could an ordinary divine weapon have such terrifying power? This Jiang Chen is simply a super abnormal monster. He's a monster. If we don't kill him, Tongshan Mansion will definitely be implicated. Tongshan Mansion will be in danger. Look, that great Emperor divine weapon actually withstood the second Mansion Master's attack. Everyone fixed their eyes on Jiang Qin. The cold river stone in his hand had also become the focus of everyone's attention. The second Mansion Master's eyes also became extremely cold after the cold river stone made 2 seals in a row. What a good cold river stone. It's indeed a peerless Emperor weapon. It seems like you've specially come to give me a treasure. Chapter 3068. The second Mansion Master's facial expression changed as he continued to use the Moyu fan's power. However, it was to no avail. Jiang Qin struck out another seal and the heavens and earth changed color. After reaching the hierarch realm, Jiang Qin was able to use the cold river stone much more effortlessly. After all, the cold river stone was the destructive ice god's natal divine weapon. Jiang Qin was not surprised at all that it had such power. However, the second Mansion Master was not an easy opponent. The Moyu fan was completely useless in front of Jiang Qin's cold river stone. At this moment, the second Mansion Master was even more determined to use his true strength. I must get this cold river stone. The second Mansion Master swore in his heart. The cold river stone was too terrifying. Even he had to avoid it. Extreme 5 lightnings. The second Mansion Master's eyes were cold. His palms were constantly changing. The thunderbolt palm print broke through the sky like a divine palm descending from the heavens. One palm after another, the thunderbolts shook the mountains and rivers, causing great pressure to Jiang Qin. Even though the second Mansion Master could control the heavenly lightning, he still did not dare to be careless. After all, the second Mansion Master's strength was much stronger than his. The extreme 5 lightnings was like a divine palm that could destroy the heavens. It descended from the heavens and forced Jiang Qin to retreat. Even the cold river stone in his hand was trembling. Jiang Qin only managed to stabilize his body after he had dissolved most of the 5 lightnings. The might of a half-step divine emperor was fully revealed at this moment. The second Mansion Master did not show any mercy. He began to use the extreme 5 lightnings to bombard Jiang Qin. At this moment, Long Shisan finally took action. He could not let Jiang Qin handle it alone. Bastard, don't be so arrogant. Long Shisan had turned into a battle maniac. He swept his staff horizontally and smashed down. Streaks of extreme 5 lightnings were smashed down by Long Shisan's giant stone staff. However, Long Shisan and Jiang Qin's staff shadows and sword shadows continued to overlap, but they were still unable to block the second Mansion Master's attack. The swift and fierce extreme 5 lightnings were even more bizarre than the descent of heaven's lightning. The extreme 5 lightnings was one of the second Mansion Master's most powerful techniques. Loser, I didn't kill you because I wanted to lure Jiang Qin here. Do you still want to act so arrogantly in my hands? Dream on. The Deputy Prefecture Lord's palm winds rose again, and the sound was thunderous. Long Shisan, clad in his immortal slaying battle armor, took 3 palm strikes from the Deputy Prefecture Lord. He was barely able to stand up straight, but he had already suffered another serious injury. Layers upon layers of staff shadows were not to be outdone. Even though he knew that he was no match for the Deputy Prefecture Lord, he still wanted to cause him a lot of trouble. Jiang Qin's expression darkened. Long Shisan was injured, which made his anger rise again. 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, 1 pill turning into 9 Supremes. At this moment, Jiang Qin activated the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill in his body. Jiang Qin's strength rose to the peak at this moment, and split into 9. 9 Jiang Qins appeared at this moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. 9 Jiang Qins, 9 incomparably powerful auras soared to the sky. 9 Jiang Qins, the real Jiang Qin, even Wu Ningzhu and Yen Qingqing couldn't tell which one was the real one. All 9 of them held the heavenly dragon sword in their hands, and their silhouettes were exactly the same. 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill, 1 pill turning into 9 Supremes, the power of 9 Supremes surpasses the heavens. Doppelganger? You're still too inexperienced to play this game with me. The 9 doppelgangers soared up to the sky. That kind of powerful aura made Jiang Qin feel a trace of Great Tao aura. 1 doppelganger might not be enough to form Great Tao aura, but 9 doppelgangers were different. Although Jiang Qin's Tao aura was negligible when the 9 doppelgangers overlapped, it could still make Jiang Qin feel a trace of Tao aura. That trace of Tao aura was the foundation that supported Jiang Qin's Great Tao cultivation. However, the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill turned into 9 doppelgangers. It was no longer 1 + 1 + 1. The impact of the aura gave the second palace master a great pressure. 9 doppelgangers against a half-emperor, their aura was enough to swallow mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen's oppressive aura had already made the second palace master breathless. To Jiang Chen, the 9 doppelgangers were just one person, but he could control the power of the 9 doppelgangers. If it was a doppelganger, it would not be able to perfectly coordinate with each doppelganger's changes to the original body. However, with these 9 doppelgangers, Jiang Chen was the real ruler. Each doppelganger was a ruler. The 9 doppelgangers of Jiang Chen did not have any formation. They kept bombarding the second palace master, forcing the second palace master to retreat. Such a terrifying scene had shocked everyone. Even Long Shisan, Shui Liang and the others were speechless. 9 Supreme Saint Bones repelled a half-emperor. It was too shocking. Moreover, Jiang Chen's strength was only at the early hierarch realm. Jiang Chen's storm-like attacks overwhelmed the second palace master, causing him to fall into a passive position. Jiang Chen did not show any mercy. With the power of the 9 doppelgangers, he fought against the peak of the firmament. His murderous intent was unstoppable. Chapter 3069. 9 Clones. What kind of demonic technique did Jiang Chen use? How could it be so terrifying? Yeah, it's hard to imagine that he has such a powerful technique. Early hierarch realm. Is he really just an early hierarch realm expert? His cloning technique is so terrifying that even a half-step divine emperor is afraid. It's not easy. Is Tongshan Mansion going to be defeated? Believe in the second Mansion Master. He will definitely be able to turn the situation around. How can a mere Jiang Chen reverse the situation of Tongshan Mansion? Countless people silently watched the scene. The second Mansion Master was in a critical situation. Tongshan Mansion was in a precarious situation. Many people did not know what would happen to Tongshan Mansion. Many people were even worried about the second Mansion Master's current situation. Jiang Chen's powerful attack had greatly shocked them. The invincible image of Tongshan Mansion had gradually shaken the hearts of the students. They could only see Jiang Chen's unstoppable attack. 9 clones had shaken the world. This was a real battle. Domineering, invincible. This is definitely not a clone. If it's a clone, it's impossible to defeat the second Mansion Master. Lin Yokong's heart was extremely solemn. Only true experts like them could see that these were not Jiang Chen's clones. Each of Jiang Chen's strength was perfectly compatible with each other without any weaknesses. Their attacks were completely different, but they were all the same. Each of these 9 clones could kill him. How could Lin Yukong not be shocked? This was a technique that he had never seen before. He could only sigh and hope that the second Mansion Master could find a way to fight back in this desperate situation. Shui Liang squinted his eyes and the smile at the corner of his lips became even more brilliant. Only he knew that this was the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill that Jiang Chen had concocted previously. He didn't expect this divine pill to have such an effect. No wonder even Jiang Chen wasn't sure if he could successfully concoct it. At the last moment, despite Hun Wanshan's attack, Jiang Chen still persisted until he finished concocting the pill. 9 Supreme Saint Bones Dan, 1 Dan turning into 9 venerables. A half-step deity emperor who says he can't fight. Shui Liang knew that at this moment, Jiang Chen's victory was already in his grasp. This was his true technique. Everyone thought that Jiang Chen would definitely lose, but Jiang Chen's technique had shocked everyone once again. Shui Liang felt that there was an insurmountable moat between him and Jiang Chen. It was no different than ascending to the heavens for him to defeat Jiang Chen, who had refined the 9 Supreme Saint Bones pill. But Shui Liang was happy for Jiang Chen. They finally saw the hope of winning this battle. 3000 Flaming Sky Seal. 11th Sword. 5 Elements Divine Dragon Seal. Sword of Solitude, separate from the world. Cold River Stone, freeze heaven and earth. Heavenly Lightning Fusion. The 9 original bodies of Jiang Chen continued to attack. Even a deity emperor would be defeated. The second Mansion Master's expression changed continuously. The 9 Jiang Chens attacked together. That kind of power made the heavens and earth tremble. The second Mansion Master was exhausted. The second master was exhausted from dealing with Jiang Chen's attacks. He was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. If he wanted to counterattack, he would be forced into a passive position. Lightning flashed, flames soared to the sky, and the divine dragon roared. Jiang Chen's momentum was like a peerless god, incomparable. What a good Jiang Chen. Today I will fight you to the death. 5 Thunders Sacrifice. The second Mansion Master's expression was solemn. The aura in his hands had also condensed to a terrifying peak. That kind of invincible power made the experts in all directions look gloomy. They kept retreating. The collision between Jiang Chen and the second mansion master was like a meteorite exploding. The brilliance was dazzling. Your power is not enough to destroy my 9 supreme strength. Jiang Chen sneered. He did not care about the second mansion master's momentum at all. Instead he charged forward bravely. Because Jiang Chen gradually realized the true horror of the 9 supreme Saint Bones elixir. Although it could not increase his supreme strength, it was already quite terrifying to have 9 supremes. After all, this was not something a clone could compare to. The 9 supremes had the complete thoughts and techniques of Jiang Chen, so it was incomparable. However, the most terrifying thing was the 9 supremes formation. The 9 supremes formation, as the name suggested, was the fusion of formations. One of Jiang Chen's most powerful techniques was formations, and the 9 supremes could fuse into a formation. This formation was different from puppets. If it was a puppet, Jiang Chen could control it with a single thought. However, the 9 supremes formation could perfectly accommodate all the flaws of Jiang Chen's formation. It could be said that under a situation where the opponent's strength far exceeded his own, the 9 supremes formation was the best way to attack and defend. However, the consumption was also abnormally high. The 9 supreme Saint Bones elixir consumed Jiang Chen's divine origin energy and the medicinal effects of the 9 supreme Saint Bones elixir. Therefore he could still bear such a huge consumption. Otherwise, the 9 supremes formation would naturally be powerful, but the terrifying power required would also require Jiang Chen to support it alone. 9 supremes demon subduing formation. Jiang Chen's formation was at his fingertips. He had already comprehended a lot of the no beginning formation. However, if he wanted to fully comprehend the no beginning formation, he would at least need to reach the divine emperor realm. Now, Jiang Chen could only say that he had comprehended 30% of the no beginning formation. However, 108,000 formations was just too much for Jiang Chen. The 9 supremes demon subduing formation had unleashed the power of the 9 supremes to the extreme. The second mansion master could not resist it at all. The 5 thunders ritual was also suppressed by the 9 supremes demon subduing formation. The second mansion master retreated step by step and his injuries became more and more serious. His long hair was disheveled and fluttered in the wind. Blood stained the sky. If this goes on, the second mansion master will definitely lose. Could it be that my Tongshan mansion is really going to be defeated? This is impossible. This guy is a monster. How could the second mansion master lose to him? The second mansion master's decline was extremely obvious. Now that Shui Liang and Long Shisan were fighting against the people of Tongshan mansion again, their aura was greatly suppressed. Lin Yukong, the Great Elder, and the others were very passive because they did not know if the second mansion master would be defeated. If the second mansion master were to lose, they would lose the initiative and become prisoners of war. Who would have thought that their insufferably arrogant Tongshan mansion would be defeated by an early Hierarch Realm kid? Although the great mansion master was not here, the second mansion master and third mansion master's strength was not to be underestimated. However, they were still losing and the situation was very dangerous. Die. Jiang Chen took a step forward and performed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps, walking in the void. The 9 supremes were oppressing and the second mansion master was once again besieged by Jiang Chen. He was forced to retreat with one palm strike. The second mansion master had already lost his initial battle intent and was now completely restrained by Jiang Chen. 9 supremes returned to 1. Jiang Chen struck 9 palm strikes in a row and the second mansion master was forced to retreat continuously. Blood spurted out from his mouth and he was finally defeated. His face was pale and a little ugly. Because he was heavily injured and could not do anything. The entire Tongshan mansion was in an uproar. They did not know how to describe Jiang Chen's strength. They did not know how to describe their feelings at that moment because Jiang Chen had defeated the second mansion master and the third mansion master. He had defeated the strongest expert of Tongshan mansion. Their ending would definitely not be good. My man is always the strongest. Chapter 3070. Yan Qingqing's eyes brightened. Jiang Chen managed to injure the second mansion master with the power of the 9 supremes. Now Jiang Chen's face was pale. Although the 9 supreme Saint Bones pellet was extremely powerful, the side effect was that his strength was being devoured too much. Even if it was only a part of his divine origin energy, Jiang Chen would not be able to hold on for long. Yeah, he has never let us down. Wu Ningzhu smiled faintly, calming herself down. At that moment, her heart was at ease. Knowing that he was still alive and safe, she was satisfied. You've lost. Tongshan Mansion must perish. Jiang Chun looked at the second mansion master Lung Lung. You're strong indeed. You've transformed into 9 supremes. I've never heard of it before. You've surpassed your doppelgangers and are extremely powerful. Looks like I've underestimated you. However, do you really think that you can destroy my Tongshan Mansion? You're too naive. The second mansion master wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly. Although he had lost, he was not willing to admit that everything was over. You don't have a chance anymore. A loss is a loss. You will die just like your third brother and become an eternal part of history. The profound connection Divine Palace will also be washed away in the long river of history and eventually be erased. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. The second mansion master and Tongshan Mansion had long lost their qualification to be strong. Everyone in Tongshan Mansion was in danger, but he only cared about his own benefits. The existence of Tongshan Mansion was just a pretense for his own benefit. Their goal was to fuse the Heaven Thunder Crystal and the Earth Fire Crystal completely. Only then could their strength be enhanced. And the price was to let the students of Tongshan Mansion continue to refine the Origin Crystal for them for millions of years, providing them with endless Origin energy. Is that so? I think it's too early for you to be happy. The second mansion master sneered. His eyes were cold as he looked at the void above the 9th heaven. Do Qing, since you're already here, just come out. Why do you have to wait until the moment of life and death? Could it be that you'll only be satisfied after I die? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Everyone's hearts trembled. The second palace master's words made them feel that something was amiss. Haha, I haven't seen you for so many years, but you're still the same. You still have that indignant look on your face. It's not like I owe you anything. Ah. A hearty laughter reverberated in the sky. A green-robed figure appeared in the sky. His eyes were like torches as he glanced at the surroundings. He smiled calmly and calmly. The azure-robed man was the Do Qing that the second mansion master had mentioned. Battle God Clan? Jiang Qin frowned. He could already feel the opponent's terrifying aura. This guy's strength was definitely not weaker than the second mansion master. The most terrifying thing was that there were 2 people behind him. Their strength had actually reached the half-step Divine Emperor realm. Haha, even an early Hierarch realm fella defeated you. Looks like you've really regressed over the years. Do Qing said with a smile. He looked at Jiang Chen without any joy or sorrow, because he did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Don't be sarcastic. Do Qing, help me kill this guy first. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied even in my dreams. The second mansion master said in a deep voice. Haha, don't say it if you don't want to say it. But this time we've gained a lot. Thanks to you for reminding me, the ancestors of our Battle God clan have returned to their homeland. Do Qing smiled faintly, showing that he was a madman. The second mansion master sneered in his heart. If I knew that was the tomb of the immortal execution great emperor, would I have told you? However, at this moment it was too late to say anything. The only thing they could do now was to kill Jiang Chen, the bastard. Otherwise, the second mansion master would not let it go, as the third mansion master had already died in Jiang Chen's hands. He should be the one who secretly learned our Battle God clan's sect guarding treasure, right? Do Qing looked at Jiang Chen again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The people of the Battle God clan prohibited the spread of their clan's secret technique, the Do formation technique. This was also the secret that allowed the Battle God clan to prosper for so many years. Although they could not be compared to the Battle God clan in the ancient times, in the era when countless experts and clans were gradually declining, the Battle God clan relied on the Do formation technique to pass down to this day. It was irreplaceable. Therefore, the people of the Battle God clan attached great importance to the Do formation technique. No one was allowed to learn the Do formation technique. When the Battle God clan got the news, they were quite angry. Even the people of the Battle God clan had died in the hands of Jiang Chen several times. This made them even angrier and more hateful towards this guy who secretly learned the Battle God clan's secret technique. At this time, Do Qing's friend, the second mansion master of Tongshan Mansion, happened to appear in his sight. It was also because of their relationship that the people of the Battle God clan were able to enter the tomb of the great emperor. In the end, it could be said that the people of the Battle God clan had a great harvest in the tomb of the great emperor. The corpses of the supreme experts of the Battle God clan were of great significance to the Battle God clan. At this moment, they naturally would not let Jiang Chen go. Moreover, this time they were helping the people of Tongshan Mansion. It could be said that they were killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Battle God clan would never allow anyone to swindle people under the guise of the Battle God clan. Obviously he came for Jiangchen. The Battle God clan should not have any good things. Jiangchen said, Lung Lung. You are about to die, but you are still so arrogant and despotic. What a pity. Hehe, people like you are destined to die soon. Dou Qing shook his head and sighed. I am afraid that you do not have the ability to do so. Jiangchen and Dou Qing looked at each other. Both of them were not willing to show weakness. Dou Qing laughed and the coldness in his eyes became even colder. Arrogant boy, even if the gods come down to earth today, they will not be able to save you. Dou Qing suddenly released his aura. Terrifying thunder exploded in the clear sky. Countless people at the peak of the void stopped in their tracks. The experts of the Battle God clan were the greatest saviors of their Tongxian mansion. Jiangchen, you should just surrender. Humph, otherwise you will die a graveless death and your soul will be destroyed. At this moment, the second mansion master was getting colder and colder. Since the reinforcements had arrived, why would he be afraid of Jiangchen? Could a guy who was struggling at death's door turn the situation around in Tongxian mansion? What a joke. This bastard actually found such powerful helpers, and there are 3 of them at once. Oh my, 3 half-step divine emperors. This is heaven-defying. Looks like Tongxian mansion will not be destroyed. Ah. This is too shocking. Another 3 half-step divine emperors. Our Tongxian mansion is finally saved. Damn you, Jiangchen. So what if you are strong? With the help of the experts of the Battle God clan, let's see how you are going to escape. To the experts of Tongxian mansion, Jiangchen's strength was definitely not satisfactory. Because once Tongxian mansion falls, they would all scatter. This was their base. If Jiangchen failed, it would not affect them at all. Every man for himself. So what if Jiangchen was strong? No one hoped that Jiangchen would be stronger than them. Chapter 3071. 4 half-step divine emperors for. Shuiliang said with a bitter smile. Shuiliang said with a bitter smile. He felt a sense of helplessness and despair. 4 half-step divine emperors were not something that they could fight against. 1 half-step divine emperor was enough to make them anxious. Moreover, the second master's strength was undeniably strong. Even though Jiangchen had defeated the second master, his strength had been greatly reduced. Now that there were 3 experts that were not weaker than the second master, their situation was getting more and more dangerous. Qing Tian, from today onwards, perhaps we will never see each other again. Qian Renji murmured. That kind of despair came from the bottom of her heart. Who could fight against 4 half-step divine emperors at the same time? Even Jiangchen could not do it. Even if he could transform into 9, how many of them could he fight against? Jiangchen was strong, but what about them? Once Jiangchen failed, they would be wiped out mercilessly like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Tongxian mansion's strength was on par with theirs. Once external forces joined in, they would not stand a chance at all. The appearance of the 3 experts of the Battle God clan gave the second mansion master a boost of confidence. It also made Jiangchen and the others' mood fall to the bottom. This kind of strength was not something that Jiangchen could turn around and turn the tide. Brother Shursan. Bai Yun looked at Long Shursan and said in a low voice. She did not want Long Shursan to die here. However, she could see that the relationship between Long Shursan and He Tu was very good. They were brothers who could go through life and death together. It was absolutely impossible for Long Shursan to leave at this moment. However, she could not change Long Shursan's mind. At this moment, she was struggling in the depths of her heart and it was extremely complicated. If Jiangchen is here, I will be here. If Jiangchen is not here, I, Long Shursan, will fight till the last moment even if I die. Long Shursan said coldly. He looked at Jiangchen. This was his trust towards his brother. This was his last promise. This was his unwavering determination. Bai Yun knew that she could not change the current situation. She would accompany him through thick and thin. That was her thought. As long as she was here, she would not let Long Shursan fall so easily. The second palace master did not expect the Battle God clan to send out 3 half-step divine emperor experts at the same time. Initially, Dou Qing was the only one who came to support the Profound Connection Divine Palace. However, there were 3 of them. The second palace master was shocked and shocked. If it wasn't for his big brother, the Profound Connection Divine Palace would be helpless in front of the Battle God clan. Brat, your time of death has come. We will take back everything that belongs to the Battle God clan. Dou Qing harumphed coldly with a serious expression. He was selfish. He did not believe that Jiang Chen did not bring anything out from the great emperor's tomb. As long as he killed Jiang Chen and brought him away, he would definitely get a great harvest. According to Do Tianhuang's report, Jiang Chen's foundation was very deep. Although he was not an hierarch, he had a lot of things in his hands. Let's see how you are going to defeat me. Jiang Chen stood proudly, facing the 4 half-step divine emperors. Even though he knew that his chances of survival were slim, he still could not afford to fall down. Because once he fell down, the people behind him would be in danger too. Accept your death. Don't be arrogant in your next life. Do Qing's attack was as fast as lightning, approaching Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen held his saber horizontally. Even though he knew that he was no match for Do Qing, he still wanted to fight until the last moment. He turned into 9 Supremes, and the 9 Supremes formed a formation to fight against Do Qing. Do Qing's expression changed when he saw the scene. However, he knew how powerful Jiang Chen's 9 Supremes were. Previously, the 2nd Prefecture Master was defeated by Jiang Chen's 9 Supremes. Do Qing's terrifying palm technique was like a bolt from the blue, clashing with Jiang Chen's 9 Supremes. The heavens and earth trembled and the wind howled. Jiang Chen and Do Qing were evenly matched. The mightiness of the 9 Supremes made Do Qing feel pressured, and this was under the condition that Jiang Chen's strength was still damaged. Although Do Qing had yet to unleash all of his skills, a series of waves surged in his heart. The shock that Jiang Chen had given him was too great. Everyone act quickly and suppress this fiend. Do Qing said in a deep voice. The 2nd Prefecture Master and a half-step Divine Emperor behind him joined the battle without hesitation. Jiang Chen was instantly suppressed by the trio's attacks. The might of the 9 Supremes was strong, but it was like a cup of water in the face of 3 half-step Divine Emperors. Jiang Chen's strength was greatly restricted, even reduced. It was difficult for the 9 Supremes to display their godly prowess. His situation was getting more and more dangerous. 5 Thunders Sacrificial Rite. Battle God Destructive Strike. The trio continued to press forward. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon swords might soared in the sky, shattering the sword in all directions. However, it still could not stop the 3 half-step Divine Emperors. Jiang Chen was forced into a passive position. Finally, the 9 Supremes were all repelled. Jiang Chen also felt powerless. Little Qinzi. Wu Ningzhu bit her red lips and said. She held Yan Qingqing's hand tightly. Both of their hearts were gripped tightly, fearing that Jiang Chen would be in danger. Little Qinzi, I'm here to help you. Long Shisan roared. The anger in his heart turned into unparalleled battle intent as he charged towards Do Qing and the others. However, the other half-step Divine Emperor came forward and repelled Long Shisan with his unparalleled divine staff. Long Shisan did not give way at all. Their battle became fiercer and fiercer. The unparalleled divine staff was invincible, but he still could not withstand the might of a half-step Divine Emperor. Long Shisan was forced back step by the half-step Divine Emperor. White Cloud quickly joined in and fought with Long Shisan against the half-step Divine Emperor expert of the Battle God clan. However, the opponent was too strong. Long Shisan was already severely injured and could no longer display his heaven-defying might. Although the unparalleled divine staff and the battle saint technique were unparalleled, the opponent did not give him a chance. If this goes on, although Long Shisan would not be completely suppressed, it would be impossible for him to save Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's situation was getting more and more dangerous. At this moment, the 2nd Palace Master turned around and attacked Shui Liang and the others. After all, with the help of the 2nd Palace Master, the 2 half-step Divine Emperors were crushing everything in their way. No one could withstand the might of a half-step Divine Emperor. Perhaps only the 7 heavenly guards of the Dragon Riders were able to hold their ground. The rest of the people had suffered varying degrees of injuries. At this moment, everyone's life was hanging by a thread. Jiang Chen was completely pinned down by the 2 half-step Divine Emperors. The 9 Supremes were forced back and merged into one. Under the severe injuries, Jiang Chen's divine origin energy was not enough to make up for the loss. However, the ones he was most worried about were Long Shisan, Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing, Shui Liang, Chen Renji, and those who should not have been involved in this life-and-death battle. Only Long Shisan, Bai Yun, and Shui Liang were able to maintain their condition. However, this time, the 2nd Palace Master's target was once again Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. Boy, let's see how you are going to save your lovers. Ah. The 2nd Palace Master sneered and rushed towards the 2. Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu were severely injured by the 2nd Palace Master's attack. They were not a match for the 2nd Palace Master at all. Bastard. Long Shisan rushed towards Jiang Qin, Wu Ningzhu, and Yan Qingqing. They were the people that little Qinzi cared about the most. If they died, little Qinzi would regret it for the rest of his life. This matter started because of him. Long Shisan would never let anyone hurt them. Get lost. Chapter 3072. Jiang Qin looked at this scene silently, but there was nothing he could do. He had tried his best, but the opponent was too strong. If it was the second prefecture master or the third prefecture master, Jiang Qin wouldn't have been defeated so easily. However, who would have thought that the second prefecture master had called for reinforcements? 3 half-step divine emperors of the Battle God clan. This was even stronger than the Tongxin mansion, at least before the great prefecture master returned. Jiang Qin was already struggling to move forward, but the situation of Shui Liang and the others was even more dangerous. Jiang Qin knew that he had to make a decision now. Otherwise, everyone here would be dragged to death, which was not what Jiang Qin wanted to see. Jiang Qin was constantly being pushed back by the 2 half-step divine emperors. His face was extremely pale, but he was worried about Long Shisan, Wu Ningzhu, and the others. Otherwise, if he was defeated, everyone here would become history. Damned monkey, run! Jiang Qin glanced at Long Shisan. Long Shisan also looked at Jiang Qin and replied, "I'm not leaving. If we don't leave, everyone will die. Bring Sister Ning and Qingqing along. Leave now." Jiang Qin shouted. Long Shisan was slightly stunned. He had mixed feelings. Jiang Qin's words were filled with helplessness. He knew that Jiang Qin had tried his best, but the opponent's half-step divine emperor was too strong. They had no chance to turn the situation around. The experts of the Battle God clan had joined in, which was the greatest pressure on them. The second prefecture master was like a fish in the water. The third prefecture master was killed by Jiang Qin. He would not let anyone off. "Want to leave? Can you?" The second mansion lord sneered. He no longer planned to give Long Shisan and the others any chance. This time he was going straight for Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu, because he knew that these 2 women held an extraordinary position in Jiang Qin's heart. How could he achieve great things with such sentiments? However, it was impossible for him to achieve anything even if he wanted to. This is the moment. The second mansion master's palm, the extreme 5 thunders, locked onto Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Qin executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps and the Great Void technique to the extreme, clashing directly with the second mansion master. He withstood the second mansion master's palm and saved Wu Ningzhu. Little Qinzi. Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing cried out in alarm, grabbing Jiang Qin's hands. Their faces were filled with worry. If Jiang Qin had been a second slower, Wu Ningzhu might have become a ghost in the hands of the second mansion master. "Want to run? You won't have the chance." Dou Qing shouted angrily and chased after Jiang Qin. Even he was shocked by the Great Void technique. However, no one expected that Jiang Qin could block the second mansion master's path with such a ferocious speed. "Go. I'll stop them," Jiang Qin said in a deep voice, staring at Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing. "No, if we leave together. If we die together." Yan Qingqing and Wu Ningzhu said in unison. They would rather die than abandon Jiang Qin. "How can I bear to let you die?" Jiang Qin smiled and sent the 2 of them into the Zulong Tower. At the same time, Qian Rinji, Bing Yun, and the people of the Lihuan sect were also sent into the Zulong Tower by Jiang Qin. "Oh, little Qinzi, don't." Yan Qingqing's tears fell like rain, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. "Jiang Qin, you bastard." Wu Ningzhu's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. Everyone in the Zulong Tower was looking at this scene. They didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so decisive. "Damned monkey, don't let me down. Take them away." Jiang Qin pushed the Zulong Tower towards Long Shisan at lightning speed. At that moment, Long Shisan's eyes were filled with tears. His bloodshot eyes were constantly enlarging in his pupils. Long Shisan and Jiang Qin looked at each other. Jiang Qin knew that he would do that. Long Shisan also understood that he had no other choice. If he was alone, he would stay without any hesitation. However, there were still Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing in the Zulong Tower. If he couldn't leave with Jiang Qin's will, how could he be considered as Jiang Qin's brother? However, if he were to leave now, he would have to bear an unparalleled pressure. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of losing his brother, Jiang Qin. "Okay." Long Shisan nodded silently. However, he felt that his words were extremely heavy. This was their only chance and also the time when they had to do this. Shuiliang glanced at Jiang Chen with eyes full of indifference. Did he really make up his mind? Shuiliang, protect them and leave for me. I can't let them die here with me. Shuiliang could see the helplessness in Jiang Chen's eyes. However, he had no other choice. He wanted to stay and fight side by side with Jiang Chen. However, how could Long Shirshan resist the waves of attacks from behind Tongshan Mansion? You are the only person that I admire in my life. Shuiliang looked at Jiang Chen. He could leave easily and no one could stop him. With the help of the Zulong Tower, he was at least invincible. With the Great Void technique, he could shake off the half-step Divine Emperors. However, if he left, the rest of them would all die. Shuiliang and Long Shirshan suddenly looked back at Jiang Chen and left resolutely. The 7 dragon-riding heavenly guards guarded their backs, but the second mansion master and Do Qing were still chasing after them, not giving them a chance to escape. Killing Jiang Chen alone was not enough to dispel the hatred in his heart. If you want to escape, you will have to see if I will let you escape. The second mansion master's eyes were as sharp as swords. He waved his hand and Lin Yukong and the great elder followed. Long Shirshan and Shuiliang were surrounded by enemies. Soul-snatching divine technique, soul-killing soul. Jiang Chen's mind moved and the Emperor Realm's soul burst out in an instant. Even the 4 half-step divine emperors were shocked and quickly retreated. Jiang Chen's soul ripple was like a storm. Lin Yukong, the great elder, and the other late hierarch realm elders were all severely injured. Their soul fire was dying. Hundreds of experts below the mid-hierarch realm were all killed by Jiang Chen's soul-killing soul. Their souls were extinguished and the 100 experts died in an instant. However, Jiang Chen had used up too much of his sovereign realm soul this time. Because he had just killed 100 venerables. It was a terrifying scene. A terrifying spiritual storm once again shocked the 4 half-step divine emperors. Such a terrifying soul power. If I wasn't prepared, I would have suffered serious injuries. Chapter 3073. No, Yen Qingqing screamed with all her might. Her face was covered in blood and tears. When she saw this scene in the Zulong Tower, she had already cried her eyes out. Jiang Chen had turned the tide and brought everyone into the Zulong Tower. He asked Long Shirshan and Shuiliang to send them away. However, at this moment, her heart seemed to have fallen together with Jiang Chen. Wu Ningzhu was the same. She fell into the Zulong Tower and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale and her eyes were filled with despair. Sister Ning. Yen Qingqing held Wu Ningzhu's hand. The despair in the 2 women's heart was different. They were both depending on each other. Jiang Chen's current situation was even more painful than death to them. Edited by Lifer Finger Fox. Why did this happen? Since I met little Qinzi again, why are you so unfair? What? Wu Ningzhu's heart-wrenching voice made everyone feel the same way. That kind of sadness infected everyone. Bing Yun and Qian Renji felt the same way. Wu Ningzhu had been waiting for this moment for so long. However, they met in a hurry and left in a hurry. Time passed quickly and they parted in a hurry. No one could feel the despair in their hearts. They would rather be the one who fell than to see Jiang Chen bear everything alone. After losing the ancestral dragon pagoda, he had lost his last means to save his life. He had left the hope of survival to everyone else, but he was the only one who had embarked on a path of no return. Edited by Lifer Finger Fox. Do you think you're a hero? Jiang Chen, I will never forgive you. I will never. Yen Qingqing roared furiously. However, she could not change the despair and sadness in her heart. The last scene they saw was Jiang Chen being crushed by the 4 half-step divine emperors. His injuries were getting worse and worse. Even though he had used the 9 Supremes transformation, he could not resist the overwhelming momentum of the 4 half-step divine emperors. However, Jiang Chen was determined to hold everyone back. He even used his life to resist the attacks of the second mansion master and Do Qing without hesitation. Jiang Chen said that the pills you guys took were not poisonous. It was just a smokescreen. I hope you guys will take care of yourselves in the future. Qian Renji said in a low voice. She was also extremely sad. Jiang Chen rushed forward for them. Even a divine emperor expert might not be able to defeat the 4 half-step divine emperors easily. Jiang Chen's chances of survival were extremely slim. There was not even the slightest bit of hope left. Those elders of the Lihuan sect who were severely injured looked at each other. They had been scheming and plotting their whole lives. However, they never thought that they would be fooled by a brat in the end. However, at this moment, there was no resentment in their hearts. There was only admiration for Jiang Chen. It meant that Jiang Chen did not really want to take their lives. For them, it was like a dream. It seems like we have underestimated Jiang Chen. Han Chenhua sighed. He did not have the ability to save Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen's greatness made them admire him for their whole life. Long Shirshan and Shuai Yang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They could only watch as Jiang Chen was mercilessly attacked. However, they could not do anything because they had to send Wu Ningzhu, Yan Qingqing and the others away. In this way, Jiang Chen would be able to stop the 4 half-step divine emperors. Otherwise, they would only die in front of so many people. It was supposed to be a bloody battle of life and death. However, the 3 great experts of the Battle God clan had obstructed them, causing them to fail. Of course, this could not be blamed on anyone. It could only mean that this second mansion master was too sinister and cunning. The Tongxian mansion unexpectedly invited other people to help them. What they did was extremely stupid. Long Shirshan's eyes were bloodshot. He had come together with Jiang Chen and entered the divine world. They had met each other several times, but it was difficult for them to be together. They spent less time together than they were apart. They cultivated on their own. However, he did not expect that he would personally send his brother to his death. Long Shirshan's heart was filled with anger and despair. However, he had to do what Jiang Chen said. He could not continue making mistakes. This is not your fault. Brother Shirshan, don't blame yourself. Bai Yun said in a low voice. If it wasn't for my stubbornness, if it wasn't for my overestimation of my abilities, perhaps today's scene would not have happened. Long Shirshan's breathing was heavy and rapid. Bai Yun saw the determination in his eyes. Her heart was filled with worry. Shuiliang, take care of them for me. I can't watch Jiang Chen disappear in front of me. Long Shirshan said in a deep voice. But, Shuiliang's face tightened. At this moment, Long Shirshan rushed out without hesitation toward the Tongxian mansion, which was already like a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. However, before Long Shirshan could get too far, Bai Yun attacked him from behind. She directly used a secret technique to knock Long Shirshan unconscious. Shuiliang looked at Bai Yun in shock. Bai Yun shook her head and murmured. I'm sorry, Brother Shirshan. I can't watch you die. Perhaps this is also because Jiang Chen does not want you to bear the burden with him. Shuiliang remained silent because he did not know what to say. Long Shirshan should not turn back. Jiang Chen used his life to exchange for their safety. If he turned back without taking responsibility, it would be a waste of Jiang Chen's kind intentions. Most importantly, Wu Ningzhu and Yan Qingqing were still in danger. If he turned back, it would mean that he did not fulfill Jiang Chen's promise. I know that you'll blame me when you wake up, but I won't hesitate because even if you go back, it's useless. With your current strength, you won't be able to fight against 4 half-divine emperors. Bai Yun's words were true. But she knew that with Long Shirshan's character, he would never forgive her when he woke up. But being alive was far more important than that. Jiang Chen had used his life and death situation to exchange for their chance to live, resisting the attacks of the 4 half-step divine emperors. How tragic was that? Jiang Chen was on the brink of death just for this chance to live. If it was Jiang Chen, he would never allow Dragon Shirshan to do that. Long Shirshan had already fainted. No one knew what he would do when he woke up. But at this moment, Bai Yun could not allow him to continue doing stupid things. All of this was exchanged with Jiang Chen's life. Hey too, I will always remember you. Bai Yun turned around and left. Shuiliang and Long Shirshan quickly left the Tongxian mansion. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.